I say, let me edit this. The quest for first S10 oh. What's my up now? 14,000.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So got the chance to play a brand new game this week that turned out to be pretty good, which is always a welcome surprise. That game is Wildgate. It's an upcoming PvP multiplayer shooter that combines a few different genres and elements into one. The elevator pitch here is it's a squad-based PvP game. You're flying ships through space, collecting loot, getting stronger, and trying to crush your opponents. While surface level, this does look eerily similar to another game I covered recently, Jump Ship. That combined with the not too long ago released game Void Crew means that we've officially got 3 brand new games about piloting ships with friends through space while getting into crazy antics and searching for loot, all launching in a relatively short time frame. How does this happen? I don't have any idea. Either way, the similarities aside, each of these games do have quite a few things that set them apart. So here is the TLDR of what makes Wildgate different. So at its core, this is a PvP focused round-based game. You assemble a crew of 4 players, selecting from a roster of unique characters that each fit different play styles, and then you are matched into a lobby against 4 other crews of 4 players before launching out into space, where you will all compete in a fight to the death. The game's got some seriously impressive, fast-paced first-person gunplay, which initially you will use while exploring different points of interest, taking on a variety of PvE enemies, and completing events that reward you with weapons and upgrades for your ship. At the same time, the 4 other teams in your lobby are doing the exact same thing. And again, it is full on PvP, so once you inevitably run into the other teams, it is time to fight. And that fighting entails ship-to-ship combat, where you'll be blasting your cannons to take down enemy shields and damage their hull, but also getting into direct FPS fights against the other players as you defend your ship or assault and board theirs. So every match is 20 players with 5 teams of 4, and the win conditions are either to be the last team left standing or to find this special artifact somewhere in the match and escape with it through the Wildgate, and that is the gist of it. Now I will say here, I didn't really have much in the way of expectations going into checking out this game, but after spending the past couple of days playing, I am quite impressed. The game plays exceptionally well with solid gunplay and interesting mechanics. It's got a rather unique combination of elements to it, with quite a variety of points of interest to explore and loot to collect. Most importantly though, it's just been plain fun to play, with super solid gunplay, impressive animations, flawless performance in my experience, and a gameplay loop that's thoroughly enjoyable. I think beyond some balance issues and quality of life improvements that I'd like to see, this is definitely looking like a solid game worth keeping your eye on. Alright, so with that said, let us jump in and take a much closer look at Wildgate, the whole gameplay loop, what it's like playing the game from start to finish, as well as some of my thoughts. Before we do that though, we got a quick word from today's sponsor. Go ahead and dive into Wildgate. Here is what a typical match looks like from start to finish. So you begin by picking a character, set with your weapon and equipment loadout, and then you will be match made into a team of 4 players. They do have the option to not match make with others if you want to go in solo or duo, although I highly recommend filling a team because there's a lot of fires to put out and it seems like a game that's near impossible. Maybe like a really good trio could do it, but if you're playing solo, you're probably screwed. I hope they eventually add like duos queues or anything, but that's another story. So when you do matchmake, you will be grouped with 3 other players before loading into the pre-match lobby. Here, all 5 teams are chilling out in this huge hangar for roughly a minute or so. What this does is it lets you check out the enemy ships, as there are different types of ships in the game with various strengths and weaknesses, along with the characters and weapons on each of the teams. Also, while in the hangar, you see here what I believe is the game's dynamic event system. So every single match, it's going to have a different list of these modifiers and events or unique points of interest that have been populated for this particular round. This can include things like low altitude fog, powerful artifacts, legion turrets, ancient vaults, thin asteroids, and the list goes on and on. Quite a lot of different variables that can be tossed in here to mix up the matches. Now after that minute, you get this little cutscene where everyone in your lobby is launched out into space, all spawning at different points in the game's rather substantially sized map. You then get a little panoramic view of your ship's location as well as nearby point of interest before getting control of your character, and now it's time to get to work. So first things first, when you load in, you're always placed right in front of some small point of interest. Now this game is chock full of these. There are many different types of locations, all of them full of enemies, and having one of an assortment of different possible event types. Whatever you come across though, the goal is always the same. You go in, kill the enemies, complete whatever the event's objectives are. Doing so then opens up the loot room, and these rooms reward tons of useful items for your ship. This includes things like unique weapons that can be placed on any of your ship's gun mounts, powerful upgrades with these components that provide a wide range of both defensive, offensive, and utility options. There's ammunition for your ship, which is used to fuel any and all guns that you have, along with some utility items, things like bombs you can place on enemy ships, or single-use items that are pretty strong, or propulsion devices that can have you flying out of your ship incredibly fast through space, great for boarding enemy ships or getting to a resource really quickly. So the match begins, you jump into the point of interest that's right in front of you, you complete the objective, you collect the loot, and then you bring that all back to your ship, which has to be done manually. The game does have a teleport back to your ship option, which you can use whenever. So you'll collect a piece of loot, teleport back to your ship, drop it off, and then go back to the point of interest loot room, collect the next piece of loot, teleport back, so on and so on. And then it's time to start making your way around the map and searching for more, because this period of time, you're just trying to get as strong as possible. In these opening like 5-ish minutes, you're trying to get as much power into your ship before you get into the PvP. You want better shields, better defenses, better weapons, a faster turning radius, a quicker speed boost. The list goes on of all the components and upgrades you can get, and that's what your focus is here. And you can only get these upgrades at the points of interest that you go in and clear, or by stealing them off of an enemy ship, but that comes later once you actually get into the PvP. First things first, get your ship as strong as you can. So the start of each match, that is your focus. Go to the points of interest, collect the loot. Some examples of the different kinds of points of interest you're going to come across, whether it's the one you spawn in front of initially or ones you encounter as you go throughout the rest of the match. You've got things like asteroids, where you'll have to go in, kill enemies, repair this mining robot, and then following it as it drills through multiple layers of rocks. Eventually, you go all the way to the end, you protect the robot, the loot room opens up. Or you got a mixture of abandoned spaceships and stations that you'll have to do things like repair panels, clear enemy waves, or destroy these teleporters that are inside. Or, and these are ones to keep an eye out for, these ring gates, these circular gates with two little teleports on either side. These take you into these large pyramid-shaped structures, and this is one of the harder points of interest that we've come across, as you have to clear many waves of rather difficult enemies. They get progressively harder the further into the waves you get. The upshot, though, is this rewards some of the best loot that we've seen. Weapons and ship upgrades that are phenomenal. Some of this includes things like these plasma cannons that are incredibly strong, or at one point we found this component for our ship that gave us 30 extra health, as well as healing the ship automatically over time. This one seemed busted as hell. There's also a component where you put it somewhere into your ship and it shoots out this laser that's like a massive chainsaw. So if you put it on the front of your ship and you ram your ship into enemy ships, you've got this chainsaw chugging away at the enemy's health. Look for those ring gates, go into the teleporters, clear those pyramids. You're gonna find some awesome loot. So again, there's quite a variety of these. It's also important to note that even when you come across locations you've seen before, they're often gonna have different objectives or enemies inside, as they seem to have some random elements here where you can visit the same point of interest structurally multiple times, but you'll come across different combinations of enemies and objectives inside. Also, one big thing that will help you figure out where you should be going are the probes. So every ship has a few stations on board where you interact with them, and it gives you control of a probe that you can fly around through space, moving pretty quickly, but most importantly, spotting and marking any nearby visible structures. You can scan points of interest once you get close enough, and then it's going to tell you and show on your map the rarity of the upgrades that you can expect to find inside. So as you're doing all this other stuff, you want to use your probe, you want to mark the points of interest, and that'll tell you where all the best loot is on your current match. Also, while you're doing this, you're going to want to keep an eye out for two very valuable resources that are found floating in space. These are ice shards and fuel asteroids. Both of these can be harvested and deposited into your ship's processor. The fuel is used every time a pilot decides to speed boost, whether that's to get away from enemies or chase some down. And the ice is for healing your ship whenever it takes damage, and it's going to take a lot of damage once you start getting into PvP. So both of these resources, absolutely vital, and you're always going to want to be collecting them as you're flying around doing everything else. As you're going to points of interest at the start of your match, in the middle of the match, even when you're PvPing, sometimes you're going to need to pick up those resources because you need to heal your ship, and that speed boost is super valuable. Now, generally speaking, as I mentioned earlier, the first 5, 10, or even up to the first 15 minutes of every match, all of this is what you're doing. You're going around to points of interest, you're collecting those upgrades for your ship, as well as storing ammunition, fuel, and ice into your processor. But again, this is a fully PvP-centric game, so at any point during this process, you're going to run into other players and you're going to start fighting. There are 4 other teams of 4 players in your lobby, and some matches you might be chilling for a while. You get 10 minutes of point of interest clearing and resource gathering. Other times, you're going to see another team on your tail within the first 2 minutes. It just happens. It's quite variable. You got 5 teams sharing the same map, and sometimes you're going to come across each other very early. And as much as I enjoy the PvE part of this game, and I do think it's well done, I gotta say the PvP is where it really shines, which is a good thing because this is a PvP-centric game. So ship fights are chaotic, they're frantic, and I think they're just a ton of fun. The goal here is rather simple: destroy the enemy ship. But how you go about that can be done in a few different ways. So at its core, the PvP is a combination of using your ship's weapons to destroy the enemy's shields and then damage their hull. Once the hull gets to 0, the ship explodes. But there's the added component of boarding enemy ships to harass them. And this really ramps up the action because at any point you can leave your ship, fly directly towards the enemies, and get inside. You're wanting to wreak as much havoc as possible and prevent them from damaging your ship. So what this is going to mean is you're going to want to go in, kill any players on board, especially the ones that are manning any mounted guns, so they stop firing against your ship and damaging your core. You want to damage the enemy core by interacting with it to force an override, which basically does a damage over time until they come over and manually disable it. You can also cause literal fires, which will damage the ship until they are put out by the enemy. And probably best of all, you can steal any components, even the weapons that they've acquired from their ship, and bringing it back to your own. So if you come across an enemy ship that has some like legendary super strong gun or upgrade, you can just board their ship and take it, barring you can get it and then get out alive without them killing. Now, what makes all of this harassing of the enemy and stealing their components more difficult is how the spawning system works, because anytime you die, you will spawn back on your ship, and any player you kill respawns shortly after on their ship. So naturally, anyone who's attacking is at a disadvantage, because even though they might be killing a couple players, they're going to be respawning on their ship shortly after. But if you can get in there, kill a couple of players real quick, and then quickly either override their core or yoink a component, that's a win. However, what you have to keep in mind is all of this can and will be happening to you as well, where other enemy players will be in your ship dishing out as much harm as they can, the same that you're trying to do to the enemy ship. And it's all of these elements coming together that have really made playing this game and the PvP so fun and frustrating at times, admittedly. And then of course there's the added twist that there aren't just 2 teams duking it out, there are 5 teams of 4 in every match, all in the same lobby with the same objective to win. And so oftentimes you might be fighting another team wherein a 3rd and a 4th and maybe the 5th one all show up to join the melee. It's all, again, crazy hectic and a lot of fun. So there are 2 win conditions to keep in mind. As mentioned, you're either trying to be the last ship standing with all of their ships destroyed, or you can find the artifact and escape with it through the Wild Gate. So this is a portal that becomes active after some duration, represented by this percentage meter filling over the course of the match. This looks to take, in my experience, roughly 20 to 25-ish minutes, although not exactly sure. Also, I will say, because it is a percentage and not a simple countdown timer until the Wild Gate opens, I would assume here that there are some factors that could either speed up how quickly the Wild Gate opens or slow it down. But again, just a guess, I'm not certain. But yeah, man, all of that crazy PvP action will often include multiple ships of teams all fighting each other simultaneously, and it's just resulted in really hectic, fun, over-the-top action. This is a PvP experience that I've really enjoyed. So that is a basic look at what it's like playing this game. Now I want to run through some of the systems, features, mechanics, and that stuff. Starting with the characters. As mentioned, there are different character classes to choose from. Each of these come with their own perks that, for the most part, will play into certain roles and play styles. So first you got Venture. He is a explorer. He doesn't need oxygen, will regen health faster outside of a ship, and automatically recharges his weapons and equipment whenever teleporting back to the ship. Samo is a ship defender with 20% more health, and then while on your ship, he will heal to 100% whenever he kills an enemy, and he can see enemy players through walls up to 30 meters. Payon is a boarder. His melee attacks will damage ship parts. He's got 2x melee damage. His melee attack will even one-shot other players, and he automatically reloads any stowed weapons. Moffs is also a boarder who will turn invisible whenever outside enemy ships. He flies 30% faster than anyone else, but as a drawback for those advantages, he has 20% less health. And then finally, Sal is an engineer, also good for being on your own ships. He's got the multi-tool that will heal multiple targets at once. He can salvage items in the ship processor, and has 20% more health as well as no vulnerable location, i.e. he won't receive headshots. Now there are 2 additional classes that are in the works, although none of their details or info have been revealed as of this moment. So yeah, it's basically the case that you will want to pick a character that best fits whatever role you want to fill. So if you're someone who likes to stay on your ship, flying, manning the turrets, and repairing things, both Sal and Samo are good options. Whereas if you would like to leave your ship and try to get in a lot of FPS fights against the enemy and wreak havoc on their ship, Moffs and Ion will be your best choices. And Venture is sort of just a solid all-arounder, but he does have passives that let him focus on staying out of the ship, floating through space for a long time, which can be good for either attacking the enemy or points of interest clearing or even resource gathering. The pre-match loadout system looks like this. You've got 2 weapon slots to choose from. Now you start with access to a rifle, an auto pistol, and a sniper, as well as a heal ray, but then you can also unlock things like the sonic cannon, the rocket launcher, the pistol, the blaster, and the goo gun. For equipment, this is a range of devices, throwables, offensive and defensive tools. So this includes grenades, molotovs, attack and repair drones, personal shields, deployable shields, bear traps, speed boost, and quite a few more options. All sorts of different variety here. And then lastly, you have got the preferred ships. So there are 4 different ship types in the game, and each of them are some different combination of the ship health, speed, the number of gun mounts, along with some passive perks for each of them. So Hunter is the starting ship. It's referred to as a gunship, and it has faster shields down speed, which lets you toggle from having your shields up for defensive maneuvers or dropping them, which lets you increase your speed. This ship can do it faster than others. Privateer is a battleship with projectiles that fire at 2 times velocity to other ships. Bastion is a secure ship that has heavy security, which will warn teams of enemy players inside. And then finally, Scout is referred to as a fast ship. It has increased max speed, turn speed, and boost duration. Now, when it comes to progression, essentially how this works is you pick a progression path. Each path is kind of themed around one particular playable character. So every track has you actually unlocking that character as the very first reward, which you get pretty easily. Like after a single game, you'll unlock the character. But then beyond that, any further progression in that track unlocks cosmetics, yes, but also access to the game's various weapons, equipment, and even those ship unlocks. So really what you want to do whenever you pick the adventure track you want to progress playing through the game, you just pick the one that has the character you like the most first, and then once you unlock the character, you can then swap to the ones that have the ship weapons and equipment upgrades. So for example, I wanted to unlock Moffs so that I could do a little boarding in the game. So I played a single game, I got the character, but then beyond that, there were weapon and equipment upgrades that I wanted from Ion's track, so I swapped to him. And this works just the whole adventure progression. It works almost exactly like a battle pass, but it's not a battle pass. It's just you pick a track that you want with the rewards that you want. You stay on that track, you earn experience by playing the game, and that gives you unlocks along the way. All right, so that is the basic overview of the game. Now I want to go over some of my impressions after playing a few days, starting with the good, the pros. What do I like? First, right out the bat, top-notch quality here. The combat feels fantastic. We got excellent gunplay, like really, really impressive stuff. Every weapon that I've tried feels great. I was actually quite surprised by how good the gunplay feels, coupled with some also exceptional animation quality and details, which was actually one of the first things that stood out to me when I started playing. This is just a very polished and good looking and feeling game. I think this is likely a carryover from the developer's Blizzard lineage, which, if you weren't aware, Wildgate is being developed by Dreamhaven, a studio founded by ex-Blizzard founder Mike Morhaime, and honestly, I think it shows. They definitely carried some of that polished philosophy over here. Not sure what kind of budget went into funding this this thing, but the quality coming out of it is very, very impressive. Also in that same vein, I will add that the game performed flawlessly for me, as well as my editor Liam. I don't think I noticed a single frame drop in the past few days of playing. Looks great, feels good to play, and runs smooth as butter. Super impressed across the board here. Also, the gameplay loop, I think it's really good. Every aspect of playing this game has been a lot of fun. With the quality gunplay, even just going around clearing out the points of interest to collect the ship upgrades is enjoyable. In fact, were this just a PvE focused co-op game, I think I would enjoy it. But then you have the whole added layer of PvP, which is where things really get ramped up. It makes it so good. If you enjoy PvP at all, this is a great take on a multiplayer competitive formula. Like, you'll be approaching an enemy ship, one person flying the ship, managing your orientation to line up the guns, then dropping the shield for a moment to pick up speed and get a better angle. The rest of your team at the same time is on the turrets, just starting unleashing volleys, tearing through their shields, then damaging their ship hull. The pilot keeps on flying, you know, circling into position, and then one or two of you jump out flying towards the enemy ship to begin a counterattack. You board the ship, you take out their gunners so that they stop attacking your ship, giving it time to repair, and then before everyone respawns, you overload their ship core, or maybe you steal and damage a component, or then you teleport back to your ship, or hang around outside of the enemy ship to harass them again after they respawn. And then at the same time, back on your ship, the gunners are unloading, but then you get boarded, so your pilot lets go of the controls using his wall hacks if he's playing a Samo to find the enemy and take them out. Then he puts out a few fires with his multi-tool while someone else is who overrides the overload on your ship core and then deposits some ice into it to start healing your ship. And then while this is happening, you stayed on the enemy ship and like you're using a rocket to blast a massive hole into the cockpit glass, causing the enemy ship to start leaking oxygen, and then one of the enemies heads over to repair the leak, but you shoot them through the hole in the glass, killing them so the oxygen keeps pouring out. During PvP, this entire cacophony of events is happening non-stop the entire time. Two ships are fighting. But then, as mentioned, a third ship might all of a sudden roll in, and then you have to juggle dealing with them as well. It's just it's a freaking blast, dude. Honestly, the PvP in this game is great. There's a lot to juggle, tons of fires to put out, literal and figurative ones, and with some great FPS gunplay. Yeah, it's just a good time. It's a really good time. And then lastly, in the positives, I want to say that I like how they have a lot of variety for different play styles. So depending on the character and loadout selection, like I mentioned, you're going to be better suited to one of three primary things for the most part. It either means you want to play as someone who's aggressive, boarding the enemy ship, or playing as someone who stays on your ship, defending it from enemy players, as well as putting out fires, steering and shooting the cannons. Or maybe you want to play as someone who's focused on going out, gathering resources, and clearing points of interest easier. There's just options for every role and each of these three main playstyles. There's things here for people who don't want non-stop FPS action, because you have to fly the ship, you have to put out the fires, you have to man the cannons. But the people who just want PvP, they'll be probably boarding the enemies and or focused on defending their ship. I think that's a great mix. All right, now let's move on to some of the areas for improvements or cons that from my initial impressions. Starting with saying that I feel like there's some movement options missing. Like, I think the gunplay is top notch, but there's a few noticeable exclusions that I've been wanting. In particular, the game has no crouching, no dashing, or no sliding. Now, the last two I can live without. Like, I don't need dashing and sliding necessarily, but I will say the lack of crouching has felt especially odd. I just keep trying to do it every time I play the game, especially when it comes to things like peaking elevations and trying to duck behind cover or going behind a protective barrier. I am continuously trying to crouch, but crouch is not in the game, so that's a note. Also, the ship controls. I just don't think flying ships feels particularly great. I've gotten more and more used to it. I happen to actually be flying most of the matches that we've played, but the actual flight controls and the speed of the ship, I just don't love how it feels. I will also say of the speed, even while you are boosting with your shields down, which lets you go faster, it still feels like it barely crawls. Like, the ship just moves incredibly slow even when you're going as fast as you possibly can. Now, I'll say both the lack of crouching in the game as well as the ship's speed and controls, these are all obviously deliberate design decisions, but nevertheless, they are just things that stuck out to me in these first few days that I thought were worth mentioning that I didn't think felt great. And then lastly, I wanted to say this isn't really a critique of the game's design, this last point, but I have to point out that being a team-focused PvP game, it is 100% the case that playing with randoms can absolutely suck. Getting on a team with people who don't know what they're doing has already been a nightmare for us. Now, this is pretty much the case in any any team-based multiplayer game, but it seems a little amplified here because you throw in having the ship and the importance of using your weapons and ship-to-ship combat. And those things make having bad or trolly teammates that much worse. So here's a good example. We have had multiple matches where one of our random teammates kept flying this ship away from points of interest that we were in the process of clearing. And this is a problem because it meant that we couldn't take out all but one reward from the loot room with us. Most loot rooms would have like 8 to 10 reward items that you would want to transfer to and from your ship, but we couldn't do it because they were flying the ship away. After we clear the point of interest, we go to the loot room, we pick up one of the rewards, we teleport back to the ship, then the ship is too far away from the point of interest to us to go back to the loot room and keep collecting it. And what this meant is we would constantly be missing out on like 70% of the items that we could have had, the weapons, the ammo, and the ship upgrades from all the loot rooms at the start of a match. And this is a massive disadvantage. There's just too much coordination that's needed with the fact that the ship can fly and people flying ships away from a room full of loot that you can no longer transfer as a result. And then that's even made worse when it comes to the ship combat because it's all about balancing the flying of your ship and trying to maximize the amount of time you can attack the enemy while minimizing the angles in which your ship can be struck, moving the ship up and down and around obstacles, dropping the shield to boost, applying the actual manual boost. So first you've got the maneuverability, but then there's also the fact that the number one way and fastest way to destroy an enemy ship is by using your ship's weapons to attack them directly. You're not really doing a ton of damage when you're boarding the enemy ship. That's mostly to cause havoc and do a little bit of bonus damage. The main bulk of the damage comes from shooting your guns. So if you have a teammate who grabs the wheel and is just constantly putting you in a poor position, or you have a crew who's not manning the turrets, you're just SOL. Like, you're not going to win those matches if you get teammates who really don't know what's going on. Point being, you're just going to want to play this game with friends who can coordinate. Otherwise, you are bound to get on teams that basically you have just no way of winning. This isn't really a game where you can solo carry. Even if you're like the best FPS player in the world, killing enemy players isn't enough for you to win because you can't simultaneously fly your ship properly to keep it defended and put it in good position to attack the enemy. You cannot solo man and shoot the 4 to 6 turrets on your ship. You can't put out all the fires and repair all the broken components, and you can't do that while also boarding and attacking the enemy ship to disrupt them and prevent them from attacking you. All of these things are equally important, and no single player can manage to do it all. So again, if you're playing with bad teammates, or worse, you're playing with trolley teammates, if you get matched with someone who just keeps flying your ship into the ether, wait, you can't kick them off the ship if they grab the controls and they fly you like onto the edge of the map. That's again not the fault of the game. It's the case in any multiplayer team-based game, but it seems especially amplified here given the nature of the ship, flying the ship, and all the things that need to be handled. However, even with those cons in mind, as I mentioned at the top, I am really impressed with Wildgate. 100% think this is a very quality game, and it's been a ton of fun. Now, I don't think this is a game you can play solo because of the reasons that I just mentioned. I can foresee this being incredibly frustrating. It is one thing to be a strictly like a frag-based FPS game with a bad team, but literally just having one bad teammate in this game can drop your odds of winning to 0, let alone if you get someone trolling. Like I said, like, all it would take is one player to get in the pilot seat, fly you off the map, and that's GG. Your round is over. That's it. There's literally nothing you can do. You can't kick them out of the pilot ship. That's not an option. So yes, play with friends, or if you don't, just pray that you get decent teammates. And to be fair, a lot of the times I got great teammates, but the handful of times you got terrible teammates, it was really obvious and very frustrating. But when it works, yes, it is exceptional. Like, if you have 3 friends who are interested and you enjoy PvP, this is an easy recommendation from what I've seen so far. Really impressed with what they managed to put together overall. So as of now, Wildgate is set to release at some point in 2025. We have no set release window, not even a quarter as of yet. I do suspect that they're probably going to have some additional public testing in the future where they're going to open it up a little bit more. So my money is on you having the chance to try this game out before it releases for free. So I would suggest doing so. Yeah, but I like it. PvP multiplayer game, really super polished, interesting twist, even with its similarities to Jump Ship. It's got its own focus, especially obviously with the PvP. Jump Ship doesn't have PvP, but I just think it's so funny. Like, there's literally 3 games, Void Crew, Jump Ship, and now Wildgate, that are all about multiple people flying a ship through space and doing space crazy antics together. Again, what are the odds? I've never seen this genre before. Now we got 3 of them within like a couple of years. But anyways, that does it for today. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you enjoyed this look at Wildgate. And yeah, I'll keep you posted. I'll probably play this more and cover this again in the future. But that's all for now. See you next time. Take it easy.
Fantasy Star Online. The death of the game.
It's not very often you hear the words pioneer uttered in any art context. The word carrying with it a certain weight and reverence, and oftentimes too, the heavy price of being first. In an attempt to catch up with the West and their online gaming pioneers such as Ultima Online, EverQuest, and Diablo, Sega with the Sonic Team developers would attempt an online RPG of their own, dubbed Phantasy Star Online. officially the first online RPG featured on a console, and from Japan in general. A title, I might add, all other Sega developer teams had rejected originally. Launching on Sega's very own Dreamcast console first, as it featured a revolutionary modem for the time. Phantasy Star Online was set to compete with the Western titans in online gaming, and that it did as it not only dominated the local Japanese market, but reached global successes and influence that has been undeniable since then, even going on to pioneer its very own subgenre, online RPGs, or MMORPGs as I have been calling them. Spanning the launch and porting of multiple console launches, including a PC launch, multiple versions, and even a card game spin-off, Phantasy Star Online's history as a title was both one of the most interesting and impactful in the online RPG space. Without Phantasy Star Online, or PSO for short, there wouldn't be Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy XI, or even Final Fantasy XIV, or perhaps many more titles spawned from its wake and influence. Who would have thought mixing an ARPG with a JRPG would have the effect that PSO did? PSO would last for nearly a decade on official servers, and was ultimately not shut down due to some failure, or the game not being up to snuff really. PSO was a commercial, artistic, and even philosophical and ideological success. This episode is less about solving a case, less about talking about the failures of PSO, and more about detailing the story behind one of my favorite, most impactful titles ever. Now, this death of a game is more of a journey down nostalgia lane for people like myself, and taking a look back on classic online gaming history. On this episode of Death of a Game, we will chronicle in short 2 decades worth of online JRPG history concerning Phantasy Star Online, highlighting the most important and impactful bits along the way, before ending the video with the usual case breakdown detailing the largest contributing factors to the game's death. Pick your class detectives, team up with some friends, and let's get to looting with this online JRPG that captured mine and many others' childhood. Sega, a globally known Japanese video game developer, had a history spanning 40 years of arcade games, including the historical, world-famous, and most relevant for this video, Sonic. Sega would announce a new revolutionary title for their premier console, Dreamcast, that had launched just 1 year earlier in 1998. Phantasy Star Online showcased at the Tokyo Game Show in 1999. What would set PSO apart was it would utilize the not really so far leveraged modem on the Dreamcast. This would allow Sega to bring their players into the next century, the online world, a feat never before done on consoles thus far. This was something Sega chairman Isao Okawa was keen on. Okawa was single-handedly responsible for keeping Sega alive through funding and his seat on the board, considered a bona fide legend within the company. Okawa believed due to the rising popularity of online gaming on personal computers, there was a chance to capitalize on such for the Japanese market. The only issue was the market wasn't a PC-centric one. In fact, online gaming and RPGs in Japan were almost non-existent. Consoles instead were insanely more popular, with Sega's Dreamcast, Nintendo's Nintendo and Super Nintendo, and Sony PlayStation, all based in Japan. Okawa had presented the idea to a number of Japanese developers, including primarily Sega in-house developers, and all of them had rejected the idea and proposition. Okawa was insistent though. He still believed in the potential of taking a JRPG online for the Dreamcast console as a way forward for Sega Dreamcast and Sega as a whole. Okawa had declared internally 2000 would be the year of the network game, and was doing everything in his power to make sure that that dream could come true. In order to do this, Okawa still needed a team of talented developers to head the venture. Okawa wasn't going to take a no for an answer this time either. Okawa set his sights on the Sonic team, and specifically, the lead programmer of Sonic itself, Yuji Naka. Yuji Naka had admitted that everybody else was hoping somebody else would do it, but believed in Okawa's clear vision of the future. Okawa didn't just have a vision though. He was willing to prove his convictions by funding a bundle of free internet access to come with PSO as a title in Japan. This was unheard of. Okawa was effectively paying people's internet access for a year to play the game on Dreamcast. Following the completion of Sonic Adventure in 1999, part of the original Sonic team devs were now full steam ahead on creating an online title, but the team was mostly segmented. Naka, alongside game producer Takao Miyoshi, would team up with another Sonic team alumni and the very character designer behind Sonic himself, Satoshi Sakai. Yuji Miyoshi and Satoshi were now met with a challenge. They had to make an online game without any local market examples or experience to lean on. The only thing they had to rely on that was proven was the Phantasy Star IP. Phantasy Star was a series of single-player RPGs that started on the Master System back in the late 80s, but most of the original staff that worked on PS had left by the time Phantasy Star Online production went underway. Thus, PSO is ultimately a series reboot. This meant they had to pay attention to what was happening in the Western market instead, specifically with the online gaming on PCs hitting all-time highs in 1999 with the rise and creation of the MMORPG market. The Sonic team would study 3 titles in particular in the preparation for designing an online title of their own: Ultima Online, EverQuest, and Diablo. While Yuji was a big fan of UO and EverQuest, which were MMORPGs, he admitted in a Dreamcast magazine interview he steered away from being an MMORPG because he thought such a game would be very difficult to pull off on consoles, due to their limitations with hard disk writing needed to store data. They simply didn't have a hard disk drive needed to support continuous online updates, a problem he thought was not realistic to solve in just 2 years of development. Instead, Yuji would lean more towards a Diablo style, which was not an MMORPG, but instead an action RPG that had online capabilities. Yuji was impressed by Diablo, and although it was a 2D project, saw potential for Phantasy Star Online to learn from it, which would be featuring a 3D perspective and played on the Dreamcast instead of the PC. Yuji Naka made it a point to distinguish PSO as a different game and genre altogether with Ultima Online and EverQuest comparisons early on, stating that with PSO, the connections would be more with multiple clients creating multiple servers and worlds, hence the term they were using, network RPG versus MMORPG. PSO effectively created the original idea of ORPGs or MMORPGs. You would, as the player, spawn on Pioneer 2, the spaceship, and from there group up and create a lobby, shop, trade, or pick up quests located on the station. Early on, the spaceship was more of a location that you would initiate grouping and menus from, but over time evolved more and more into what we would now call modern times a hub world or zone, leading to player socialization and exposure. You could cycle through programmed text options that were translated to and from different languages, allowing you to play PSO with theoretically anyone globally, breaking never-before-seen cultural and language barriers. The system had about 2,000 words near the end of development and had support built for 5 different languages, including Japanese, English, Spanish, German, and French. Italian and Portuguese had been considered but cut due to time constraints. Notice how Korean isn't one of the languages listed? Interesting, right guys? Well, there's a boatload of history between these two nations, but simply put, the markets are fundamentally different. That's because Korea was a PC market. There was a difference. Once on the Pioneer 2 station in PSO, you would try to find 3 other teammates to group up and complete the story and gameplay experience. After teaming up, the 4 of you would battle it out together over a variety of instance zones, navigate and defeat, and then loot the monsters located there. PSO had no PvP early on due to not wanting to take away from the cooperative experience present in the game, which mimics Diablo generally more than EQ or UO, which was less PvP centric in general. The primary focus of PSO was cooperatively doing battle to monsters, looting, and rinsing and repeat that until you get better stuff, kill harder things, and then completed the story, all the while leveling up through 50 different levels. You did this through choosing one of the 3 classes in the game, and race combinations to go with. Hunter, specializing in melee weapons such as the saber, sword, dagger, katana, claw, or dual swords, whereas the ranger specialized in ranged weapons such as the handgun, rifle, mech guns, or even launchers. Finally, the force class, which utilized primary spells, or techniques as they were called in PSO, or a cane weapon, wand, or rod. Each of these weapons had 3 different attack buttons to sequence them, and varying levels and degrees of rarity and power as typical in an ARPG looter. Of the races to choose from, you had the typical human race, which were allowed to be all 3 of the classes and offered a more generalistic and balanced playstyle approach. Meanwhile, the Newmans are an evolved human race created for research purposes, less physically capable, but focus more on techniques, save for the female hunter class. Finally, the caste race, aka Robo-Samurai people, are the android race and can be any of the classes listed. They're just more so geared towards being defensive rounded characters overall. They're also like literally the coolest thing ever to my 10-year-old self, by the way. As the very first online console RPG, in order to even get PSO to work online, it was going to take serious effort. Utilizing a previously unreleased game and Burning Rangers as their foundation, as it was supposed to be a 4-player online game for the Saturn console, the Sonic team would then take the networking system from an action puzzle game of theirs, Choo Choo Rocket, as a template. The Sonic team had very little time to do their development, and needed to know quite quickly if their new networking online system would function successfully globally. Sonic Team wanted to do a global test, but ultimately was unable to due to time restrictions. Instead, they would do a local test handed out to 10,000 different players who had already reserved their copy for the Dreamcast via an online direct sales service. It was reported that 90% of the users had been able to play the game online, resulting in a resounding success for the team. This gave the team confidence in their product going forward. Ultimately, the focus for PSO was success in the Japanese market first. Anything past that was seen as bonus successes. Naka had his sights set on cracking 1 million copies, 500,000 in the Japanese market alone. So expectations were high whether focused on Japanese success first or not. Meanwhile, nearly at the same time, Final Fantasy XI was being developed by Square Enix with Sony to be featured on the PC and eventually the PlayStation 1, so the Sonic team was going to need to be quick to beat them to the market. Phantasy Star Online was originally set to launch in March of 2000, but was ultimately delayed due to trying to squeeze in more features. So much of the game's development and launch were rushed. It's really impressive things turned out like they did. Launch details would finally hit the web September 26, 2000, where it would be announced that PSO would be launching in Japan December 21st, 2000, with a US launch date set to follow in January. Originally, PSO was supposed to be a simultaneous global launch in both Japan and the US, but chose to delay the US launch a month because they wanted to do a bit more beta testing. GameSpot would detail PSO's server system and how it would be capable of 20 network servers able to accommodate as many as 20,000 users online simultaneously, with the ability to add more, which they would do a few months later to 36,000 players. Insanely impressive for a game in the year 2000. Up to this point, the monetization model in America was in question, as in Japan internet was charged by the minute, thus it eventually would have to offer fees to recoup their losses despite Okawa giving Japanese players a free year. IGN announced that Sega would be confirming an online free-play model in America for PSO. America had broadband internet available, and for a flat monthly fee. Japan's launch, unfortunately, on the other hand, was still having to deal with a fee ultimately equaling out to about $10. Developed in only 2 years and set to revolutionize the very gaming world itself, Phantasy Star Online would launch in Japan December 21st, 2000, selling over 70,000 copies in just a week. PSO was doing quite well in Japan, but yet more success was on the horizon with a US and EU launch also yet to come. America would first see the 1.0 original launch of the game in January, and follow this launch with a 2.0 launch later in the fall. The 2.0 update for Phantasy Star Online would add 150 new levels, an ultimate difficult setting, a new challenge dungeon, and a PvP battle mode introducing PvP for the first time. Phantasy Star Online 1.0 would launch on Dreamcast January 29th, 2001 to critical acclaim, scoring an 89 out of 100 on Metacritic from 21 different critics. The 2.0 version, capitalizing on the success, would then launch September 24th, 2001, culminating in, as you guessed it, yet more success for the JRPG franchise. Naka, in an interview with GameSpot in February, would state that PSO, a networked ARPG as he was dubbing it, was reaching great success in Japan, reaching 130,000 sold copies. According to IGN, PSO would sell 70,000 copies in America and 35,000 copies in Europe, bringing the overall count to 235,000 copies sold. Quite impressive for 2001. In fact, PSO was so successful, it had a black market where you could buy items, accounts, and currencies with real-life cash, much like the ever-popular Ultima Online, who basically created the phenomenon in the first place. Following a bout of silence from the Sonic team, Yuji would break this silence to reveal new details concerning PSO and the future of the title. First, the name Phantasy Star Online would be changing. The title would now be called PSO Episode 1 and 2 in Japan, where it would be set to launch later in 2002 on the iconic Nintendo GameCube. With the name change, which supposedly referenced and featured the inclusion of the game's first major update, version 2.0, while Episode 2 was the new and original part of the content. The new content would feature 2 new worlds to visit, as well as a new storyline to boot, as well as 3 new characters would be introduced to the game. But quality of life changes and features would also be included, such as a tweaked interface, 4-player split-screen co-op, and more. Phantasy Star Online Episode 1 and 2 would launch in Japan September 2002 on GameCube, being treated like a true sequel according to Yuji Naka, before following that with a launch in America, October 29th, 2002. Phantasy Star Online Episode 1 and 2 on the GameCube would score an impressive 85 out of 100 from 31 different critics. GameSply, rest in peace by the way, simply said that the Sonic team as a team couldn't do any wrong, and Phantasy Star Online Episode 1 and 2 was more proof of that. IGN let those who had already played PSO know it was still worth the purchase again, for the GameCube stating that a whole new world and different experiences shined through for the title. PSO's simple gameplay formula fit into an incredibly complex network system and supported with consistent updates and innovation was a recipe for more success for the Sonic team. PSO might not be an MMO, but it wasn't shying away from trying to continue to update and improve the game despite the difficulty of doing such on a console. Yuji Naka was dedicated to doing this. The Sonic team wasn't stopping with a successful GameCube launch for the PSO franchise. They would bring their successful online JRPG to the Microsoft Xbox console as well. Teased sometime in January of 2003, PSO would launch on Xbox Live with a reduced original price of $40 and include 60 days of playtime. If you wanted to keep playing the game, you had to pay a $9 monthly fee on top of the Xbox Live fee. This wasn't the case in Japan, but Microsoft would opt to not remove this for the North American version, which was set to launch in the spring of 2003 following the launch in Japan. Thank you, Microsoft, by the way. This was the same version that had launched on GameCube, save for the newly added, thanks to the Xbox Live features, voice chat services. This marks my entering of the story, as the Xbox version of PSO was the first version I ever played and fell in love with. The pricing model kept me from only playing it sparingly online, unfortunately, however. Before PSO and the Sonic team would launch their Xbox version, in a totally bizarre and unexpected move, they would announce another PSO title set to launch also on the GameCube later in the same year. This one would be dubbed PSO Episode 3, Card Revolution, and as the name implied, was a card-based action combat game where you could compete against the AI or actual players and engage in turn-based card games. Phantasy Star Online Episode 3 Card Revolution was like Final Fantasy's Tetra Master but like in 3D, turned into an online game. It's actually a great idea that many other developers would attempt in different ways, whether through the use of cards or figurines. In fact, we covered one of these on the series, called Duelist. The reason the Sonic team even attempted such a game was due to the overwhelming popularity of the card games at the time. Two in particular that actually hailed from Japan, Pokemon from developer Game Freak and publisher Nintendo, and of course the card game with a manga and TV anime series of its own, Yu-Gi-Oh! By the spring of 2003, PSO had already been out for 3 years and was starting to look a little dated on the powerful Xbox console, especially compared to titles like Halo and Fable. The slightly lower score on Metacritic I think reflects this, with an 83 out of 100. IGN was disappointed in the Xbox version, as they stated it was basically a 6 month later than the GameCube launch with no specific Xbox utilizations besides the voice chat. All of this with another box price game and increased fees on top of it. Still, Phantasy Star Online on Xbox introduced many fans who had missed the original versions to a worldwide successful online JRPG. PSO was my first MMORPG or ORPG experience, and would lead to me finding refuge in Guild Wars 1 shortly after. Xbox allowing voice chat and connectable mini keyboards gave me the ability to play online with friends and treat the title closer to a PC game even. The first bit of bad news to really shake PSO was the Dreamcast version of PSO following the discontinuation and failure of the console itself would be shutting down August 28th, 2003. This would mark the first of many deaths for the ORPG, which with its many console versions was like a cat with multiple lives. The card game spin-off episode we mentioned would launch on GameCube in the US March 2nd, 2004, scoring a much lower score overall on Metacritic at 71. That being said, IGN would score the title an 8.5, being quite impressed with the presentation and overall lasting appeal of the online modes and tournaments. Episode 3 wasn't as positively received as the previous versions, and it will remain a bit of a dark spot on the franchise, but it will also be remembered as a very unlikely but interesting spin-off title. And I think because of public perception at the time, it was a little bit unfairly maligned.
Finally, second one. It took a while.
Phantasy Star Online might have been by 2004 standards starting to slow its momentous rise to the top somewhat, but they didn't lose any shine in the meantime, trying to capitalize on their momentum as much as possible. The Sonic team had no more platforms to launch on at the moment, but had their eyes set on the first platform they avoided from the jump, the PC. Phantasy Star Online Blue Burst, as it was dubbed and announced May 25th, 2004, was set to be the PC version of Episode 1 and 2. By June, Phantasy Star Online had opened up the floodgates for beta signups for Blue Burst. They would hit an impressive 100,000 signups, with 50,000 happening in just the first week alone. Phantasy Star Online Blue Burst would of course launch first in Japan, July 15th, 2004, but took some time to reach the West, launching in the US nearly a year later in June 2005. PSO Blue Burst would feature an entirely new story arc, 33 new additional quests, and a number of quality of life changes. There weren't many reviews done on the project unfortunately, but Blue Burst is the version of PSO that would go on to live the longest on the unofficial fan servers we will mention later. PSO Blue Burst, besides being even more dated in many ways, was still Phantasy Star Online at its best. Starting in April of 2007, a series of shutdowns would start to hit the ever-successful, but now 7-years-old title. Starting in April of 2007, with the shutdown of Phantasy Star Online Episode 1 and 2 on the GameCube servers. Quite impressive for a console title, especially when the entertainment medium of video games was only growing more and more during this time, creating fierce competition. More server shutdowns would unfortunately hit the franchise. This time their Xbox launch in Japan would be shut down, January 31st, 2008. This would be the last Japanese servers shutting down, marking the end of Phantasy Star Online and its numerous console versions in the home country of its creation, Japan. The last servers to shut down for the online JRPG would not be the PC official servers, Phantasy Star Online Blue Burst, as they would unfortunately be shutting down those servers March 31st, 2008. Their fate, however, ultimately would have a better chance of surviving due to the community support because of their location on the PC versus a dead console. In a totally random and probably coincidental way, the last PSO server to fall would be none other than my very first entry into the game itself, the PSO Episode 1 and 2 release on Xbox in the US. The reason this version had more longevity was due to its ability to work on the next generation console at the time, Xbox 360. That's actually how I was able to play the title well into 2007 myself. April 22nd, 2008, however, was a sad day. This final server would shut down for good, marking the end of Phantasy Star Online's life on consoles. Sure, the game could be played offline, but unless you had people willing to system link or co-op, you would be ultimately missing out on the true experience of the game, which is meant to be played online with others. I would argue even then it would give an artificial game experience even if you had friends to play with, as most of the fun of playing PSO was meeting people from all over the world, and that was magical. I'll miss the Xbox version, probably largely due to the nostalgia and experiences that shaped how I look at video games and my childhood to an extent. But the story of PSO doesn't end on a sad note. Like the protagonist of a freaking anime, the Phantasy Star Online franchise as a whole wouldn't end there. In fact, back in 2006, they actually launched an entirely new Phantasy Star spin-off that wasn't related to PSO in any way. Phantasy Star Universe was the title, and might be a video for another time, as it was a very short-lived title with an incredibly impactful legacy all the same. To shorten things up for this video though, PSU as it was dubbed, was PSO with more of an action combat focus and monster hunting / looting focus, less of the RPG parts of PSO. Phantasy Star Universe would score rather poor for this series though, scoring a 59 out of 100 on PC with a 68 out of 100 on PS2. But rather than these being outright bad games, I believe it's more so a product of the time and them seeming dated in 2006. PSU would go on to inspire the Monster Hunter series, which is impossible not to see the inspiration when you can find the very sparse footage of PSU located online, or had the lucky chance to play the lesser known online Phantasy Star title that is still revolutionizing the industry to an extent. Going back in the correct timeline direction again, PSO would launch a sequel title in Japan July 4th, 2012. However, calling the title a sequel felt odd when it didn't have many of the same original developers, including Yuji Naka and Takao Miyoshi, who had both left the company following a less than stellar launch of Phantasy Star Universe back in 2006. Phantasy Star Online 2, like PSU and the PS franchise in general, also has an insanely interesting story, being that it never found its way to the West, unlike the previous versions of the game, until much later. And I mean much later, 8 years. And then by the time it came out, it immediately was swapped out and traded for another version altogether, dubbed PSO2 New Genesis, featuring an entirely new combat rework, a large hub world zone, and many more changes. But this video is about PSO1. Otherwise it would be like hours long, so let's save the PSO2 and New Genesis talk and discussion for another video altogether. Fast forward to 2015, and PSO was still being talked about as one of the most important games in console history. The 15-year-long legacy of PSO was undeniable, so much so that it turns out that the legacy hadn't actually died yet. In fact, a Forbes article would hit the web March 9th, 2016, detailing the numerous existences of a PSO Blueburst private or community server that apparently had been in existence ever since the servers were shut down. Apparently, PSO hadn't died yet, and Blueburst, which I have to resist not saying blue balls, the PC version in particular, was still alive and kicking with hundreds of players playing the version on a number of different fan servers such as Affinia, FantasyStarOnline.net, and Stack PSO. There's far more examples, but those are probably the most popular servers. Phantasy Star Online is the first and one of the arguably most impactful online JRPGs ever, and it's still being played in 2021, 21 years later. We made it through the most memorable bits of Phantasy Star Online's now 21-year-old legacy, and have reached the end of the video, where we have our usual deduction concerning the reasons PSO was ultimately shut down. This deduction is going to be a little bit more of a formality, as it's not really detailing a failure of a game we're covering. This episode, as I stated from the very beginning, is about documenting the barely told pioneering history behind the first online JRPG on consoles, and what made the title and its legacy so impactful. Generally at this point, I felt we have done that, but I want to make one final point considering the legacy of PSO. Well, sort of two actually. The first being PSO wasn't designed as and wasn't an MMORPG, both by developer choice and design choice. That doesn't mean it will stop people from calling it that, but I wanted to make the distinction again, so we remember that part of why PSO was so impactful in the first place was because it wasn't an MMO, despite how many times IGN would repeatedly call it that, even though Yuji Naka kept telling them that it wasn't, by the way. And that's fairly common in the Western market, for people to just completely misrepresent or misunderstand what a product is supposed to be from the East. But PSO wasn't an MMO, and it was successful because it wasn't one. It didn't have auto-lock tab target combat really, and it focused far more on the 4-player cooperative experience versus some huge grand narrative or world experience with hundreds of players. Specifically, just like ArenaNet was able to do with Guild Wars, Sega with PSO was able to provide a near MMO-like experience to a generation of fans who didn't have access to MMOs or perhaps didn't have the time or interest to invest in them. PSO was one of the first and most impactful MMO-like or MMO-light titles, but it was just an online JRPG, or an MMORPG. Yuji Naka was an ultimate Diablo fan, who created Japan's answer to what was effectively the best ARPG franchise ever at the time. And did quite well for himself, I would say so. But you can see a bit of his vision when he spoke of the legacy of PSO in 2015. Yuji specifically targeted the Japanese developers Capcom and their mega hit Monster Hunter, remarking about how without titles like PSO, there might not be titles like Monster Hunter. And I'm inclined to agree, and I think Monster Hunter devs would probably agree too. But Yuji didn't just impact the Monster Hunter franchise, or other ARPG-style titles. He took Isao Okawa's vision of an online console gaming market in Japan and abroad, and had absolute faith in it, and its ability to affect the world, and put Japanese online RPGs on the map, period. Without this big step forward, it's arguable if Sony would have kept pursuing Final Fantasy XI, which launched shortly after PSO, or had the same level of success. And also, as most watching this video know, Final Fantasy XI led to the creation of the current most dominant online RPG from Japan, Final Fantasy XIV. Sega, with Okawa's vision and Yuji Naka's talent, was able to effectively create an online RPG market, whereas there otherwise literally wasn't one before. And now that same market is literally on top of the world. That makes the legacy Phantasy Star Online wrote in stone, as it continues to impact the most important Japanese online titles and more beyond till this day. And will always be remembered as the title that took the torch first for the East and Japan. Talk about poetic justice. About Okawa is quite thrilled with the news somewhere out or up there, looking down. I hope from telling this story, Okawa's legacy and contributions can also be remembered. I mean, when the dude was on his deathbed, he realized that Sega wasn't doing so hot and forgave the debt that they owed him for funding the whole company. And we're not talking about a small loan of $1 million, we're talking about over $40 million. And that's just the cash that he gave them. He also gave up $695 million worth of stock options. Gave up as in refunded to Sega the company that he owned the stock in. Insanity. Okawa deserves to be up there on Mount Rushmore for online RPGs as the father of console online RPGs. You guessed it. That music playing and my voice running out means we've reached the deduction part of this video where we detail the largest contributing factors to the death of a game, Phantasy Star Online. Let's waste no more time and make haste. There's a case afoot. PSO was a console online RPG with multiple launches splitting population and hurting their longevity. PSO effectively created an industry that otherwise wasn't there before, which came with a heavy price of it being first into uncharted territory. PSO would launch numerous spin-offs and different versions, further splitting population and focus. The market shift from 2000 to 2006 alone is astronomical in terms of competition and overall technological capability. We've talked an awful lot about Legacy on today's episode, probably a lot more than usual, but I wanted to emphasize the importance of Phantasy Star Online as a franchise and the importance of highlighting such. The death of a game series isn't a review, and isn't a series meant to hate or bash titles. It's a post-mortem series that handles dead or dying games, but every now and then, we cover something that didn't just abruptly fail or die, and it's important that we distinguish the difference between these two types of games or projects. Out of respect for a game that made up a large part of my childhood, but also for a title that helped push the entire industry forward. I hope after watching this video, you have gotten just a little bit more appreciation for one of my favorite games ever, Phantasy Star Online. Meanwhile, in 2021, knock us off making Balan wonder wait, no, Yuji. No, but seriously, thanks for watching, guys.
It's all just a fading memory now. Life used to be easy.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. Take a look at this picture. It features prominent tech individuals like Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Google's CEO Sundar Pichai, and Tesla's Elon Musk. As of recording this video, the combined net worth of these four people is over $700 billion. In fact, Mark, Jeff, and Elon are centibillionaires. Of course, the recent stock market dip may have wiped off some of their wealth, but these billionaires can still sleep easy enough at night. People with dozen-digit fortunes didn't exist 8 years ago. But now, according to the Forbes 2025 billionaire list, a record 15 people are on that list, and that's up from just 6 in 2023. When Forbes first made this list in 1987, they had to scrape to find individuals worth more than 28 billion, adjusted for inflation, and all they could find were just 2 Japanese tycoons. And now today, that 28 billion amount isn't even enough to land you in the top 50 of that list. The trend is as clear as day. There's no stopping these billionaires. In 2024 alone, billionaire wealth surged by $2 trillion. That's at a rate 3 times faster than the entire global economy. And, for the first time in history, the richest Americans now pay less tax than the working class. Something is clearly wrong. But what? It's not a question of why there's such inequality, but more a question of how this is all happening. Why are families struggling to buy cartons of eggs, while billionaires seem to keep adding to their wealth with absolute ease? What happens to the world economy if this trend keeps on going? Does the middle class cease to exist? And what can we do to fix all of this and not repeat the same mistakes? Let's take a look.
You are watching Television TV.
God damn, they're fucking billionaires.
The world's richest people are just getting richer, and even faster than expected. Oxfam's annual inequality report says 5 people are now on track to reach trillionaire status within the next decade. Elon Musk is first in line, followed by Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Oracle's Larry Ellison, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, and LVMH's Bernard Arnault.
Whenever numbers like millions, billions, and trillions are discussed, it's often difficult to put the vast difference between them into context. So let's start there. If you, yes you watching, made $1 every second, you'd be a millionaire in 12 days. That's under 2 weeks. But how long would it take to reach $1 billion? 6 months? A year? Well, at a rate of $1 per second, every day, non-stop, you'd need over 31 years. And that's just for 1 billion. As we know, the world's richest have not just 1 billion, but tens, even hundreds of billions. And their wealth just keeps growing. For example, in 2024,
Those are Netflix. Those are Netflix. Damn.
their combined wealth skyrocketed from 13 trillion to 15 trillion in just 12 months. And the richest 10 men saw their fortunes grow by an average of 100 million per day. That's more than what entire villages or towns in some parts of the world will earn in a lifetime, every single day. And these guys, the billionaires, have been absolute vacuum cleaners of wealth over the past few decades. The top 1% alone has captured 38% of all new wealth created since 1995. And this is at the same time where the poorest half of the world's population, which is around 3.8 billion people, owns just 2% of global wealth. Think about that for a second. No matter how you look at it, these stats are staggering. The ultra-rich are clearly pulling further ahead, while half the world is effectively locked out of wealth. And it goes further. It's not just numbers on paper. This kind of money can warp economies, influence politics, and shape the world in ways that we can barely comprehend.
You don't see it much on TV. You don't hear it talked about here at all. But the American people do not believe that it is appropriate that 3 people, 1, 2, 3, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg, 3 Americans own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million people.
And that's not a useless fact either. Massive wealth inequality usually comes before internal conflict, or more accurately, it's a symptom of a deeper problem.
When the government has problems funding itself, when there are bad economic conditions, and living standards for most people are declining, and there are large wealth, values, and political gaps, internal conflict between the rich and the poor, as well as different ethnic, religious, and racial groups, greatly increases. This leads to political extremism that shows up as populism of the left or the right. Those of the left seek to redistribute the wealth, while those of the right seek to maintain the wealth in the hands of the rich.
Ray Dalio, a billionaire investor and economic historian, puts it this way, quote, "I've studied the last 500 years of history and cycles, and these things repeat over and over again. Large wealth gaps with large value gaps at the same time, as there's a lot of debt and there's an economic downturn produces conflict and vulnerability. One of the biggest impacts the rising wealth gap has had is the shrinking middle class. The middle class is one of the hallmarks of a healthy economy, so when they shrink and start to falter, it's a symptom of a wider problem. It's been a slow process, but we all know, deep down, that something is going wrong." If you think back to the TV shows of the 80s and the 90s, it wasn't uncommon to find characters that lived comfortably on just a single wage. Life was portrayed as financially easy, and that's because relatively, it really was. But then things started to go wrong. When you really think about how the economy has been, since I left high school in the late 2000s, the middle class just couldn't catch a break. In 2008, there was the housing crisis, which turned into an international global financial crisis. Europe got a second wind of that disaster around 2011. In most of the Western world, the average Joe was hit by an economic bomb. Small businesses closed, jobs were lost, and households were struggling. Over the next decade, growth was permanently slower than before because the real economy had died, and I've covered that in detail in a previous video. But other than that, people were still getting by. But then came COVID. The government response shuttered entire economies, leaving everyday people straining themselves just to get by. And there's a famous saying, question, what words do you never want to hear? Answer, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And this joke played out in real time when governments turned on the money printers to counteract their shutdown policies. They thought they were helping, but the result was yet another disaster. Now, today, we're left with rising inflation, stagnant wages, and soaring living costs. And the pressure is only getting worse. The middle 40% of the global population owns just 22% of global wealth. But at the top end of town, it's exactly the opposite. Making money seems easier than ever before. As it turns out, all that government printing helped the stock market, which helped the billionaires. But we'll get to that in a bit. As the saying goes, wealth begets more wealth. So this acceleration will continue. But before we get into the weeds, we need to back up a little bit. How are these guys getting so rich? How does one even become a billionaire? Is it ethical to be a billionaire? Well, that depends on your political leanings, but some individuals do indeed have a rag to riches story, but the pleasantries start and end there. A growing number of billionaires tend to come through one of three routes: monopolies, inheritance, and corruption. According to Forbes, the most common way to become a billionaire is through finance. In fact, nearly 1 in 6 billionaires, or just over 15%, made their money in finance and investments. The second most common way is technology at 12%, and the third, manufacturing, also at 12%. But it's not just by hard work and innovation. Billionaires don't play by the same rules as the rest of us. And in this section, we'll cover the 3 ways that this is the case. Number 1, inheritance. In 2023, more new billionaires inherited their wealth than built it. Every single billionaire under 30 was born rich. The problem is, in a lot of cases, depending on where you are, there's no tax on this kind of wealth transfer. While the average person works decades to build financial security, billionaire families pass down fortunes tax-free, and they keep their wealth locked up in an exclusive family club. Number 2, corruption and loopholes. Many argue that the financial system is designed to protect the wealthy. Just look at the 2008 financial crisis. Banks made reckless bets, crashed the economy, and then got bailed out with billions in taxpayer dollars. It's capitalized the profits and socialized the losses. Meanwhile, millions of people lost their homes, jobs, and savings. And it's not just banks. The very top percent of earners avoid taxes like a plague. They stash money in offshore accounts or borrow against their assets instead of selling them. and this means that they don't have taxable income. If I told you that in the US, for example, the richest 25 people in the country paid an effective tax rate of 3.4%, you'd cry foul. Why should the average person be taxed at 6 times more when they earn a tiny, infinitesimal fraction of what the billionaires earn? Well, although unfair, it's perfectly legal, and it's a bit of a rabbit hole. But hear me out. This is called the buy, borrow, die technique. Edward McCaffrey, the scholar who coined the term buy, borrow, die, says that this technique is being abused so much that it, quote, has basically killed the entire concept of an income tax for the wealthiest individuals, end quote. But he goes on to add that it's, quote, the most important tax avoidance strategy today, end quote. So here's how it goes. Instead of working a 9-to-5 wage and then getting taxed like a pleb, the best way to earn wealth is through accumulating appreciating paper assets like stocks. The wealth isn't taxed until these stocks are sold. Yes, a tariff surprise or another stock market shock may make the wealthy sweat a little bit, but overall, in the big picture, over the past few decades, you'd be doing well. And the next step, borrow. Since there are no taxes for loans, the genius part of this is that the wealthy simply just borrow against their existing assets to buy more things. Take Larry Ellison of Oracle, for example. He built a $270 million yacht, an $80 million mansion, and even bought an island worth $30 million, all from borrowing against $30 billion of Oracle stock as collateral. But I know what you're thinking. You can't just keep doing this. These loans have to be paid off at some time, and when they do, these guys are going to have to sell their assets. Well, that's not exactly true. And this is the third part, die. All these guys have to do is just pay off the interest on the loans until they die. If you're dead, you can't be taxed now, can you? Furthermore, when an individual dies, the value that their assets gained during their lifetime is exempt from tax. Their children can then use these gains to pay off the loans. Technically, there's supposed to be a tax on inheritance, but that's no issue for top tax agents. Trust accounts and other arrangements essentially eliminate any tax that has to be paid. This technique is cunning, smart, and hidden away from the average person. And number 3, monopoly power. Monopolies account for nearly 18% of billionaire wealth. When a single company dominates an industry, it crushes competition, sets prices, and dictates wages. Back in the original Gilded Age of the late 1800s, industrial giants controlled steel, oil, and banking. Today, tech giants control global commerce, information, and infrastructure. Amazon controls over 80% of online purchases in major European markets. Google owns 90% of the search engine market. Meta, formerly Facebook, owns 4 of the top 5 most used social media platforms. It's present in other industries too. In Nigeria, Aliko Dangote has a near monopoly on cement. This gives him massive economic and political power across Africa. Gata Madani's conglomerate, the Adani Group, has faced accusations of crony capitalism and monopolistic behavior, particularly in sectors like ports and energy. But monopolies aren't just about wealth, they're about control. They can even influence government policies. Even though the United States has checks and balances in place to avoid these exact scenarios, it seems like the loopholes are just as accessible. With all of these factors combined, we're looking at billionaire wealth increasing at an unprecedented rate. It's actually not just increasing, it's accelerating. Last year, Oxfam predicted that we'd see the worst first trillionaire within a decade. Now we're on track to have that in 5 years or sooner. But some people, believe it or not, think that this is actually a good thing. They believe that if there's more billionaires, that means that economies are indeed doing well, and it means that there are opportunities to make massive money. And while it's true that wealthy economies tend to create super rich individuals, if you look at the GDP per capita and compare it to the number of billionaires, there's no real correlation. For example, India, Mexico, and Brazil have far more billionaires than Sweden or Switzerland, despite the fact that these 2 European countries have a higher GDP per capita. So what does that mean? It means that in most countries, a handful of ultra-rich individuals control a massive share of the nation's wealth, while the majority of people struggle to get by. Now we have to talk about the financial situations that have allowed billionaires to grow so rapidly very recently. Pumping more money into an economy doesn't automatically create more wealth for the broader society. Leaving aside the inflation risk, there's something else at play: the Cantillon effect. The term comes from Richard Cantillon, an 18th century economist. He noticed that when new money enters an economy, it doesn't spread out evenly through society. Instead, it benefits those who get access to the money first. The wealthy and big corporations have first access to new money. They get it through government contracts, central bank policies, and financial institutions. They then use it to buy stocks, real estate, and businesses before inflation kicks in. But for regular people who get their money later, they see higher prices before their wages or savings have a chance to catch up. Think of it like pouring water from a glass onto the top of a very large sponge. The water soaks the top first, but by the time it reaches the bottom, it's soaked through and there's only just a few drops left. And of course, this leads us back to what we talked about earlier. When governments pumped millions upon millions of dollars through the economy through the mechanism of stimulus checks, unemployment benefits, and business relief programs, it put cash into people's pockets, which at first seemed great. But then what happened next? Prices skyrocketed, especially, once again, the prices of assets. Housing and stocks went on an absolute tear, and guess who's most likely to own these assets? The wealthy. They already had their real estate and their stocks, so they were happy to see the values soar. Meanwhile, everyday people saw their buying power shrink due to inflation. Once the stimulus money ran out, people were back to where they started, except now, everything was more expensive. And this is why the rich get richer during times of economic expansion. And it's the same reason why the working class struggles to keep up with rising costs. So it really is more money, more problems. And there's some other side effects when new money enters into an economy. Whenever a country's government pumps in more money, it supercharges the stock market. Well, this is not universal, but it's mostly true in the context of modern capitalist economies. And the claim is backed up by this chart, which is adapted from the financial analyst Lynn Alden's research in her book, Broken Money. It shows the super tight correlation between the S&P 500 and government liquidity injections. In simple words, this chart demonstrates that the more money that the Fed and the US Treasury pump into an economy, the higher the stock prices soar. These are all publicly traded stocks, so it must be good for all investors at least. But the problem lies elsewhere. In 2022, the wealthiest 10% possessed, get this, 93% of all stock market equity. That means that when the government floods the economy with money, it primarily benefits those who already have their wealth invested in assets like stocks. For the ultra-rich, it's all their Christmases at once. Meanwhile, for everyone else, enjoy higher rent and struggling to buy eggs. If you think that sounds unfair, you're not alone. Gary Stevenson, a former financial trader, economist, and YouTuber who graduated from the London School of Economics, explains perfectly.
Money is not food. Money is not energy. Money is not housing. Money is not healthcare, okay? If we give everybody money, we have not increased the amount of actual resources and assets we have in our society, okay? So you don't make society richer by giving people money. You make society richer by creating and having more resources and assets. So if I give everybody more money, all that happens is the prices go up. But if I give you a bit of money and him a lot of money, then he gets richer and you get poorer because you have a bit more money, but the prices have gone up relative to both of your increases in money. So I think this is the thing I want to, and the reason I'm hammering this down is because they did that in COVID and they got away with it. And to be honest, the Conservative government lucked out with the Ukraine war because that took the entire blame for the inflation, which in my opinion was caused by their massive increase in inequality.
Stevenson's words drive home a truth. Simply handing out money isn't going to bridge the wealth gap. It's a much deeper structural problem. And as time progresses, people are becoming more and more frustrated about it. People are pushing back. Their bitterness is spilling over online and in the streets. All of this isn't just noise. People are actually demanding real change.
My husband's making the most money he's ever made, and this is the brokest we've ever been. Make it make sense. We try to live within our means, we truly do. It's like no matter how much you don't go out to eat, no matter how much you don't spend money, you're still gonna be broke. Why? Because that is the world that we live in.
That, you know, she is now working 3 jobs just to survive. I had another gentleman who had mentioned that he's now living paycheck to paycheck at a job that he's been at for 30 years, and he's a single father, and he's never felt the pinch like he's doing now. They are now using their credit cards just to pay some of their bills to survive.
So what can be done? Now, in theory, a wealthier society should mean better lives for everyone, better schools, better healthcare, and better infrastructure. But if we do compare today to any time in history up until parts of the 20th century, life is indeed still better. Children don't die of curable illnesses. Most of us have a smartphone, electricity, and clean water. But the time we're in now feels especially painful because living standards are moving backwards, and now it's at an accelerated rate. Governments can start with progressively taxing the ultra-rich. The idea is that a chunk of their income can go into funding things like schools and healthcare. A problem with taxing the rich, though, is that they could just leave the country if the laws become too strict, so it is still a balance. Speaking of having a balance, here's Milton Friedman on why 100% inheritance tax is a bad idea, for example.
And given that the kind of people who become successful capitalists do not become that way by giving away their wealth voluntarily, isn't it necessary to forcibly redistribute wealth before you can begin to operate under a capitalist system?
No, it is not. What is the effect of 100% inheritance tax? The percent of 100% inheritance tax is to encourage people to dissipate their wealth in high living.
What's the harm in that?
The harm in that is that where do you get the factories? Where do you get the machines? Where do you get the capital investment? Where do you get the incentive to improve technology?
We do forget that the rich, definitely not all of them, but at least some of them invest in companies, and this does help the economy. I guess the difference between now and when this was filmed is that companies today tend to be focused more on extracting money at all costs, more often than not, rather than creating better products for the consumers. But that's a story for another day. And then there's the financial sector, which is where I think most of the work can be done. Authorities should look at tightening loopholes. Allowing companies to buy back their own stock was an absolute disaster, both for the quality of our companies and for wealth inequality. Companies being able to buy their own stock and push up the price sounds like fraud, but it's legal. Economist Lenore Palladino puts it this way. Stock buyback programs are, quote, one of the drivers of our imbalanced economy, in which corporate profits and shareholder payments continue to grow, while wages for typical workers stay flat. And then, of course, we have offshore tax havens, creative accounting practices, or questionable capital gains exemptions. Closing these loopholes could help the wealthiest contribute their fair share, at least more than 3.4% in tax. Of course, there's the argument that it's their hard-earned money. Why should they give it back? But this isn't about punishing success. It's about making sure the system doesn't keep reinforcing advantages for those already at the top. Closing tax loopholes shouldn't be that controversial. And yes, governments do squander tax revenues like a fat kid in a candy store, but at least there's a potential for a fairer tax system to help those who need it most without inflation. These solutions would be about building a society where success doesn't come at the expense of everyone else. It's about creating opportunities for everyone, not just protecting the privileges of a few. There's also proposals of raising the minimum wage. If multiple countries in the West do have a working poor class, that is, they have full-time jobs but still live in their cars, something is clearly wrong. But then again, on the flip side, many argue that raising the minimum wage could lead to job losses or increased costs for small businesses, and ultimately even end up being inflationary. These solutions are hard, they're nuanced, and they'll take time, competent leadership, and a lot of thought to get right. But there's no getting around it. If we want to avoid mass riots and social disruption in 10 years, ultimately, something has to be done if we're to lessen the gap. Here's Gary again.
Chancellor now, there'd be very, very little I could do. Honestly, because if I come out and try and tax the richest, I will get attacked by all of the richest and most powerful people in this country in the world will attack me. Then the newspapers will attack me, everyone will attack me, and it will become extremely difficult. And unless the general public, your average British man or woman on the street, understands we need to deal with inequality to protect our living standards, to protect our homes, to protect our children, it will be impossible.
So the demand needs to be bottom up.
Listen, this is not achievable without the support of the public. This is not achievable without the support of the public, without the broad support of the public.
These are not one-size-fits-all solutions. The economic situation and overall state of your country can be extremely different depending on where you are. Not every place has the same problem. What works in the US might flop in India or vice versa. The fact of the matter is, billionaire wealth buys political influences to tip the scales in their favor, and it's an uphill battle, but we have to start somewhere. And even if we are just discussing solutions in broader strokes, it's a start. So what do you guys think about all of this? It is a strange time to live in, but I'd like to hear what some of your solutions could be. Maybe we can get a conversation going in the comment section below. To kick off the discussion, over on the Cold Fusion Instagram, there was a post in reference to this video. Under it, there were some interesting comments in response. One user expresses a common viewpoint. If a billionaire creates jobs for countless people, then what's wrong with that? The main problem is hoarding wealth and not really contributing to society. I guess that ties into what we've learned from this episode. A lot of the ultra-wealthy don't make most of their money from industry, but investments, especially the stock market, and taking out loans against those investments as collateral. But do you agree with that? Billionaires are fine as long as they create jobs and contribute to society. Feel free to discuss. The Trump tariffs gave the world whiplash. Stock markets plunged, vaulted higher, and then plunged again. But in the chaos, some people made money.
It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. And he made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million. That's not bad.
And this has caused accusations of insider trading. But if you wanted to know more about this news story, it's such a politically charged topic that it makes things hard. But anyway, that's about it from me. Thanks for watching this longer episode. I really appreciate you staying till the end. My name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion, and I'll catch you again soon for the next episode. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Cold Fusion. It's new thinking.
Death of a game.
Anthem. This game name will definitely be a name to be remembered for the ages. Dylan, as the game was dubbed during its early concept phases, was named such as it was supposed to be, like the musician, timeless great art. Well, it's nearly the end of 2020, and it's safe to say that that isn't shaping up to be the case. In fact, the last significant update we have heard from the developer behind the game, BioWare, was promises that changes would come, eventually. Anthem, an always-online cooperative third-person shooter, which launched in 2018, as my intro implied, was supposed to light the video game world aflame. Instead, it seemed to burn out in a deafening quiet. While BioWare was known for its failures and fair criticism regarding Mass Effect Andromeda, which predated Anthem, Anthem would ultimately take the cake in terms of a more catastrophic failure. How did the media and fan-darling RPG developer miss so badly with Anthem? And what are the largest reasons the game was unable to garner an audience, resulting in BioWare vowing to reboot the game a la Artifact, another Death of game that I have covered on the series? While I'm not exactly early on this coverage, I did put a little bit more into this than some of the popcorn thoughts and add link-worthy videos, so hopefully you guys will enjoy it. On this episode of Death of a Game, we uncover one of the most spectacular failures in video game history, involving some of the highest profile developers, a large budget, and the backing of Electronic Arts. Suit up those javelins, freelancers, we're going up. I could dedicate multiple videos to explain the legacy and impact of a little studio from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, that grew to such epic proportions its name became synonymous with RPG. BioWare is at this point a near fixture in the world of video games. Founded in 1995 by founders Ray Mizuka and Greg Zuschek, BioWare, throughout its plethora of Game of the Years, bestsellers, and more rewards and accolades that you can count, has cemented itself in the video game history books. BioWare might be behind some RPGs considered royalty at this point, but even the greatest companies or competitors can miss once or twice. BioWare, after cashing in on trilogies in Dragon Age and Mass Effect, would have interest in pursuing a new, unique IP of their own. Over the course of a few years, BioWare would try a number of titles that would ultimately be cancelled before stumbling upon the idea that would ultimately become Anthem. Originally, Casey Hudson, the executive producer for Mass Effect, was the leading developer on the project in its earliest stages. The team was a small pre-production team, as most BioWare's manpower was focused on Dragon Age Inquisition, which was set to launch in the end of 2014. The project was called Dylan, after the famous songwriter Bob Dylan, meant to be a game that would be timelessly remembered. As video game journalist Jason Schreier puts in his behind-the-scenes article on Anthem, an article that I highly recommend for those that are interested, even within BioWare, Project Dylan was lock and key and required a password just to access the wiki. Publicly, September 18, 2012, Aaron Flynn, BioWare general manager, would announce on BioWare's blog that they were working on a new unique IP at the main Edmonton studio. BioWare wouldn't mention anything else regarding this mystery project until E3 2014, where they would do a teaser trailer announcing a new IP. BioWare was purposely building this up to be a big affair, and I mean it was. What if BioWare could create another trilogy-worthy IP series to be remembered by RPG fans? Well, that's to say if it was going to be an RPG. Details at this point were scarce concerning the project, other than the fact that they were leaning towards less of a singular story and maybe more of a world or atmospheric story. BioWare would flex their engine prototype in a teaser trailer showing off some of the dynamic weather changes supposedly capable in Project Dylan. August 2014, Casey Hudson, after 16 years in a shocking turn of news, would leave BioWare. With BioWare having announced publicly that they were working on a new IP, people were worried about what this meant for the status of this newly announced Project Dylan. Rest assured, according to Casey Hudson, who was reportedly leaving to think about things and take a bit of a break, the foundation of our new IP in Edmonton is complete, and the team is ready to move forward into pre-production on a title that I think will redefine interactive entertainment. According to Jason Schreier and his BioWare employee sources, this wasn't really true. While they were indeed moving towards a pre-production of sorts, the foundation being complete might have been a bit far of a statement to make. More importantly, though, and less pedantically, the issue with Casey Hudson departing was he was effectively the captain of the ship, and he had been at BioWare for some time, especially at their main headquarters in Edmonton. Without Casey Hudson's creative direction and leadership, surely things weren't exactly better off. Dylan was kind of his pet project. This wouldn't be the end of a number of key creative and executive talents leaving BioWare either. While Project Dylan was barely getting off the ground, another dagger would hit the company when they would lose the lead writer behind Dragon Age, David Gator. Edmonton studio for BioWare was their flagship studio, and David specifically, just a year before, had been tasked with working on Project Dylan following the completion and launch of Dragon Age Inquisition. So this loss of David would certainly hurt the future game's development, as well as the collective as a whole, especially when his cited reasons for leaving have to do with losing desire to keep playing the game that he was working on. BioWare wasn't just losing its talent, it was losing key cornerstone members of development teams, and ones in particular who were supposed to help with steering the new ship that was supposed to eventually become Anthem. By the end of 2016, Project Dylan had been in pre-production state for nearly 4 years. That was long enough to get a top executive at publisher EA knocking, Patrick Soderlund. Christmas of 2016, and the story goes that BioWare would typically end their year by sending out demos for the games that they were working on so the staff could take them home. Patrick himself played this rough demo, which had at this point of development removed the pivotal flying feature that we all kind of recognize as being one of the marquee aspects of what became Anthem. Patrick, according to the reports, wasn't pleased and stated it was unacceptable. According to employee testimony anonymously, Patrick specifically was not pleased with the graphics in the game, saying that this is not what you had promised to me as a game. Following the fateful meeting, Soderlund would get BioWare Edmonton in touch with the Swedish DICE studio behind Frostbite, which BioWare was uniformly using now to ease development and cut costs. This was a new directive pushed forth by Patrick Soderlund himself. The idea was to make the game look more visually appealing. and work out any of the issues BioWare was having with Frostbite, which would turn out to be nearly insurmountable. Pressure was mounting though. The team was now tasked with putting together a demo in 6 weeks to try to impress the executives this time. And timing was crucial because 2017 was supposed to be the year that BioWare would launch Mass Effect Andromeda, and very likely they were looking to follow it up with a new IP launch as well. Patrick Sutherland would yet again travel to Edmonton early 2017 to check on the updated progress on what would become named Beyond going forward. The demo Patrick would observe was hastily put together, but the graphics and visual clarity was greatly improved. This was enough to impress Patrick after seeing a 30-second flight liftoff sequence rendered in the game's engine. It wasn't a game yet, and a demo was maybe a bit too far considering much of what was featured in it was not ultimately reflective of what would be revealed later and then released ultimately at launch, but the cogs were set in motion, and there was seemingly no stopping now. BioWare's Montreal studio would launch Mass Effect Andromeda March 21st, 2017. And while I won't dedicate too much time in this video to talk about that game, there's plenty of videos that explain the kerfuffle of a game launch that was Mass Effect Andromeda.
Sorry, my face is tired from dealing with everything.
I do still have to acknowledge that Mass Effect Andromeda's poor launch and their poor reception meant that Beyond now was going to need to wow critics even more, but more importantly, wow the shareholders. With Mass Effect Andromeda's launch bombing for BioWare, the spotlight was shifting to Beyond, and so was the development teams. Montreal studio would be shuttered following the lackluster title ship, but Edmonton would receive help from another BioWare studio, an unlikely studio. BioWare Austin, which was behind SWTOR, Mass Effect 3, and Mass Effect Andromeda's multiplayer, had experiences with online titles, including an online-only title in SWTOR. This was important for Beyond because the game was shaping up to be a cooperative, always-online third-person shooter. Cue the comparisons to Destiny, a looter shooter created by Bungie of Halo fame, which shared many similarities. There wasn't real evidence early on what the goal was necessarily with the game though. It seemed as if development evolved things just to start to become more and more like Destiny over time, which could be due to a lack of direction, or a desire to mimic certain aspects of Destiny which were kind of like the market standard at the time. The distinctive difference, well at least what might have been the difference originally, was supposed to be well Beyond had more of a narrative focus, and Destiny was more of a looter shooter. E3 2017 would prove to be one of the biggest years for Beyond yet. Well, for starters, it wasn't going to be named Beyond anymore. Coming as a shock to even the people working on the game, the name would be changed to Anthem just weeks before E3 2017. What also came as a surprise bizarrely to even the developers of the game was the actual gameplay shown at E3 2017 as well. Yep, that's right. A good portion of the developers working on Anthem, previously Beyond, hadn't even seen how the game would play yet. The gameplay reveal itself is incredibly impressive visually as well as looking quite exciting to play and jet around in a power suit, but whether or not it would match what would be released would remain to be seen. As the article highlights, Electronic Arts describes Anthem as a shared world action RPG. You and your friends are freelancers, the bold few with the courage to leave civilization behind, explore a landscape of primeval beauty, and confront the dangers you find. The structure of the game would be up to 4 players band together to take on whatever perils you discover as a heroic team as your friends support you in your journey. So do your victories and rewards benefit your friends. The unique gameplay hook in Anthem was of course as shown front and center in trailers and removed and added multiple times, wield an arsenal of Javelin exosuits, each equipped with unique weapons and abilities, customize them with gear that you earn and craft, and fly through a contiguous open world. The rest of the blurb reads a lot like a standard let's vaguely describe our game in action terms, and while it's hard to not see the vast comparisons though between Destiny and Anthem with such vagueness. This matched what was going on behind the scenes as well. It wasn't like BioWare had some ace in the hole that they were planning. They did indeed have issues formulating the foundation of what Anthem was supposed to even be, and this was something that was consistent throughout the development of the game. While the gameplay and combat and visuals were front and center at E3 2017, what was suspiciously absent was any mention of narrative or story in Anthem, something that BioWare was particularly known for. There was some clues that the story wasn't going to be the same kind of focus in Anthem though, and the first example was the news that Anthem would not have romances. Nearly every BioWare game up to that point had romances, and being a big fan of them myself, this news was quite shocking for many of us BioWare fans. Sure, not every RPG or game needs a romance, but a BioWare game without a romance? While we can speculate endlessly why, I think it's better to save this for a revisit later in the video. Whatever the problems were with the narrative concerning Anthem, BioWare was throwing around some serious weight when they announced a few days after E3 that Drew Karpyshyn, of KOTOR 1 and Mass Effect 1 and 2 fame, would be working on the project. And another key departure from BioWare, Aaron Flynn, following the failure of Mass Effect Andromeda, would exit the company after 17 years, which would result in a crazy turn of events that would end up in Casey Hudson rejoining the company of BioWare as a general manager this time, in charge of basically cleaning up the mess, so to say. Casey Hudson had been doing work at Microsoft, and was a much rejoiced re-signing for the team behind Anthem, but BioWare in general too. Casey might have been the father of Anthem to a certain extent, but he was going to have bigger issues than just one game not doing well, as they were planning on doing Dragon Age 4 behind the scenes and what would later become a new Mass Effect game as well. Anthem wasn't the only thing riding on Casey anymore, it was kind of the fate of the company to a certain extent. There might not be another online title I have covered on my channel more ill-fallen than Anthem. In tragic news of July 31st, 2017, Corey Gasper, the lead designer working on Anthem, and also responsible largely for the combat in the Mass Effect series, passed away. Anthem, one after the other, was losing key developers. But worst of all, BioWare was losing many core creative talent as well. October 2017 would result in yet another key profile departure, when the creative director behind Dragon Age, Mike Laidlaw, would leave BioWare after 14 years with the company. I have to reiterate, Anthem wasn't the only game in trouble here. BioWare in general was in trouble. Working on another Dragon Age title and losing the creative director of the franchise was certainly not a good thing. The idea here is that, while Anthem is most certainly negatively affected by the turmoil going on at BioWare, it's sort of the least of the problems when the very company itself was seemingly in jeopardy from a string of failures and a loss of key talent. Somehow, amidst all of the upheaval at BioWare, on top of a litany of other developmental issues behind Anthem, Anthem was supposed to launch in 2018. EA would announce January 2018 that they would be pushing the release back to 2019 instead, but professed that it wasn't a delay. It was a scheduling thing, right? I've used that one before too. Delay or not, BioWare was doubling down on Anthem, with EA Motive gobbling up what remained of BioWare Montreal. According to an article on Kotaku, they were now focusing all of the developing power on Anthem. This could prove to be the key work that Anthem needed to push past the finish line, but there were already questions of what would that even look like if they did, and do they even want a hobbling online title to launch just, well, because? EA isn't known to cancel such high-profile projects so late in development at this point. BioWare had their date likely picked out for them, and there was no pushing it back any further. To be fair, BioWare had been working on Anthem in some capacity for nearly 6 years already. EA was justifiably expecting results. It just never looks pretty when they start swinging the axe. At this point, it would be weird if I didn't announce another key departure from Anthem, and subsequently BioWare, quarterly at the point of the story. This time it was a dagger that couldn't be exactly ignored or swept away. Drew Karpyshyn specifically was brought in to work on Anthem, and when a high-profile writer like that departs the project, it's impossible to ignore. According to Casey Hudson though, this wasn't going to affect the project though. Now, I know I'm joking and memeing a bit here, but there's an overwhelming theme throughout this, and, well, Mass Effect Andromeda's particular failures. BioWare magic is something that gets referred to a lot in the context of BioWare. It's sort of this, religion that you could prey on previously, and things would just kind of work themselves out. You would just say, well, things are rough, but BioWare magic is gonna happen. The mythical BioWare magic seemed limitless prior to Anthem, but perhaps rivers were running dry and no BioWare magic could save the day here. Speaking of our quarterly departures, July 2018 would mark yet another with BioWare original founding developer, James Olin, credited behind Baldur's Gate, KOTOR 1, Neverwinter Nights 1, and SWTOR, who worked at the company for 20 years. James Olin, on top of being another key developer behind flagship products at BioWare, was also involved in Anthem's development to a lesser extent, working as a narrative director for the game for 6 months during the game's development, before handing it off to Kathleen Rutsart. Anthem seemed like a ship that was slowly sinking, and while some people stayed around long enough to try and plug the holes, others were just jumping overboard and deciding to swim the waters out there themselves. BioWare would finally release more story details concerning Anthem, September 2018, with a video accompanying it. Anthem, an always online cooperative third-person shooter, would feature characters in the game which you could form relationships with. Sort of like companions who you could bring with you on your adventures with your in-real-life friends. Wait, What? It seems like they took their RPG formula where you walk around with your companions and then applied it to an online game where it doesn't exactly make the same exact sense. You can already assume what the problems would be in this regard going forward, and that's your friends talking over the story or the companions and vice versa. More gameplay details would include the core gameplay loop surrounding Anthem, which was sort of finally revealed at this point. The game was mission-based and would consist of you and your friends picking up these missions and doing them to experience the story, loot some nice rewards, and get more powerful weaponry. If this doesn't sound like it would be enough content to last long enough, well, you're absolutely right, since it sounds eerily familiar to the Mass Effect multiplayer series without the whole Fort Tarsis hub. Strongholds and Freeplay were supposed to be where Anthem was really going to shine, though. Starting with Strongholds, they were essentially the equivalent of a raid in Destiny or an MMO for 4 players that would last about half an hour and have more difficult and challenging AI with juicier rewards. Anthem would need to churn these out rather regularly if they wanted them to satisfy the more hardcore player base that inevitably would find themselves attracted to a looter shooter. The problem being, well, like a raid, a Stronghold inevitably is going to get boring after repeating it, since there's next to no variance upon replaying it except slight difficulty differences. Free play is probably one of the features of Anthem that got people the most excited about the game in the first place. The idea of flying around in your Javelin suit with friends, exploring a world, and questing together sounded awesome. It looked awesome too. With world events a la Destiny 2 and places to explore, the idea was sounding like it would indeed keep players entertained for some. They're divided into 4 categories: the Ranger, the Colossus, the Storm, the Interceptor. These all are effectively classes. The Ranger suit is a base suit, which is kind of a jack-of-all-trades suit. The Colossus, as the name implies, is more for defensive capabilities, that also has a very large, devastating siege cannon. And then there's the Storm Javelin, which, as the name implies, is for creating havoc by summoning energy of the Anthem, which allows you to convert that energy for destruction. The Storm is more of a glass cannon. And then finally you have the Interceptor Javelin, which is about getting up close and personal to your targets, as well as being a capable and effective lone wolf fighter. BioWare would finally allow the public to get their hands on Anthem for the first time, during a series of demo weekends meant to garner interest and get feedback. How much feedback at this point was questionable being so close to a planned launch, but anything at this point was better than nothing. The first demo weekend was a disaster though, giving some players an infinite loading screen, rubber band issues, and many more bugs. This was a month before Anthem was supposed to launch, and what was actually designed at being a VIP access kind of demo was looking more and feeling like a early closed beta. But BioWare was reassuring fans that despite the rocky demo weekend, things were stabilizing. While BioWare was struggling to get their demo ready for play, their publisher Electronic Arts was forecasting 6 million sales for Anthem. Now, I've talked about high stakes before and the amount of resources and time dedicated to Anthem, untold millions and nearly 7 years of game development, but 6 million sales seem to be more than just a bold forecast. Anthem the day of launch, like many other titles, would plan a day one patch that was set to fix many of the issues outlined by players. And like many day one patches, it at this point, unfortunately, wasn't going to be enough to plug all of the holes. After 7 years of rocky development and the passing of the reins back and forth more akin to the passing of a hot potato, Anthem would finally launch February 22nd, 2019. This was BioWare's chance to hit it out of the park, something they were going to have to do to satisfy the desires of EA to protect, at this point, maybe even the integrity of the company itself. Metacritic, the aggregate review website, has Anthem sitting at the lowest in history for a BioWare game, 59 out of 100 out of 76 critics. Fans would rate the title a 4 out of 10 or a 40 out of 100 out of 3,500 plus reviews. This is akin to getting the wind knocked out of you, or a blow to the liver, a gut punch to BioWare & Co. While it was undeniable that Anthem might have been one of the best looking games we have seen, Anthem was by worst being described as bare bones. IGN said in their review of the game, which they rated a 6.5 out of 10, most of Anthem's dialogue, though, seems to exist to justify the maddening reuse of dull activities during the quests like standing on a capture point or fetching items to unlock a door. This repetitive structure makes up the vast majority of the gameplay in the main story, called the Critical Path. Both agent quest and contract mission types are hilariously formulated to the point where my friends and I even made a game out of guessing the next objective that would be thrown our way as we flew toward it, and getting it right depressingly often. IGN would also highlight the clear crisis of identity for the always online title, that seemed to bizarrely have a single player hub zone for Tarsis, and this over-reliance on everything being online at the same time. What was Anthem exactly, and why did it have such a reliance on typical RPG conventions despite having little to no content or substance to offer in those regards? PC Gamer in their review of Anthem would rate the game a 55 out of 100, with their closing thoughts being Anthem is deeply flawed and frequently frustrating, but it sure is gorgeous. Anthem's disjointed story, boring loot, and repetitive missions and shallow endgame are all disappointing. PC Gamer also took the effort to calculate the insane loading times present in Anthem, likely needed to summon all of those pretty assets and effects. With a SATA hard drive, the game would take a minute and a half to load, while loading free play would take a minute plus, and exiting it another 33 seconds. With an SSD, this would shrink about 10 seconds each of those, still leaving quite ridiculous load times for a game that, well, you're going to be loading between zones quite religiously. GameSpot would rate Anthem a 6 out of 10, highlighting many of the same positives as the aforementioned reviews, such as visuals, combat, and even some of the side characters being interesting, while lamenting the negatives, as in although flying is an integral part of the game, your suit overheats, which means that you're going to be grounded for a good portion of the game, which seems kind of counterproductive and all, and not exactly the Iron Man that was originally intended. Imagine you're watching the Iron Man trilogy, and every 30 seconds Tony Stark has to vent his suit out, because he doesn't want it to overheat. What positives Anthem has, no matter how shiny or not, quickly fade away when you realize how tedious the game plays. You need separate screens and free play to pick your loadout, and there's only 4 javelins, which isn't enough variety alongside a repetitive mission structure to keep people playing. With only 3 strongholds being at launch and one of them basically being a story reskin, the endgame in Anthem, simply put, wasn't appearing to have enough to keep even moderate players of the game merely weeks after launch. I honestly could dedicate an entire video talking about the litany of design issues present in Anthem, but I really want to focus on the main ones here that I think that plague the game. Some of them have been outlined before, others I think need a little bit more explaining. Anthem was originally set to be a third-person shooter title with a world story. Yep, that's kind of it. That was the pitch. There wasn't a whole lot of details about what Anthem was supposed to be early on, and it didn't seem like it had a set-in-stone design philosophy or even a game design document set. Anthem was in one part designed by the remnants of BioWare RPG projects, so it had the RPG flavor all over it, and in the other part it was hosted in the Frostbite engine and had more of an action-oriented gameplay than of previous BioWare titles. Basically an RPG on one half and a looter shooter on the other. The issue being that the looter shooter part on its own wasn't fulfilling enough to have staying power or rival that of Destiny 2 or The Division. Loot in Anthem was handled incredibly poorly for starters, and power upgrades feeling like small incremental crawls versus big jumps were, yeah, probably not the way to go about things. Sure, you don't need legendaries to drop like candy, but a 1% upgrade on something isn't enough to make somebody get excited to do the same stronghold 5 more times. So what about the RPG half? Well, it's basically plagued by many issues caused because it's attached to the other aforementioned half. A good example of this is how your companions that accompany you on missions at sometimes will just start talking to you about the story while your friends are talking to you, or vice versa. From a design perspective, this doesn't really make sense though, because the game is already designed as being a cooperative shooter. This means inevitably the narrative can be damaged, at least if BioWare designs it in the typical RPG convention. I think had they learned from BioWare Austin and their experiences on SWTOR, they would have been better prepared here. Because SWTOR has a system where, when a companion has a mission or dialogue with you, it's more so done in private, while any story missions or dialogue is sectioned away from the actual gameplay portion of the game. Simply put, when it's time to pew-pew, there's no talking going on. Edmonton Studio could have learned this from the BioWare Austin studio, but in Jason Schreier's article, he states that there was a bit of a divide in communication between the two teams and maybe even a bit of a rivalry. Following the poor reception for Anthem, EA would brag about them making $100 million in digital revenue, which comes across like, trust us guys, it wasn't that bad. But they were right, the sales were pretty good all things considered, which boded well for the game going forward because if it failed to even just get an audience early on, there was probably next to no chance it was ever going to get a reboot. Currently speaking, Anthem was that bad actually. The day one patch didn't miraculously save the day and Anthem was having a slew of issues with performance and straight up bugs. The March 1st patch, for example, broke free to play by removing all of the monsters. Well, this happened because of a hotfix originally. A Reddit user would then point out in March that a starter weapon bizarrely was apparently the most powerful weapon, and he had the maths to prove it. These are just a couple of the high-profile issues that were plaguing the game at launch. BioWare would finally unveil their roadmap and plan for future post-launch content sometime in 2019, with details for one of the biggest parts of that being Cataclysm, which was supposed to be an event that lasted 8 weeks long and included new loot, locations, missions, and more. Not much later though, BioWare would announce the delay of said event. But that wouldn't stop there. While developers can fall short on a roadmap promises, that can't be necessarily the worst thing ever either, right? Sometimes you're just late on something, sometimes you have a good reason to delay something. Well, BioWare just straight decided you can't miss a deadline if you just literally get rid of the deadline. The detective in me says this is for legal reasons and a negative thing overall, but writer Paul Tassi at Forbes has a compelling argument for stating maybe it's kind of for the better. The roadmap itself wasn't really a roadmap to start with. It was more of like a this is what we want to do map. The plans didn't really seem all too concrete, and not much details were shown at all concerning what the new axe or Cataclysm would even entail. Anthem, like the Javelin exosuits you flew in, was running out of fuel, or in this case, overheating. It seemed to draw on an early metaphor from development on Anthem, and that was the game was having issues staying in flight. Electronic Arts CEO Andrew Wilson would throw his thoughts into the fold June of 2019 in an exclusive interview he did with Game Daily Biz, where he explained the learning process for BioWare and EA and how they approached video game development, as well as talking about the recent failures of Anthem. Although I didn't expect to find much useful in this interview because corporate speakers nearly always have a whole lot of nothing to say, no offense, I did want to comment on something that he said in particular. Intellectual property lives for generations and runs in these 7 to 10 year cycles. So if I think about Anthem on a 7 to 10 year cycle, it may not have had the start that many of us wanted, including our players. I feel like the team is really going to get there with something special and something great because they've demonstrated that they can. Now this might seem inconsequential and maybe I'm just picking on a little bit of the corporatism here, but my issue is that making assumptions that things can be good because they were good in the past is well fallacious, especially when the development surrounding the game from the start has been rocky. Now it's nice that Andrew thinks about IPs living for generations, and he's right, they do, but not the ones that fail, right? Which is kind of the whole problem we're having here, right? Anthem's much anticipated Cataclysm event, the event that many Anthem fans at this point were expecting would save the game, would finally launch August 2019. Now the Cataclysm, which I will do my best to explain simply because it frankly is not really ever properly explained, is sort of a dynamic world event leaderboard. The purpose is to go out in the free play world, find these cataclysmic events and bosses and reap the rewards of those. This would continue over the course of weeks, sort of like one giant season. Now the idea in theory is cool, but ultimately the execution seemed to be more than who has the highest score rinse and repeat gameplay mode, which sadly was more of the same already. Still, the new cosmetics and content in general was much needed and appreciated by the fanbase. If Cataclysm was supposed to be the ace in the hole for BioWare, it wasn't proving to wow anybody just yet. Especially not when The Division and Destiny 2 had much better story and content options. BioWare was going to have to do more than just a few new cosmetics and a content update to satisfy the horde of BioWare loyals eager to gobble up the next content slice. October 17th, 2019, and Anthem would release a surprise event seemingly looking to solve this problem as well as have the seasonal events to take place in the game. As the Forbes article details, however, most of the content was reused and reskinned from Cataclysm anyway. Anthem was desperately starved for content. Rumors would already begin circling the web on November 15th, 2019, when Kotaku would publish an article stating that sources involved with BioWare leaked a complete overhaul was planned for Anthem. This was something that the game desperately needed at this point. Anthem would have its Christmas event 2019 as well, marking the last seasonal update we have seen in the game so far. But other than that, it was noticeably quiet for the barely launched project's Bob Dylan level shooter ending in 2019, which wasn't what the fanbase wanted at the time. Although rumors were around that a big reboot was planned, they wouldn't become verified until in a not so surprising but shocking nonetheless moment, Casey Hudson on February 10th of 2020 would confirm there was indeed a reboot level update planned for Anthem. He would go on to state that Anthem needs a more satisfying loot experience, better long-term progression, and a more fulfilling endgame. So we recognize that there's still more fundamental work to be done to bring out the full potential of the experience, and it will require a more substantial reinvention than an update or expansion. 1 year after the game launched, and they would go back to the drawing board to try and fix the problems and relaunch at a later date perhaps. Where I get a bit peeved about this all, and yeah, I use peeved by the way because it's a great word to use when you want to trivialize your actual anger or disdain for something, but I get peeved when people start to compare Anthem to Final Fantasy XIV, saying, well, that Final Fantasy XIV was able to have a crazy reboot that brought the game back from the brink of death. That means that Anthem can too, right? First, we have to look at the Western developers versus Eastern developers. When Final Fantasy XIV failed, Square Enix had their dev team, without having to force them or threaten the axe or anything, on their own volition and emotions, crying on stage vowing that they would make a better game with the reboot. Then they opened up dialogue with the forum, dev talks, developer letters, and much more to increase communication so they could get proper feedback and channels on what the problems were regarding Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 so that 2.0 could be much better. With Anthem, we didn't really get to see that following their announcement of the planned reboot. If anything, they immediately went back to lock and key, which is not what your audience wants from you, especially when you draw comparisons between Final Fantasy XIV and Anthem. While people were expecting Anthem to be the great phoenix rising from the ashes story, it wasn't really seeming to be the case. There's something to be said about the culture of BioWare changing after their acquisition by Electronic Arts, and the loss of many of their core members.
EA.
Drew Karpyshyn, who had recently left BioWare and working on Anthem, had some thoughts about the direction of BioWare and the reason for his departure. It was a dream job, talented people working together to create epic games like Baldur's Gate, KOTOR, Mass Effect, and Dragon Age. But as we grew and became more successful, things changed. We became more corporate. We were less able to make what we loved, and the teams were pushed to create games based on market research rather than our creative instincts and passions. Could that have been the problem with Anthem? It was pushed by the EA executive to being a gorgeous title which has its perks, surely, but trying to create content for a game must have been challenging, with all the pretty assets and graphics needed, right? According to a games industry article in May of 2020, BioWare Austin studio director Christian Daly stated that Anthem was being worked on by a 30-person incubation team, which was actually better because it gave them more agility having less people. Acknowledging the team being small, Daly seemed to state confidently that they were still dedicated to making Anthem a better game regardless. Christian then used that damn Final Fantasy XIV comparison I mentioned, all the while refusing to divulge any serious details about the process or the game, which kind of contradicts the whole idea of, well, we can do it like Square Enix did it, right? Square Enix knew they had egg on their face, right? So the saying says, and they addressed it face to face with their audience. EA BioWare was trying to shield themselves from blame and negative publicity surrounding it, and seemingly not opening enough channels for communication with their audience, or at least following up on it. BioWare would let a little bit of information out about the reboot July 2020, though at this point it was kind of just more art being worked on. Not anything like the Final Fantasy XIV story so far, which I covered actually on my channel. A few days later, and they released actual details in the form of a blog post with specific focus on fixing the loot in Anthem by increasing frequency, viability, and loot rarities having strategic value throughout progression, which all seem like great changes. In regards to how loot would be explained in the equipment inventory, UI, and menu, well, it's impossible not to see the Destiny influence now, right? I don't know if running towards Destiny was the play here at this point, but it's not a bad idea to copy what works. The most recent update as of November 2020 regarding Anthem is the Javelin gameplay and builds update. It fully fleshes out the builds and customizability with each of the Javelins. Now Javelins would have access to multiple specs and artifacts of their choosing. BioWare is considering doing more power progression as well, so you can grow more powerful in your exosuit, but according to their blog, these are early thoughts. At this point, is the incremental approach really going to work here? Now, I'm not saying the big Jesus patch is the only approach, but that if you want to do an incremental approach, your communication just has to be much better, right? I don't mean posting a forum thread and asking for feedback and then never checking the thread or never following up on it, but actually having developer chats with their audience, hearing and reading their feedback there, and explaining your thoughts and reasoning for the game's design. That sort of back and forth, that humility, that openness, the incremental design, that's when it makes sense, because you're trying to rehabilitate the trust and properly steer the direction for your ailing multiplayer title. But BioWare wasn't fully committing to that choice in my opinion, and this is why seemingly no buzz was being generated over these blog posts or update releases. Was anybody even looking for Anthem anymore? Or had they moved on to the still very successful titles like Destiny 2 or The Division completely? I think BioWare will always have a core audience, as long as it's able to stay afloat because they have captured so many people's hearts before. And well, like an ex-mate, we keep letting them back into our lives, and our wallets. We've reached the end of our timeline, but the mystery still isn't solved. In fact, I know some Anthem players or those who follow the story are seething when they're watching this. How could you not even mention Frostbite, Anthem's engine? Fair point, but I confess I did that intentionally because I didn't want the engine narrative to impact the story too much. I find that engines can be used as a scapegoat by players and developers alike, and in the case of Anthem, although Frostbite was a serious issue as I will now detail further, the game had a litany of other issues I wanted to cover as well. Frostbite has been a thorn in many projects' sides at this point. When EA executive Patrick Soderlund pushed development towards using a single engine like Epic Games, they encountered a slew of problems. First, the engine designed and developed by DICE was made for shooters. It didn't have things like looting systems, deep progression, persistent worlds, and mini RPG systems. The engine wasn't even designed for being always online in many of the systems we know to be quite typical of a looter shooter, which regardless if Anthem started as one or not, it certainly became one. Frostbite is full of razor blades, a BioWare employee said. Jason Schreier in his article stated that even today, BioWare developers say Frostbite can make their jobs exponentially more difficult. When Anthem would encounter its engine issues, which was on top of its completely disjointed development cycle, they had to contact DICE for help. But Jason Schreier would mention BioWare would have to compete for time versus the FIFA dev team, which made far more money, had the top programmers, and needless to say was just a bigger focus. The article on Kotaku, alongside a slew of other developer and player accounts over the years, highlight the main problems with Frostbite. Trying to get Frostbite to do things it wasn't naturally designed to do made it feel like you were fighting the engine entirely during development. Part of this stems from the fact that engines are incredibly difficult to develop. Epic Games didn't just show up with the Unreal Engine after all. They had it for 2 decades plus. Developing the engine in conjunction with other major blockbuster titles was certainly a risk that has nearly killed a couple of corporations before, and it was hurting EA and BioWare across many of their games. I don't have the technical knowledge to say without a shadow of a doubt that Frostbite is the problem, and it will never get to the point that EA wants it to reach, but I do think it's fair to say at this point, Frostbite for Anthem was like swimming against the tide, with shark-infested whirlpool-filled giant-waved water. That music means we've finally reached the end of our journey, and by this point you should have a plethora of clues to unpack with me, as well as evidence pertaining to the interesting and spectacular failure surrounding Anthem. Why did Anthem fail to garner a proper audience? Well, let's start with the one that we just finished with. Frostbite, described by BioWare employees as being full of razor blades. A long disjointed development cycle, filled with losing key staff members, changes of direction, rushed deadlines, crunch time, and a lack of leadership. Crisis of identity, and trying to be a cooperative looter-shooter RPG, it failed at both being anything better than just okay. Lack of endgame and repetitive gameplay led to a quick burnout of players, and a lack of longevity. Poor performance and technical issues plagued the game since its inception. Anthem just doesn't feel like a BioWare game. Anthem might be one of the more interesting titles I have covered on the series, with probably one of the highest profile failures on top of it. Now, Anthem might not have been taken out to the woods yet, with promises that BioWare is still working on the title, but considering it's been nearly a year, there's next to no significant updates, I think it's safe to say we're not going to see anything more significant anytime soon either. Now, if they do come back with flying colors, like Final Fantasy XIV, the game that people like to compare them to, I will be one of the first people to cover the game. Well, first for me. You know, detectives arrive late to these sorts of things, and clues take time to gather and all. The lesson or lessons to be learned with Anthem are immense. You could write a course on game development with Anthem as a centerpiece. There's so many things that went wrong, but the train just kept rolling. It's a wonder that the game even launched. BioWare is what I am worried about at this point. Whether Anthem comes back or not, there's just low expectations. But with BioWare, although they've lost much of their top talent, they still are BioWare. They still have those IPs we love with some of the talent behind them. Will BioWare get out of this slump that they have found themselves in, though? A company at one point that was thought to do no wrong? Only time will tell, detectives. Thanks for watching, guys.
Did they stop dropping both?
You know that old saying, never meet your heroes?
Overwatch 2. Death of a game.
Overwatch 2, an all-new sequel to the world-famous, world-igniting Overwatch 1 that was set to introduce an all-new PvE and hero mode component to the game in a way never done before. Well, that was the tagline and the thesis of it all. That's not where things ended up, as all of you are probably well aware of after reading the title of this video. No, you see, it turns out after the game has been reportedly in the works since 2019, Overwatch 2 has been basically cancelled. Yes, there will be fans in chat discussing how the PvP mode is still existing and counters this notion, but the entire point of Overwatch 2 was the new PvE hero mode and content. Hundreds of missions, hero missions, and cooperative content, mostly if not all gone. And yet, here we are. Blizzard is seemingly bent on pretending that nothing happened, with their recent showcase at the Xbox Game Show where they unveiled their paid PvE content and teased a new hero. But I won't pretend it didn't happen. I was there testing Overwatch since closed beta, and I got to top 500 and even won a LAN tournament. I was in the trenches, and seeing the foregoing of development on Overwatch 1 for another game was puzzling even back then. If this is Overwatch 2, a major sequel, it might be one of the worst, highest profile ones we have ever seen and witnessed, all things encompassed. This is quite clearly Detectives' special episode. I mean, I've already got the jazz going, and I don't even think we have ever gone through a timeline like this before, with such preconceived notions of chaos and failure wrapped up so deeply into everything. But that's because Overwatch 2 was a colossal failure, and despite what White Knighters in the comments might try, keyword, to argue, this entire video is going to be dedicated to outlining through the usage of the game's historical timeline and evidence we gather along the journey, the various failures of the game culminating to a colossal one just recently. So strap in, detectives, we have quite the story to unravel here. To disclaim things too, my allegiances are to the betterment of the gaming industry as a whole. To everyone asking me to be less mean or critical, well, I'm just letting you know that that's utterly trite and not utility-like in reaching my goal. Detectives have never really been universally liked. I mean, we're shaking cupboards and pulling back rugs after all. Anyway, thanks for the support as always. You guys personally requested this investigation, so let's get to the case. The story of Overwatch 2, unsurprisingly, starts with the previous title, Overwatch 1. The mere announcement of a sequel would send shockwaves through the community. Not just because of the hype and possibilities, but because Overwatch 1 was only a few years old at this point, and at that point had been largely abandoned in terms of large or even moderate updates. This much was admitted by Overwatch's director Jeff Kaplan later on. But the whole idea was that Overwatch 1 was on the rocks because the development team was secretly cooking up Overwatch 2 behind the scenes, and it was going to change everything. Overwatch 2 would be finally capitalizing on the long-standing and incredibly well-done lore and art that Overwatch featured for many years, including the trailers and the different shorts. With the addition of the game now having a story mode, they could really leverage this. This would include story missions, unique hero missions for each hero, and according to Forbes, Overwatch 2 was set to have reportedly hundreds of co-op missions. As for the PvP players, they would experience new visuals, a new game mode dubbed Push, new heroes, and the change of 6 players to 5 players now, making the game 5 vs 5. Nearly 2 years would pass and Overwatch 2 was seemingly no closer to launch. While it's expected for a game to have taken time for development, announcing it clearly so early on was putting pressure on the game. And worse, Overwatch 1 wasn't being updated or properly handled anymore. So much so that Blizzard was even admitting such. Worst of all, not only was the development on Overwatch 2 stalling behind the scenes, struggles over scope and scale on the project were raging on. The game director himself, Jeff Kaplan, the voice and face of Overwatch, would be leaving Blizzard during this struggle after 19 years of development history. Aaron Keller, who previously led the level design team on Team 4 for Blizzard and Overwatch, would take over as the game director. Funny enough though, his LinkedIn still says that he's a level designer though. Jeff Kaplan leaving was a major blow to not just Overwatch, but the coming of Overwatch 2. Many people would theorize that Overwatch 2 was Jeff's plan and vision to see the realization of what was Project Titan, the previously failed online FPS project that from its ashes would birth Overwatch. Many people felt that with his departure, that dream officially died. That being said, there is also an insane amount of character worship that goes on in America, and specifically with Jeff Kaplan. Now, it's less that he's secretly this bad developer that I'm going to unveil or this asshole or whatever else, but it's more that just his strengths also come with weaknesses. And for the kind of game and money that Activision Blizzard was trying to make, perhaps Jeff was just the wrong tool. With more time and resources, could Jeff maybe have accomplished his vision? Perhaps, but the deck was stacked against him ever since Kotick took over Blizzard. And well, after you see of what became of the monetization for Overwatch 2, it's hard not to see it as a battle that Kaplan ultimately lost, whatever the true story might be. While 2021 would be a quiet year for Overwatch 2 in its coming progress, it wasn't a quiet year for the developer and publisher behind the game, Activision Blizzard. In the summer of 2021, multiple harassment suits would be levied against the company with real credible backing and evidence. The California Department of Fair Employment and Housing would release a 29-page complaint sheet following 2 years of research concerning dozens of accounts of sexual harassment at Activision Blizzard. Activision Blizzard, from all accounts and purposes, was a toxic frat boy culture who had become so powerful and big-headed in their success in video games that the company felt that they could just display their misogyny and bro culture at the workplace, brazenly even. The chickens were coming home to roost though. The backlash was so bad that the major advertisers that were involved in the OWL, or the Overwatch League, were pulling out by the fall of 2021. Now this could be seen as convenient timing, as the pro scene and the viewership numbers therein weren't very impressive, but when major advertisers don't want to associate with you anymore, it means that you're losing in the eye of the public. Despite all the developmental drama and drama surrounding the development itself, Overwatch 2 would continue on with a closed beta April 26, 2022. The launch date was also announced for later in the year in October. There was also more details concerning the switch to 5 vs 5 and how that would now only feature one tank. The biggest drama yet concerning Overwatch 2 itself, not Activision Blizzard and the development team, would be related to the monetization of the game. Due to European law and pressure globally, Activision Blizzard was forced to redo their approach with loot boxes. This was a perfect opportunity for them to devise a new scheme to make money off of their customers, new or old. With the Battle Pass system, new heroes like the support character Kiriko would now be locked behind requiring players to greatly progress through it and or purchase the Battle Pass. To make matters worse, people did the math on how long it would take to grind both Kiriko herself and all of her cosmetics, and the math was staggeringly high, reportedly taking 5 years of grinding at a normal pace to complete. Previously, Overwatch was a box price with loot boxes for skins, but to be honest, as a longtime player, most of the other longtime players like me already had most of the skins that they wanted without having to spend money. With the new system, heroes would be locked behind a paywall, bringing a different sort of monetization the game had never seen before. In competitive shooters, hero shooter or not, players have felt that locking a champion or a hero behind a paywall isn't fair due to needing to play with, as them, or against them in ranked play. It makes the game feel more like pay to win, to put simply. And Blizzard's reasoning for locking heroes behind a paywall was simple, and they even admitted it quite clearly. Because it was the single most engaging content. They knew exactly what they were doing and why they were doing it, and how it was skewed to making them more money. More bad news would strike in September of 2022 in the way of losing more key important talent. This time the lead hero designer, Jeff Goodman. Jeff not only had been balancing and helping create heroes since the original game came out, he was responsible for the most recent reworks of Orisa, Doomfist, as well as the new heroes that were added to the game. To say losing him was a major blow was an understatement. And no reason was given as to why he departed either, just like Jeff Kaplan, trending towards problems behind the scenes, right? Overwatch 2 would launch October 4th, 2022 after nearly 3 to 4 years in development in parallel as they were maintaining the live services on Overwatch 1. The critical reviews, which is what we will start with, were probably as expected, glossing over many of the negative aspects we covered in the pregame in lieu of focusing on the game itself. I will talk more about the player reception of the game later. PC Gamer in their review of Overwatch 2 would score the game a 74 out of 100 and state that Overwatch 2 could have launched as a much better game and a much more ambitious one. Like the original in 2016, it could have been an FPS for the sort of players and skill sets that other shooters don't often make room for. Instead, it's a confusing sequel that sacrifices its best parts as it transitions to a free-to-play model. The original Overwatch is too robust and too distinct to be completely erased, and it's why the sequel remains compelling in spite of itself. But the live service model leaves it in a fragile state. Close as it is to a fully reinvigorated sequel to one of the best shooters of the last decade, it's just as close to collapsing as the pillars of its original design get knocked out. IGN was rather positive concerning Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 breathes new life into what was once the sharpest multiplayer shooter around, before it had its edges severely dulled by Blizzard's attention shifting away. The switch to smaller 5v5 matches ushers in a new brawler age for Overwatch where individual duels take precedence over tactical team play, and crucially, all but a handful of shields have been thrown out of the arena. The fundamentals are all set for Overwatch to shine as it once did in the multiplayer shooter scene once again, and the future definitely looks bright with what is set to come over the following months. Leaving their review on a slight bit of a cliffhanger many people in the comments are probably chuckling about right now. Where the reviews actually start getting critical is with Eurogamer and Polygon's review of Overwatch 2, starting with Eurogamer's. Going by its launch showing, I suspect Overwatch 2 will continue to stumble occasionally with its representational politics. The wider question is, where is it stumbling to? I'm not privy to the detail of Blizzard's forthcoming co-op modes, but let's be honest, we've seen Overwatch do PvE before and it's never felt like more than a nice distraction. The PvP is still some of the best multiplayer you can find this side of Smash Bros and Team Fortress, but all of those incremental additions create a sense of dying by inches. I would rather play a proper Street Fighter 4-esque sequel which shucks off or transforms the original frameworks entirely. As things stand today, Overwatch 2 feels like yet another service game where unlocks lead off into perpetuity, purely because money has to be made. It's got its eyes on the horizon, the same old spring in its step, but I'm not sure it has anywhere to go. While Polygon was not quick to jump to conclusions for the game, they were also worried about the game even being delivered as promised. Nailed it, Polygon. Enjoying Overwatch 2 is an exercise in cautious optimism, not just in the future direction of its ever-changing lore and world, but in the idea that years of new content will ultimately deliver on the promise of a full sequel. Overwatch 2, drama and all, would eclipse an impressive 35 million players. Mind you, the game was free to play now, so a higher player count was kind of to be expected, but still, that was something to work with and incredibly impressive. But how long would those players stick around for? On top of a normal online gaming bleed, Overwatch 2's numbers would be dropping no matter what because the game was technically in early access. It was missing the promised PvE, which was the whole selling point of the game. At launch, Overwatch 2 was more focused on being this lean, slight overhaul shift from 6 vs 6 to 5 vs 5 PvP light experience. I say light experience because they didn't even fully commit to being competitive with the lack of tournament features in the game, still when compared to other top titles like Valorant. The fact with Overwatch 2 was that free-to-play now was a nice cushion for some of the criticism it was facing, but things were only going to get worse for the game. Things would worsen for Overwatch 2 concerning their professional scene, or the OWL, the Overwatch League. In December of 2022, OWL's Philly team, Fusion, would be rebranding and relocating to Korea as a Korean team in Seoul. Now this might seem like an incredibly random for people not following the OWL, which is most people, but during the pandemic, as I covered in my first video concerning Overwatch 1, the professional scene for Overwatch 1 was in turmoil. The entire premise of the league was to be like a traditional sports league, where major cities would have their own teams that must be franchised, aka purchasing a team slot to make a team. As much as many outlets would like to fluff the story for Activision Blizzard concerning the pandemic being the culprit for the esport dying, the truth is that the esport was never really alive in the first place. It was a forced esport that was artificially created. Activision Blizzard never let Overwatch grow competitively, organically, and the best times were in the original beta because this is the time that we were organizing our own tournaments and doing things grassroots. When only a fraction of your population plays ranked, and even then a smaller fraction who does competitive gaming or watches it, it's going to be hard to build this entire traditional sports-like league concept. Especially when esports is online and trying to force local brand appeal into esports, it just doesn't really make sense. It straddles on borderline delusion when you realize that Activision Blizzard was promising its investors $125 million in revenue by 2020. That money was nowhere in sight, and viewership numbers had been on this steady decline minus the launch event of Overwatch 2 itself naturally. Yet franchise slots were still costing $20 million. Where was the money? Where were the viewerships? Because it wasn't in esports and it certainly wasn't in Overwatch. The reason that Fusion transitioning to Korea is a significant thing is that because the majority of the professional players and the general player base in Overwatch are Korean and in Korea. It means that the entire premise of the OWL in the US and the EU, where they have this massive important sponsorships and investors set up, it's basically becoming null and void, with competition moving to Korea for better pay and opportunities. I actually think that Activision Blizzard could kind of save the esports scene slightly by just leaning into this and creating an online GSL-like league like StarCraft had. I mean, can we point out more of the absurdity about the whole copy traditional sports thing? You might be thinking, like, oh, a Philly team moving to Korea. Wow, that sounds like a TV show worthy experience, except that the team is freaking Korean. But that's probably just a coincidence, right? What about my hometown city, the Houston Outlaws? Ah, okay. So best case scenario, Overwatch 2's esport is still kicking, technically, just in Korea. At this point, it feels like Activision Blizzard just doesn't want to take their ball and go home for fear of that walk of shame. Because it's one thing to be optimistic, but when you don't have any results, it starts to tend towards delusion. Which is what I'm inclined to believe personally. I spoke about Overwatch as an esport in my previous Death of a Game, and to quickly address my personal beliefs on such, given my history with the game, I think Overwatch might have had the potential to become an esport, had they let the game grow organically. This is not just important in developing a scene who plays or watches the game, but also in developing the appropriate rule sets and game modes that people prefer. Instead, we were kind of all shoehorned into running with default modes that the game came with, that they ended up kind of removing for the second game, by the way. And these modes weren't really suited for competitive play. No other major shooter has them. And then there's this whole information overload problem that I told you guys about previously, especially as a tank player who made it to top 500. For the vast majority of people watching Overwatch at a competitive, let alone pro level, they have no idea what's going on, even for experienced players. There's so many particle effects on screen and things going on between 12 players that it's overwhelming for the majority of players. When you compare this to traditional sports, it's a world of difference. You know that in basketball, when the ball lands in the hoop, it's a bingo. You get the idea. That's why Activision Blizzard was better off comparing esports to the UFC or MMA or something more avant-garde and less mainstream that had more unique rules and formats. How the UFC, as a lifelong martial artist who's been watching it since 2004, went about advertising to a broader audience was taking highly skilled and experienced commentators and having them break things down over time. Over the course of many years, this led to just a higher general education. The issue with Overwatch was actually concerning commentators, which, sure, there were some good ones like Reinforce, who was there since the inception of the game playing competitive lobbies with us, so I know he had a high level of skill and knowledge, but the majority were just fans who didn't particularly understand the game very well. That's again, because most players playing Overwatch don't. Overwatch feels like you're playing TF2 or a MOBA in some cases, or even a classic competitive shooter. But the reality is, you're playing a team-based game built on being a team-plays game that was even built on the precipice of being an even more team-based game originally. But it's still built for being a team-based game. It's actually one of the most snowbally games I've ever played because of the way it focuses on team fighting and team movement so much. Any top-level player can back me up on this, but in Overwatch 1, once the first point was taken, if that team was able to wipe or charge their ults, it basically meant that if they were any good, GG for the second point, and this carried all the way up to pro-level play. Overwatch 2 had this idea of reducing the amount of combatants to help combat problems of clarity and curb the balance in some ways. For example, reducing the amount of tanks and shields to speed the game up, and solve the problem of too many shields and too many tanks. Balance notwithstanding though, just because honestly they've done so much balancing up and down on the game, I don't have a super strong opinion on which way it goes, except them just reworking some characters, which just ended up feeling like weird because, well, the game was still trying to appeal to casual players, so getting rid of Cassidy's flashbang just seems kind of strange. But I want to focus on what happened to the Overwatch formula itself. When a player was removed, specifically the tank, this not only reduces the amount of players, it reduces the amount of frontline presence and helps the other tanks and players. This makes it not only hard to play a tank in Overwatch 2, it means that it's harder for your team to play around a bad tank too. So a good tank is way more powerful, period. Tanks in Overwatch are initiators. They decide most of the time how the fight is started, especially with ults, and sometimes how it ends. It was hard playing as a tank in solo queue in 6 vs 6 because you had to coordinate with your team. Now imagine in 5 vs 5, if you're out of position, it means you're dead. And that means big problems for your team. While I personally like the change overall, I think for the large percentage of the population it wasn't a very good change. The idea of making Overwatch 2 less overpowered with abilities is something that I talked about slightly in my previous videos, and focusing more on the competitive aspects kind of makes sense in a sense, but not at this point, because all it does is further the problem of increasing the DPS queues, and the problem that the game already has regarding the flow of the game. It feels like you're doing backwards work, but where are you going at this point? I know that sounds strange, again, because I wanted the game to be more competitive with less of these overpowered abilities. But at this point, Blizzard already has nerfed the vast majority of hitscan in the game, and even completely nerfed some of the hitscan characters like Cassidy. The game is much slower as a result of many of these changes, which make the switch to 5 versus 5 feel like a band-aid fix, or one that they weren't even fully done implementing. And I know they did it too because there was the problem of there being too many shields and too many tanks, and well, the part of the whole problem of lack of knowledge of the game was because in Overwatch 1 you're supposed to actually shoot at the shields a lot of the time, despite that not being fun or very intuitive. In Overwatch 2, now there wasn't a shield problem, but now tanks barely felt like they could take care of their team, and that was either a good thing depending on the kind of tank player you were, or a bad thing. Overwatch 2 would introduce their Season 3 February 27, 2023. With this season would be the introduction of a new quarterly battle pass, the Workshop, which would now allow for custom mapping, and some new mythic skins. Producer Jared Noose was dismissive slightly of fans clamoring for different game modes, expressing a need and desire to focus and balance and fix what was already currently there. The problem is that you released a new game, so people are going to be expecting new content, right? The first true major season, arguably, was Season 4 with the introduction of a new hero support in Lifeweaver, a new fan-made map, thanks to the Workshop, and a few other bells and whistles. Season 4 felt like the perfect place for Overwatch 2 to be building momentum. It was problematic that they still hadn't brought in their promised matchmaking changes and fixes to the game, further hurting their ranked population. But looking back, April seemed like a good month for Overwatch 2 overall. I don't think anyone could really have imagined what would have happened the following month. A dagger of an announcement would hit the web May 16th, 2023. Overwatch 2's PvE hero mode with the RPG-like missions and progressions and talent tree system would be cancelled. Keller explained that the hero mode had been in development since Overwatch's launch in 2016 and that it apparently was part of the vision the team had for Project Titan, the cancelled FPS MMO from which Overwatch was born. Like the article states, the hero mode was a remnant of Project Titan, and it being cancelled was Keller and the team putting to bed the dream of Project Titan, period. The game director Keller basically stresses in his public statements that concerning the cancellation that they had evaluated it and that it was just too difficult to do, and too difficult to do while maintaining development on the other part of the game. Now, if I left my journalistic integrity or just general integrity where the writer of this article at The Verge and many other journalists left theirs for just making excuses for a billion-dollar corporation fumbling a launch and product, then yeah, I would just leave it there. But I won't. In fact, that's why I made this video. Overwatch 2 and Activision Blizzard, with the help of many die-hard fans and an army of media lining up for the scoop, has controlled the narrative. I have already gotten comments on my stuff about it too. Comments saying, well, they always said that they were going to charge for the other PvE content missions, so they aren't doing anything wrong and didn't necessarily cancel the PvE, right? The idea is that Activision Blizzard or Team 4 is just a small moving team. It's an indie team who struggles with game development, resources, and talent, and that they couldn't do the things that they really wanted to do. And we should just accept that they're going to do their best going forward. Except they aren't a small team, and they aren't struggling in resources. And the truth is, they lied to everybody, and sold us a game that wasn't complete and was in early access. Now they are pivoting to what content they can deliver on, and they're trying to control the narrative that it's not that bad, or at least the fanbase and the media are doing it for them. But for reference, the hero missions in hero mode was reportedly going to be hundreds of missions, the main meat of the PvE mode. Them still releasing more story content isn't getting people excited, or shouldn't, because their previous story content at events hasn't even been that impressive anyway. And unless it's a strong departure from that, what are players really expecting? The following month, in June of 2023, Activision Blizzard would announce the paid story content portions at the Xbox Games Showcase. According to Game Informer, 3 missions would be released, and each of them would take up to 30 minutes to complete. The pricing would be $15 at the entry level, making it $15 for, according to a game journalist level of skill and play, which, take that with a grain of salt, would be an hour and a half worth of story content. This is coming off the announcement of them canceling the content they had promised their audience, which was despite what weird mental gymnastics you do because the said story missions were always going to cost extra. Well, that content wasn't supposed to cost anything, and it's not a good look to be charging for it still. It makes it feel like not only did they not deliver on the content and promises that they made, aka failed as a business with their customers, they are still trying to monetize the remnants instead of doing the moral and releasing those for free due to canceling the majority of the whole reason they announced a second game in the first place. Well, unless they want to argue that, well, it's not because of that and it was actually because of monetization at this point. With moves like this, it's hard not to feel that way, right? And I know the comments are coming regardless of how much logic and non-bootlicking I do. But they could have used the story missions as a moment to right their wrong, right? It's not like we requested and they maybe would do hero mode. No, they promised that they would do it, and they didn't do it. Instead, they found more ways to continue to monetize on the same schedule no matter how utterly tone-deaf they were due to delivering a subpar product that was missing a key feature they promised. Remember guys, that's who you are defending. Season 5 for Overwatch 2 would continue on June 13th, 2023. This season would finally bring the much needed competitive matchmaking changes and balancing, such as solo queue players not being placed into multi-queue games. The weird part of Season 5 is despite being a rather good update overall, as it's basically balancing and matchmaking focus, something that should be arguably fixed in a launched product, right? Is Activision Blizzard wanting a pat on the back for bringing back a feature, the On Fire system. Somebody mentioned this in my podcast and I thought it was a joke, but seriously, it's right there on the patch notes. So bug fixes, balancing, matchmaking fixes, wanted for months. Doesn't seem like a good answer to the criticism that the game was facing concerning the content either though. And then wanting a pat on the back for bringing back a feature that the old version of the game had just seemed tone deaf once again. And if anything, it begs the question more and more, how finished was Overwatch 2 really, right? When you're constantly balancing your heroes and after basically slightly overhauling your game in the first place, it speaks to the fact that you either adopted a new vision and are trying to adapt to it, or you lost your lead hero developer and don't have the same vision or eye for things that maybe he did. Whatever it is, still the changes were needed, clearly. But that doesn't do much to help in bringing in new players or even in players who already left. And to me, the thought of getting them to spend $15 for a few hours of story content just seemed like a hard proposition. So perhaps with the failure of PvE before ever launching, Overwatch 2 can still manage to somehow fix its balance issues and the aforementioned issues in competitive play, including a lack of tournaments in the game, and salvage whatever is left of their player base. And be a fun alternative team-based shooter to other projects such as CSGO and Valorant and COD, and so on and so forth. But I think that the days of Overwatch being a serious competitor, whether in actual competitive experiences or merely popularity, are numbered. I mean, that's why I did this video, right? A point that I felt worth mentioning before we transition to solving the case was that the public perception and image of Activision Blizzard was just tarnished at this point. When Overwatch 1 was being developed, not only did team for the team behind it have classic developers that enacted nostalgia and really just belief in the product that they were going to make, the game had that old Blizzard feel still too. With Overwatch 2, Activision Blizzard isn't even the same company. Many of their founders, let alone key developers, have fled the company, and the head honcho in charge is quite hated by many people publicly and behind closed doors. This is going off of hundreds of comments that I received when I asked for fans' perspectives on Overwatch 1 and 2, and Activision Blizzard, and the drama surrounding all of them. I got so many examples I couldn't even fit into this video. I mean, for example, shout out to Uhl, who talked about NetEase and Blizzard's 14-year relationship falling through, or all the other dramatic stories that I was told, like the Blitzchung thing. There's just too many to even fit into this video, sorry guys. And not just from journalists either, but also from diehard passionate fans of the game, expressing their feelings of betrayal that they had for a company that they grew up with essentially. It's hard to imagine Activision Blizzard being able to effectively or easily transition from this failure without doing some serious house cleaning or reflecting publicly. Because behind the scenes reflecting isn't good enough anymore. If Activision Blizzard wants us to believe that they can still do the same quality, they have to show it to us. But it's disheartening to see so many emails telling me that it's one thing to have them fail at so many hurdles, but it's more that they just can't trust the company themselves to do things morally, ethically, or in the best interest of the game. That is broken trust, and that's a hard thing to mend, and sometimes you never really can. Blizzard really did become Activision Blizzard and then some, the Arthas of their own story. The music is playing and I have spent more time than usual on such a short timeline, but I think we can say that Overwatch 2 was a special case, right? But a case nonetheless. So let's put it to rest. What are the largest contributing factors for the game failing? Blizzard would cancel the hero mode, over-monetized and under-delivered. The majority of the original and top talent fled. Overwatch 2 is just half-baked. The competitive scene has floundered. Blizzard has tanked their likability past the point that whenever they made new announcements, people were just making memes about it. Overwatch 2 still exists, everybody, I'm well aware of that, and likely will still exist until Activision Blizzard is done squeezing more money out of it. Now, I have no desire to return to that game, or don't really see a path forward for them past being quite the niche title. Because I think pulling a Final Fantasy XIV, which is what people constantly echo in my comments anytime a game fails, takes humility in admitting that you messed up, and nothing about Overwatch 2 feels that way. Because then they would have to essentially admit it was done largely for monetization reasons. Hence the major degradation in quality and expectation. I'm inclined to believe that some developers would rather leave than even have to talk about that. And they probably did. But I digress, detectives. We must move on to the next case no matter how personally invested into this one we might be. Because games and companies are always dying, and we need to find out why. Thanks for watching.
A time shall come when history's greatest warriors will clash on an unending battlefield.
Dead Games.
Who thought we would be returning so soon with the stench of death still in the air, so fresh from our beloved childhood RTS? Blizzard is no more. At least they aren't the same Blizzard. And we don't need to spend an entire video attempting to convince ourselves that they are. Activision Blizzard is in full effect. And I have something to admit, detectives. I didn't fully acknowledge it in the Warcraft 3 Death of a Game video, which if you haven't already seen it, please go do that at some point. It's relevant for this video and the story. The fact is, I didn't look at Blizzard in 2018 or 2020 as fully evolved Activision Blizzard yet, as my video kind of exhibits. And that's wrong, because after taking on the behemoth of a case Overwatch, you can already see the signs back then. Oh, speaking of which, Overwatch. The king of the hero shooters. The same game that killed many of the titles we have covered on the series already. That's what's on the menu on today's episode of Death of a Game, the post-mortem series where we document the evidence and clues concerning the largest contributing factors to the death of a game or company. With the sequel announced and then delayed, and Overwatch 1 now existing in some sort of weird limbo where content updates are coming fairly infrequently for a once titan of a multiplayer title, I think it's safe to say that Overwatch 1.0's time in the sun has come to an end, with Overwatch 2 set to near forcibly take it over once implemented. What went wrong with what seemed to be this shooter title that did no wrong? A mega blockbuster that helped shift the industry. How did the title in shorter time than some of its competitors fail to last at the top of the mountain despite initial overwhelming success? Choose your role in hero and prepare to drive the payload to what might be the most precipitous fall from grace for a popular shooter we've covered thus far.
Where's the bow? I need the fourth one.
While Blizzard's tale begins in the early 1990s and encompasses numerous titans such as StarCraft, Warcraft, and of course World of Warcraft, we're going to rewind to 2007 and just take a little pit stop. Following World of Warcraft's massive success in 2004 and the subsequent years, Blizzard, who is still very much Blizzard that we knew at the time, was interested in recreating the magic and producing yet another successful MMORPG. Jeff Kaplan, who worked on WoW prominently as both a game director and head of PvE, where he got the job being a prominent player and community member of EverQuest 1, would lead the team, and the project would be dubbed Titan. If you want to read more details about what the game was originally set to be, check out this piece from Jason Schreier that details more. But for the sake of keeping the video shorter, I'm going to condense it. Project Titan was in development for 6 years from 2007 to 2013, and it would never see the light of day, as by May 2013, it was cancelled. There's not much details otherwise released about what the project was, but we know it was set to be an MMO project with an interesting duality of regular social day life and a PvP combat/focused night portion. Players could do things like run shops, businesses, and even start families. Just to illustrate how serious of an MMO style approach of a game they were going for, here are some of the buzzwords used to describe what the game was supposed to be. Team Fortress 2 meets Destiny meets The Sims meets World of Warcraft. But perhaps the full story of Titan is a story for another time, especially when it wouldn't be fully realized and development shifted to a new project altogether, the topic of this video. November 7th, 2014 is when Blizzard announced their first new IP in 17 years, Overwatch, a team-based 6 vs 6 multiplayer shooter with a focus on fun, over-the-top characters. In Overwatch, you played on a map where you attempted to push a payload as a team, or you tried to keep said payload from being pushed, and then you had an attack and defend phase for certain parts of the map, or certain maps entirely. While kills had an impact on the result of a match, the ultimate objective was the objective. Showcasing the announcement was a CG trailer showing off Pixar-like animation and a very pretty art style. Following the announcement, limited gameplay was also shown, where one team must defend a point and the other will attack, utilizing a range of different characters and abilities to do such as turrets, shields, and healing streams. There were 12 playable heroes available, and the title was playable at BlizzCon 2014, with a closed beta to come sometime in 2015. Blizzard would reveal more details concerning Overwatch March 6th, 2015, such as 2 new heroes in McCree or Redacted, Cole Cassidy, the gunslinging cowboy with a pistol, or Zarya, the energy laser gravity gun giant Russian lady with cool pink hair. Characters like Zarya, as explained by Blizzard, were developed in a response to a supposed desire for more diversity in games. That's what made Overwatch's character cast so good though. It was diverse, but not in some way that felt overly forced or kind of gimmicky. Each hero was as unique as the stereotype or aesthetic that they were trying to accomplish. There was a bit of flavor for everyone around the globe. But most importantly, unlike many other copycats later on, Blizzard's simplicity of the package of each hero was the most impressive part. Anytime you see Zarya, you know it's Zarya. Big gravity gun, shields all over, you get the idea. The hero identity in Overwatch was just very quality. Most importantly was announced the closed beta to come in the fall. Although expectations were initially that the game was supposed to be a casual shooter, and as expectations as in just a few months prior, but now expectations were already starting to shift towards would Overwatch be a competitive shooter? Jeff Kaplan, the lead developer on Overwatch, would wisely caution against an aspiration for esports, citing Hearthstone as an example, and that you need to give the community a chance to grow competitively, grassroots style, which I fully, wholeheartedly believe in. If only they would have heeded that advice.
What?
Blizzard would take a different approach with their closed beta, one that would anger many fans of the company and those interested in the game. They would only allow a very limited amount of testers in, choosing to go for a more true beta-style approach. I was one of the lucky few who got invited into the beta, and boy was it a different sight. For starters, they actually had a scoreboard. I was very much intent on becoming a pro player in Overwatch. That was my aspiration on this channel before making content about Star Wars and, well, the Death of a Game series. I even won one of the first unofficial LANs, DreamHack Austin, where we beat a top collegiate team and won the open brackets. Story time. The whole thing is kind of crazy. Now, to be fair, I basically just got carried because the last second, a pro player from Team Liquid, V, asked me to play on the team because they needed a 6th, and then at the last second just told me to play tank because the other 4 teammates, who were shooter monster players from other titles that had championships but had never played Overwatch before. So I was stuck on tank duty. But still, for a time, I technically was the highest earning pro because in that same tournament, on tank, I won a razor blade for scoring the play of the game in the finals. And no, if you're wondering, the play of the game wasn't even impressive. That's the best part. I just yeeted somebody off the map as Reinhardt and basically killed myself in the process. But I was a razor blade richer after that. That's my personal history with Overwatch. It started in closed beta. We, being the competitive crowd full of ex-pros and current pros from other games, and then the MMO gamer nerd like me, would make lobbies all the time and just play together. It was a blast. It's what made me so hyped for the game's potential. We even had a series of tournaments organized by Gosu Gamers where we got to see shoutcasted matches of Overwatch during the closed and open beta. So how did this end up angering fans, besides it was just limited testing? Well, all of this is how hype is being built. And Blizzard's first IP in almost 2 decades being showcased as an esport, and yet not playable by most people, well, you can kind of imagine why people were so angry or interested in playing. That's because anytime something's competitive or seen as competitive, people want to be, well, competitive. Which means they want to have their chance to play the game, testing or not, and have it fair. Blizzard restricting access was fairly common for a beta, but wasn't typical for the mainstream audience at this point, with betas shifting to more marketing ploys at that point than an actual state of the game. Overwatch in closed beta, though, was a special experience, so I can't completely blame people being annoyed that they couldn't experience it. Especially when, to be honest, a good portion of all the best players in the game later on were the same players in closed beta, grinding in lobbies. It was very much the typical quality Blizzard testing experience, and I say that as a tester of Diablo 3, StarCraft 2, and Heroes of the Storm in alpha. Overwatch's launch was announced at BlizzCon 2015. as well as more information such as the fact that it would include 21 heroes and only cost $40 for the standard edition. The reason for this is that it will be launching multiplayer only, just like Team Fortress 2. I'm sure not trying to draw any comparisons, right? But console players would kinda get shafted here, as they would have to pay the full price of the game, $60, and get a multiplayer only game. Overwatch beta would come to a close December 3rd for a short break before coming back in January of 2016. Overwatch would be during this time swirled in a controversy, if you want to call it that, regarding a certain Tracer pose. Blizzard was asked to remove it by many fans sensitive about a girl with some junk in the trunk. But this wouldn't mark the last of the controversies, unfortunately, that Overwatch would find itself in. More lore and hype was generated for Overwatch with the impressive animated shorts that would start launching March 2016 and onward. These shorts were so good they had the player base asking for full episodes. To counterbalance the fact that they were multiplayer only, but not free to play, Blizzard would announce that all Overwatch content post-release, such as maps and heroes, would be free. Overwatch's open beta would take place May 2016, just before its launch, where Blizzard would revel in incredible success as they would pull in 9 million players. Overwatch wasn't only watch anymore, available only to a select few. It was playable to millions of people, and taking over the world before it even launched. Activision Blizzard was putting the time, effort, and money to make sure that Overwatch's launch was huge. They even took the time to have a bunch of giant oversized Overwatch characters put up across the globe, in Busan, LA, and Paris in particular. The Overwatch that was launching May 24th, 2016 though, wasn't the same Overwatch it started as anymore. While many changes were likely due to the fact that feedback was being received and they were trying to respond to such, Blizzard would change key aspects of hero balance, and even key things such as removing the scoreboard that originally existed. But some things didn't change, or weren't really accounted for properly. For starters, the game would launch without a competitive mode, leaving how Blizzard would handle such kind of a mystery. Would they allow hero stacking, for example? Or do as some of the community tournaments were doing at the time, restrict them in some way? It seemed like Blizzard was going to try and solve that problem after the fact, which would work if the community had a chance to evolve organically.
Yes! I did it!
Blizzard's 6 vs 6 hero shooter Overwatch would launch May 24th, 2016, and score a 91 out of 100 on aggregate review website Metacritic. Game Informer.
Yo! I did it! Plus 10 combo. We did it. I did it. I finally did it. Holy shit, dude. We need Bone Chewer. It took me 42 broken bows. We need Bone Chewer. And then I got 4 of these dudes. How much is this?
Would score the game 100, stating it was fresh and
Goblin Archer card. What? Someone sold it for 70? Someone sold this for 70, dude? I'm gonna sell it for 500k. Make it cheaper, you know. Plus 9. 18. If I do that, I would get 27. Again, plus that'd be 100. Plus the Bone Chewer. Right? By 5% and inflict 50% more damage with critical attacks for 10 seconds. That is insane.
consistently fun, and a masterful polishing. IGN would score Overwatch a 94 out of 100, stating it was an incredible achievement in multiplayer shooter design. Overwatch as positioned for was a smash hit for Activision Blizzard, grabbing numerous awards including Game of the Year and being named Game of the Year by outlets such as Eurogamer, Game Informer, IGN, GameSpot, and The Escapist. In under just 1 month, Overwatch had reached 10 million players, immediately becoming a blockbuster hit. But while that's certainly impressive, and a measure of success, the true measure of success is the porn scene that sprung out of nowhere for Overwatch and business was booming. I'm just kidding, but seriously. It showed the level of cultural phenomenon that Overwatch had reached. If there were any serious issues with Overwatch, they weren't exactly apparent yet. At least not for most players. The game was smashing every record imaginable, and it was hard to think of it being anything short of near perfect. But less than a month after the launch of the game, and already there were some clues forming about what would become of the fate of Overwatch. Questions about if Overwatch would be an esport were all over the headlines. More importantly, if it did become an esport, or more competitive shooter, would it have what it takes to become successful as such? You might be wondering how some of the very respectable names in esports were dubious from the start about Overwatch's future as an esport, but it's because the biggest issue in Overwatch esports or competitive, or just watching it in general, is the most glaringly obvious. Overwatch has an issue being discernible to experienced players in a competitive environment with a spectator mode, let alone completely new players or ones who are just not experienced enough. It's difficult during the heat of the action and team fights in Overwatch to discern what's going on. This leads to key impressive moments getting kind of lost in the shuffle. Early on, people thought it was just inexperienced observers, which is typically what people say, but over time it was shown that Overwatch as a game in general is difficult to understand if you're not very familiar with it, and even then it's difficult. It's not just the abilities, it's the fact that the game is 6 versus 6 on top of all of the abilities. It's not a traditional deathmatch either. It's a payload map that oftentimes turns into a capture point style map, which means by literal design, there's tons of waiting around for the payload to move, for you to run out of spawn, and etc. No other esport has had such a design for a game mode. So you have all of these abilities, the shooter parts of Overwatch thrown in there with hit scans and projectile-based characters alike, and the non-typical shooter game modes, all contributing to a recipe of poor visual clarity during esports and competitive play. Contrast this with a classic sport where the concept is simple, it's just get the ball in the goal, or other shooter esports where it's just like kill the other guys or plant the bomb, but it's also still technically kill the enemy team. These are way easier to understand and visually see take place. This wasn't some death curse though for Overwatch, it didn't need to be an esport. Team Fortress 2, the game in many ways it was emulating, had an esports scene but was almost entirely community run. There could still be a scene for Overwatch to have a similar thing, regardless if it was created right away, or artificially through the outside investment or expectation. But with ESL announcing a 6-figure tournament for Overwatch June 2016, it's hard to imagine the game was going to have much of a choice not being shepherded into becoming a competitive esport. One $100,000 tournament, not technically even officially supported by Blizzard anyway, wasn't enough to push the esports scene too quickly necessarily, but it wasn't going to help matters, as the game and its popularity, regardless if it should be an esport, would attract players and interests. Remember, within a month it had 10 million players. But if Blizzard decided to fully commit to esports without correcting some of their design issues we have outlined already, or updating their approach, it might be relegated to becoming a Tier 2 or Tier 3 esport, not worthy of the stature and success that the game shares. And worse, that could start to cause some serious damage if their design started to shift to appeal to that competitive audience, even for a modicum amount, because the sea of non-competitive esport players in Overwatch is the overwhelming majority of them. Overwatch was marching on ahead with incredible success, scoring $269 million in digital revenue, most likely being primarily from loot boxes present in the game, something that we haven't talked about yet. Overwatch had a base game price, and would allow you to gain skins from just playing the game and gaining the gold. But they would also allow you to purchase a loot box which had the chance to drop a rare skin. The loot boxes being so closely associated with the game marketed towards children though is kind of what rubs people the wrong way. But the success of doing such was undeniable, ushering in the age of the loot box really. Korea, a market known as not being controversial with the subject of microtransactions or loot boxes, by the end of June 2016 was having Overwatch overtake League and PC bangs across the nation, truly signifying either a change of guard or a new player on the scene. Impressive even if it was a temporary affair. While not everyone is against loot boxes morally, it should be acknowledged that sort of right under people's noses, Activision Blizzard made a fortune off of loot boxes and putting them in a casual children's shooter game. But I guess it's just perspective and all, right? Overwatch would not only get a new hero in their first major update, Ana, a unique, precise sniper-based healer, they would get a number of balance changes. Most importantly, though, were some balance changes that would also be affecting the new competitive mode. That's concerning hero stacking. Blizzard had taken a stance finally on restricting such in ranked play, not allowing you to play all of the same class, or even more than one. The problem is that now you can't even have 2 of the same hero, which severely limits the game's options even with 22 to 23 heroes. But also simultaneously isn't a good look, because it goes back to what we said previously. Why is Blizzard deciding this important kind of stuff so last minute? According to Jeff Kaplan, the reason being initially the team had developed a team-only competitive queue mode, meaning you can only queue in competitive as a full team. The idea was that, as Jeff Kaplan stated, the best way to play the game ultimately was as a full team, as it was designed, but also seemed to reduce toxicity and difficulty finding a quality match as a player. The feedback was apparently very negative regarding such though, whatever that means exactly, I'm not sure. but the response was bad enough that it at the very least scared the Overwatch team from pursuing such further. I, however, think Jeff and the team were kind of right in their idea, obviously hindsight being 2020. They should have trusted the idea despite negative feedback. That's because ultimately, as many of you guys know, as we will discuss shortly, Overwatch would suffer from a slew of toxicity issues.
I'm about to email you a picture of my hairy dick.
Hanzo, can you even aim that arrow at where they fucking are? They clearly weren't in that corner.
That's good you didn't, oh you fucking idiot. Can you please listen to what I'm saying?
So now I know what the problem was. There's a fucking girl on our team.
Also, I get a little cranky from carrying the team!
It's also just simply speaking, a better game with a pre-made. Almost an entirely different game even. Overwatch 6 vs 6 with a full team.
Fuck up, pussy. Yo, that's crazy.
Team on comms was how the game was meant to be played. But by not having a full team-based queue, or at least the option for it, or even the tools to create such, Overwatch was opting for a far more simple and accessible regular ranked format. This was actually proving problematic for Overwatch because it was suffering from immense toxicity issues, and that was related to how the game was designed. Because Overwatch, as Kaplan himself admitted, is focused on being a team-focused game. When it isn't a full team experience, there's way more room for error and lack of team synergy. While that's pretty typical in most games, in Overwatch the game was night and day different with an organized team versus people just trying to play team deathmatch, which is kind of how most matches would end up. This leads to more toxicity issues, as players get frustrated when their team doesn't work with them, and then when the scoreboard's hidden, you don't even know what you're scoring really, or even your teammates are scoring in relation to you. And Blizzard only put that in because they thought that that would curb toxicity. But it accomplished essentially the opposite, as now you have no objective measure to know how you or your teammates are even performing. Sure, you have the limited stats that they give you, but those aren't good enough. And to make matters worse, the new competitive mode was based on skill rating, which is conflicted, because it only slightly rewards your personal play while giving you a big penalty for losing in a super team-based game. You can imagine how that can lead to even more frustration for players, as some feel like there's little way to personally influence the course of a game compared to nearly every other competitive shooter on the market. Blizzard was aware of the toxicity problems, but they had committed to their course of action, and whether or not it would actually curtail or stop toxicity remained to be seen, but was doubtful, because the core issue, aka the game design, wasn't being solved. Perhaps had Blizzard done a better job introducing players to each other and forming teams with each other, some of the toxicity issues could have been alleviated, but they would unfortunately plague Overwatch from the beginning of the game throughout most of its life cycle.
I get more crit rate. I would get more
Almost as
crit
if
rate,
fate
but
had
less
things
damage.
planned out already, or just a desire to make a lot of money. Blizzard announced an Overwatch League November 4th, 2016, just a few months
almost
after
the
launch.
same.
If Kaplan's initial approach was wait for the community to grassroots it, then the new approach was throwing an entire bathtub of gasoline onto the fire and watching it explode in delight.
Maximum
Blizzard wouldn't just
damage
be
and
announcing a
minimum
single
damage.
tournament either, but an entire professional league meant to emulate real sports with franchising city-based teams and all. Nate Nanzer, the global director of esports on Overwatch, would outline a path to pro, which meant to emulate the real professional sports leagues too. What kind of sports leagues decides what the rules are though and fixes the infrastructure after the fact? After they launch the league, for example? Well, none. But to be fair, sports leagues aren't popping up all the time exactly either. To create an entire league, it's going to take an entire ecosystem of support pieces, professional players, sponsors, broadcast partners, and etc. This isn't just some online tournament or single LAN, it's a series of local LANs in each particular franchise, region, and city.
So
Blizzard trying to
I
do
deal
such
more
seemingly
damage
overnight, boatloads
with
of money or not, was going to be
Archer
difficult. They were first going to need franchise teams to sign up, and the slots were very likely going to cost them millions. Rumors would circulate over the supposed franchise teams, with talks of the Patriots owner Robert Kraft and the New York's Mets COO Jeff Wilpon. Los Angeles, Miami, San Francisco, Shanghai, and Seoul would all be franchise team options as well. 7 teams isn't exactly enough to create an entire league, but Blizzard was firm in asking for $20 million for a franchise slot. There was reportedly fair profit sharing from the league to the teams, and then the players. But how on earth was Blizzard going to sell $20 million slots when there wasn't even really an esports scene for Overwatch yet? With salaries for pros at a minimum of $50,000, I was happy for my friends getting paid for being amazing at the game, as they should. But I was worried back when this was announced because there weren't any examples of esports being artificially created and then being successful. There just isn't. It's been done over and over again, it doesn't work. There also wasn't enough information about the challenger amateur scene and the path to pro options that were mentioned either, which made the whole Overwatch esports thing feel even more forced. At the end of the day, the game might have been competitive, but what did it have to be an esport? And why did it necessarily have the markings of being the best one? So far, no signs of that. But investors were trusting in Activision Blizzard's vision anyway, especially as Overwatch eclipsed 30 million players. They must have figured, well, a lot of players surely means that that's going to translate into a lot of viewers, right? Blizzard has been slowly adding heroes to beef up their roster, adding Sombra, a damage-based character who can hack an enemy and disable their abilities. But March 2017 and July 2017, two new heroes would heavily change the balance of a game in a way I don't think Blizzard anticipated. With the addition of Orisa, a new powerful shield tank, and Doomfist, a powerful damage dealer with a near one-hit kill combo. Orisa would push the meta even more into a shield-based tank meta, making shields even more powerful, including being able to place a shield now on the ground. Shields are, simply speaking, not very fun to watch for spectators, and not that fun to shoot at for most players, despite being incredibly important to break. It's one of the most frustrating parts about Overwatch, is that you have to tell your teammates and explain to them that they need to break shields, but who wants to sit there shooting at shields the whole game, breaking them? Kind of nobody. Doomfist as well just made the game feel less like a shooter and more like a MOBA, which would become a gradual shift from this point on. Especially with many hit-scan heroes like McCree or Cassidy and Soldier 76 being repeatedly nerfed. Now, Doomfist was even more powerful due to these nerfs, and due to the fact that he required a team to deal with them, taking advantage of the game's design. While Orisa and Doomfist would complicate the meta and balancing, I don't think they were nearly as problematic as the next three heroes to come later that year going into the next. Kaplan would promise harsher penalties for toxic players and urge players to use the report features to try and discourage toxic players. But Blizzard's unwillingness to ban accounts was on full display in many examples of them offering temporary bans on even some of the most egregious defenders. They would eventually introduce competitive mode bans, but even then the toxic players can just play quick play, so you're not really getting rid of them. Blizzard not being firm on toxicity and dedicating the resources needed, as the article would compare them to League of Legends, which had an entire team dedicated to toxicity, and you still get cancer anyway, but anyway, are also huge contributors to the game facing issues. Sure, as we discussed already, the very design of the game can create these toxicity issues, but if the toxicity does happen and is spotted and you still aren't really stopping it, that's obviously going to create problems too.
Can we please, for the love of God, just get on the point? Use the tanks to charge! Christ!
If you're wondering why we're dedicating so much time to esports portion of Overwatch in this video too, it's because we did something similar in the Heroes of the Storm video. And simply speaking, Blizzard has done this before. They have tried to force an esport and it failed epically. That failure takes resources, focus, and above all else can affect the base experience of the game. If Blizzard fails again with forcing an esport on Overwatch, it's going to be a huge blow to their game's community and success. With a hefty 40-game schedule ahead for each of the now 12 teams by November 2017 and $1 million on the line, it was full steam ahead for Overwatch esports, with a cool new $200 million in sponsorships from HP, Toyota, T-Mobile, and Spotify in tow. In the beginning of 2018, the news cycle would be focused on Overwatch League and the competitive gameplay, in order to get the game ready for esports. With more than 10 million across multiple platforms tuning into the league, Blizzard was in position to capitalize on the success and hope it's more than just a one-time thing. Just one or two big events though isn't enough to become the next big esport, nor is it enough to rival sports leagues. For reference, NFL games are pulling tens of millions of viewers every game, not just the Super Bowl. Merely a few months later though, and sponsors were already worried as Overwatch's toxicity issues were spilling over into competitive play. Blizzard was still able to score a broadcasting deal with Twitch though, at the last second, May 2018. To make matters worse, the big question mark over the path to pro stuff that we mentioned previously wasn't alleviated, especially when news came out in October of 2018 that Blizzard would be canceling any offline tournaments for the Contenders League, stopping amateurs from getting crucial lane experience. Blizzard was also reportedly months late on payment for the contender players, with some receiving only some of their money or none at all. This likely contributed to the biggest broadcaster of Overwatch contenders dropping altogether shortly after. The amateur scene suffering wasn't a good sign of things to come in Overwatch esports, because that's the lifeblood and the future of the game's talent pool. It's never a good sign in any competitive endeavor. Overwatch's in-game spending, aka a fancy way to not say loot box, would top an impressive $1 billion by July of 2019. Overwatch had no signs of going anywhere anytime soon, raking in great successes for their corporate overlords. Well, until the cracks started to form bit by bit. Combination of new heroes, balance issues would start to hurt Overwatch and its scene overall. By summer of 2019, Blizzard had launched 6 different heroes, but 5 in particular were problematic. For starters, Moira, the support character who required little to no aiming, was added, and to me, she lowered the overall skill floor for playing a support. Whether that's bad or good, I think is actually more opinion based. Bridget, or Brigitte, or however you pronounce her name, nobody ever figured out, was added after, and she would cause many nightmares before being finally nerfed much later. Bridget was basically a tank support who could assassinate enemy assassins due to her kit, which allowed her to basically stun you and then whack you a bunch of times until you died. Sigma was also added, and while not necessarily as outright annoying as Bridget, whatever her name is, Sigma yet again increased the shield prevalence, further shifting the meta towards more of a shield meta, because now you have another placeable shield that you can stack. The 3 of these characters in unison though slowed down the speed of Overwatch as a game and made the game feel like it shifted it more into a MOBA category than the shooter category, especially with most hit scan and projectile based characters made rather obsolete by these new heroes. They created a new meta altogether dubbed GOATs, which was basically 3 healers, 3 tanks, and was dominating the scene. This is where Blizzard's approach to hero design I think never had much place in competitive play. Similar story with Heroes of the Storm. Basically these characters are set from the beginning to be designed to be fun and over the top to attract casual players. To do this requires creating very gimmicky and silly characters that sort of call into question competitive integrity. And when pressed about balance issues due to this, they have a very laissez-faire approach to feedback, letting the issues kind of persist for some time. To put kind of bluntly, the annoying part about Overwatch hero design is that it's annoying to get killed by certain heroes. When you can suddenly press a button and your team doesn't die until a field runs out, like Baptiste does, is it more of an ability-based game or a shooter? When heroes keep getting released that don't require much aiming or shooting and have very powerful abilities, well, you can kind of see my point. Overwatch at launch and in beta felt more like a hybrid of the two. Overwatch by the end of 2019 felt more squarely like an ability-based hero game, and that kind of seemed to contradict their constant push to esports and the competitive crowd. In a shocking turn of events, mainly because Blizzard typically takes ages to release sequels, Overwatch 2 would be announced November 2019. Overwatch 2 was set to fill the missing PvE component of Overwatch that Overwatch was only ever to flirt with in events. Overwatch 2 would also be affecting the PvP gameplay, including the PvP balancing, hero reworks, and the removal of the 6th hero, making the game now 5 vs 5. Overwatch 1 and 2 players will share the PvP experience effectively. On top of this, they would be nerfing some healing and shields as well as introducing a new game type dubbed Push. The idea is that the shift would move Overwatch to more of an exciting playstyle game, having one less tank. While this might help things, I'm not convinced it's the deciding factor ultimately, but we shall see. Well, if the sequel does indeed launch, with Blizzard being unable to commit to a launch even as late as 2023. The biggest dagger that would come out from the Overwatch 2 news was the effective discontinuing of new heroes and significant content for Overwatch 1, effectively putting the game in some sort of maintenance mode. As long as Overwatch 2 remains unlaunched, Overwatch 1 is stuck in a bit of a purgatory, limbo, whatever you want to call it. Sequel announcement in an unsure future, and no new updates for Overwatch 1 isn't good for the game's longevity, and nothing short of dying. Overwatch and subsequently Overwatch League were in trouble by January of 2020. For starters, most of the PvE and holiday events up to this point had just been recycled, which was not very AAA company-like to not constantly be creating new novel content, especially with Fortnite out there. Overwatch had become stale, and the aforementioned issues had led to a bleed in the population. But the Overwatch League was facing far harsher problems, with 3 big broadcasting talents in similar Monte Cristo and DOA dropping out, and complaints overall of just low viewership. Nate Nanzer, the original OWL lead, had left the company, which according to Monte Cristo, led to irreconcilable creative and philosophical differences between myself and the league's current leadership. Many reasons for these issues outside of the game's issues and the issues of the viewership though. The pro and talent involved in the OWL League were reportedly having to travel around 76,000 miles, which is nearly double an NBA player's travel time. Throw in the fact that you're playing on a computer and yeah, it gets kind of weirder, right? Owl being a failure isn't a surprise to most who have been in esports for a long time. It's just more frustrating that the failure was so predicted by so many people. Because that's an awful lot of money to be artificially throwing into a scene only to pull it right back out. That doesn't really create an ecosystem. At least not a stable one. Blizzard again has done this twice, and if they aren't a lesson to other developers to not try and force an esport on a game, especially with boatloads of money, I don't know who would be. Blizzard was still somehow able to keep scoring these deals though, as another $160 million deal would come from YouTube, though that would be bundled with the Call of Duty League. Overwatch was meanwhile suffering from more design issues regarding heroes and matchmaking. For starters, in order to enforce the 2-2-2 meta, Blizzard would implement a role queue that would lock you to your preferred role. The problem with the role queue was, well, it highlighted more of the game's problems in the first place. There were double the amount of offense characters compared to the tank or the support characters. So people wanting to play DPS more wasn't just because of support and tank are boring, it was because statistics, right? If anything, it made it worse, funneling everyone into only one role and then giving you really long queue times. Kaplan stated it wasn't an attempt to try to fix the GOATS meta or the esports meta either, which sorry, I just don't buy. But by May of 2020, they were adding an open queue mode that doesn't require a role lock back to the game. That's basically admitting at this point that they didn't really know what to do, so might as well just go back on what they had said. It seemed like the more Blizzard tried to restrict and constrain their meta and control it in their player base, the more negatively they were reacting. And maybe that's because they were doing it after the fact, or just kind of messing up. 2020 would only see a single hero introduced, down from the previous 2 and 3 a year Blizzard was maintaining previously, which even then is pretty damn snail pace compared to League or even Heroes of the Storm. By 2020, just 4 years after launch, players were already starved for content. March 2021, and Blizzard would suffer from a 50-person layoff relating to esports and a shift away from in-person events to online primarily due to the pandemic. They no longer would need the extra 50 people, I assume, to run the online events, or a convenient way to let go of a bloated esports branch. We don't know exactly. Owl was certainly in trouble though, with last year's grand finals having a 61% decline in viewership from the previous year. But Owl abandoning in-person events wasn't going to cut it either. After all, they designed their esports as a franchise-based esport. Without local events to fund the franchise teams, they weren't going to be making the revenue they needed to really even break even. Viewership numbers, most likely, were only going to continue to decrease. And at that point, you're paying millions of dollars for a slot that doesn't make you much money. Throughout this time, Activision Blizzard was involved in a court case regarding rampant toxic harassment behaviors in the company, and this made them fairly negative in the public perception, causing them to potentially lose State Farm, T-Mobile, and Coca-Cola as sponsors. To make matters worse, a Hong Kong esports player of Hearthstone, known as Blitzchung, would don a mask and ask people during a live interview to liberate Hong Kong, the revolution of our times. These protests would be related to the 2019 through 2020 Hong Kong protests. While I'm not going to dedicate much time to the giant struggle between Hong Kong and mainland China, and how China is basically trying to pretend that Hong Kong doesn't exist, and of course the people of Hong Kong are being harassed, silenced, and even worse, in some cases death. But how the controversy affected Blizzard was after the interview, it was immediately pulled off air. How Blizzard responded to the whole thing made people feel even worse. Shortly after the stream was cut, and Blizzard would ban Blitzchung. Blizzard had shown with the action that they were willing to put Chinese interests over the interests of the people of Hong Kong, or even Blizzard's own audience. Would have been a perfect moment for the group of heroes meant to save the world to kind of, do some saving, huh? Blizzard's last play is the transition to Overwatch 2. Something that they hope to show off in April of 2022 by allowing the OWL players to play on an early build of the game. But Overwatch 2 wasn't different or deep enough for many players to warrant being called a true sequel, more of a content update asking for a price tag, and it has not launched for 2 years after being announced, so the hype is kind of running cold. The future of Overwatch is all but done with the transition on the horizon, as we already have discussed, but we're discussing more than just the failure of Overwatch 1 now. If Overwatch 2 doesn't knock things out of the park, there's a good chance that both Overwatches could be in danger for a maintenance mode just like Heroes of the Storm, or worse, total abandonment like Warcraft 3 Reforged. Blizzard would lose many of its most talented developers throughout this drama, the court case drama, and subsequent dramas, including the main driving force behind Overwatch itself, Jeff Kaplan. Kaplan would not only just leave Overwatch, but Blizzard altogether, and we can only speculate as to why. But with Activision Blizzard having so many stories leaked about them at this point, I think we have a bit of an idea. Without Kaplan to helm Overwatch 2, that doesn't necessarily mean it's guaranteed to fail or anything, but it doesn't spell well for the game's future. They lost arguably the most important developer behind the project, the one who kind of stuck out and kept the project alive. It feels like the passion left with Kaplan. Not that passion was enough to keep the franchise going without significant change, but it makes the current Overwatch experience, I think, just feel that much more hollow. Especially when, like I talked about with the Blitzchung situation and sexual harassment situations, when the premise of the entire game is built on heroes from all over the world, Mexico, the US, France, Russia, Korea, all uniting together to defeat evil.
To go back.
Evil. Meanwhile, the evil in this case is now the company behind the game itself. Well, Overwatch is literally the name given to these groups of heroes. But how are we supposed to feel motivated to play as them for a company who cares so little for its workers and their health? It's that time of the video, detectives, the point where we compile all of the clues and evidence gathered up until this point for a final deduction to put this case to bed regarding the death of a game, Overwatch. Issues with core balance, hero balance, and etc. Conflict design and game focus, like a casual game pushing for esports. A boring and complicated game mode with poor tutorials. Artificially pushed and failed as an esport. Poor content offering and an update schedule for a blockbuster title. Issues with toxicity due to built-in design and lack of management by Blizzard. Bad publicity and total loss of faith of their audience. Announced a sequel, delayed it, then put the game in a limbo. Overwatch's failure strikes home for me, as I personally invested a lot of time into the game. But it stands out to me because here you still have Team Fortress 2 chugging along quietly. Meanwhile, Overwatch has this massive fall from grace. Part of me feels like with their approaches respectively, it was inevitable for the result to happen the way it did, even though they both shared very giant success to start. But I do really feel that Overwatch is one of the highest profile examples of developers just fumbling the bag that we have featured on the series so far. They really had the dream, a massive audience willing to buy loot boxes and make them billions. One who was even satisfied with less content being offered, but not the litany of issues that came with being an Overwatch player. Ultimately, Activision Blizzard simply aren't the same company anymore, and can't rely on the goodwill of the previous regime and IPs to save them anymore. And I doubt many are so willing to give them another shot, frankly, but I wish Overwatch 2 the best of success, because I never wish any game or company to fail. But if Overwatch 2 fails as well, then I guess you guys know where to find me, detectives. Thanks for watching, guys.
In the year 7.
Nice music. What should I do now? Should I farm more for a couple hours? You know what? I'll farm more, and then I'm gonna stop after this. Let's watch this.
1711, Alexander Pope, an English poet and translator, coined a very popular phrase. To err is human, which meant that it is normal for people to make mistakes. It's part of being a human being. And even though this was over 300 years ago, this remains a popular topic even today. Some of the richest people on the planet will tell you to make as many mistakes as you can so you can learn from them and adapt, because that's what being human is all about. That is, of course, unless you're any sort of celebrity in South Korea. You cannot in any way, shape, or form make any sort of mistake because you're expected to be perfect. The idea here is that if you're privileged enough to become famous, then you are not allowed to be human anymore. You cannot make mistakes, you can't have emotions, you can't fall in love, you can't have a personal life. Why would you? I mean, you're not human, you're a god, and a god is perfect. This title in an article by the Korea Herald says it best. Loved like idols, canceled like demons. An idol and a demon could not be more different, and yet, as a celebrity in South Korea, you are constantly swinging between both, with the smallest mistake able to convert you from idol to demon overnight. This extreme shift from being praised like a god to being vilified like the most disgusting human being imaginable, just for being human and making mistakes, has had so many casualties that you'd think they were going out to fight a war. Here's a very common example as to how it all happens. The public finds out that a very renowned actor had substance abuse problems with drugs. Instead of being supportive and hoping that he goes to rehab, he's criticized, he's stalked, he's sent hate messages, and eventually he leaves this planet, but it's not over yet. They couldn't even let him rest properly because Korean media leaked his final moments through CCTV cameras on the street, as well as the final note he left his wife, which was private, by the way. One mistake, and he went from one of the most respected actors in South Korea to a vilified demon. This is so ridiculously common, and it happens to such young people that it should practically be recognized at this point as an official part of South Korean culture. So it's no surprise that unfortunately, just very recently on February 17th, 2025, Kim Se-ron, a well-renowned South Korean actress, had left us at the young age of 24. Now, usually when this happens, because it does happen too often, media outlets try to find someone to blame for more clicks. Who was the cause of this person's death? Sometimes they like to blame another celebrity that was in her circle of friends, and it turns out to be untrue, so that other celebrity also ends up offing themselves. But most of the time, people online, the South Korean netizens, are blamed, but not much is really done about it because it's a number of people. However, this time, a particular YouTuber is being blamed for the death of Kim Se-ron. During her funeral, the father of Se-ron said that this YouTuber right here by the name of Lee Jin-ho was a massive contributor to her ending it all. And for one of the first times ever, we have the media being held accountable in South Korea for the death of someone like this. The BBC reported on this and called it a case of real-life Squid Game. If you ever need just one story to show you just how ridiculously dystopian South Korea's celebrity scene is, then this is the one. So let's get right into it and talk about it. Let's do this. I sincerely apologize for surprising my fans who have supported me. Wow, that's a statement I would expect from someone who did something unforgivable. It was written by a K-pop star back in March 2024. Could you guess what she might have done wrong? I don't know, did she launch a crypto coin? Did she commit a crime? Did she hurt someone? She was in a private relationship. Yep, she did the mistake of falling in love and dating an actor. I apologize for surprising you greatly, she said, promising to show a more mature and hardworking side in the future. Bro, it's almost like she showed up to a concert drunk and couldn't sing or something. But no, her fans took this very seriously. She had committed one of the biggest mistakes you could ever imagine, ruining the fantasy. Get this, one of her demented, absolutely unhinged fans parked a vehicle in front of her agency that had a massive electronic billboard with the words, "Is the love given to you by your fans not enough?" Karina's mistake wasn't that she fell in love. It was that she assumed that she could be a human now that she's famous. This is the industry that we're dealing with here. And unfortunately for Kim Se-ron, there was no one to warn her about this because she started so damn young. She was born in the year 2000, and the first ever movie she starred in was in 2009, when she was barely 9 years old. It was a hit, and it showed talent that you very rarely find in a child actor, making it get shown in the Cannes Film Festival, the Toronto Film Festival, the Berlin Film Festival, and winning Best Children's Feature Film at the Asia Pacific Screen Awards. She was a sensation from her first movie, making a name for herself not just in South Korea, but globally as well, which is not easy to do to begin with, and even harder to do when you're 9 years old. From the perspective of a fan, she had everything you could ever wish for. Many people struggle to launch their careers in their 20s, and there she was doing it, and she wasn't even hitting puberty yet. She was meeting some very talented actors, getting to work with some very talented directors and producers, and already able to make a living for herself. So how the hell did we end up here? How could everything go wrong in the span of barely a decade? Well, it starts with her profession. It's no secret, especially now, that being a child actor is probably one of the worst things you can do in your life. When I was a kid and watched Nickelodeon and Disney, I used to be envious of these actors, thinking, wow, it must be so fun. You get to make money, do cool things, and be famous. Who wouldn't want that? Well, if you knew what they had to go through, you would not want any of it. Having to work slave labor, sometimes 12 hours a day, while your friends were playing football or chilling at home playing video games, you had to navigate the political battlefield of a set. And even worse, you probably also had to avoid a predator who was the director or the producer wanting to touch you in different places. It wasn't fun. Now add to this equation the fact that you were in South Korea, and it's also even worse. One of the first controversies that Se-ron was in was when she was only 13 years old. It all started with a simple post. It was two photos where Kim was sitting with her friends on a sofa, and in front of them there were bottles of wine and wine glasses on the coffee table. In the other photo, Se-ron is in a karaoke room singing, and one could see a pack of cigarettes not too far from her on the table. The poster of these two photos claimed that Se-ron was smoking and drinking underage, and obviously that is not a small claim to make at all, especially in a society like South Korea. This was an integral moment in her life. This was the first time she realized that no matter what she said or did, people weren't going to believe her once they made up their minds about her. She posted a response, and here's what she had to say. "The day that this came up, no matter what I said, no one would have listened. The netizens that write bad comments will pound on their keyboards, accuse and attack until they see the end, which is when they will find interest elsewhere. If I have been good, those who believe me will believe me. Those who don't know me and are jealous of me will not want to hear anything that is good or the truth." She had to face this harsh realization when she was only 13 years old. I can't imagine going through something like this. I mean, this is when you go through puberty. You don't even know who you are as a person. You're still discovering yourself, and you have people already judging you. It's insane. And it's not like she had a support structure around her to help her with things like this. When she was older, we found out from her mother that at a certain point, she had taken her and her 2 siblings with her at the edge of the balcony and was about to jump. Seyron screamed as loud as possible to convince her mother not to do this, and eventually she thankfully was convinced and didn't end up jumping. If that's not traumatic, then I don't know what is. When she was older, she also opened up about how she used to get bullied in school because she was famous, when you would usually expect the opposite to happen. She said, the bullying was pretty intense. They'd write curse words and mean things about me in playgrounds and on the walls on the way home. They'd steal my shoes so I'd have to walk home barefoot. I'd get a call and go outside to see that no one was there, and when I invited everyone for a birthday party, no one showed up. After this, she was asked a follow-up question. Did this make you ever regret becoming an actress? And she said, at first, it was really tough for me, but then I'd be sitting in the theater for my own film, and the moment I saw my name appear in the ending credits, I'd become overwhelmed with joy. Look, it was clear. Practically everything in Seyron's life sucked except for her career. Acting was everything she had, and it's what made her enjoy life. But here's the problem. Acting in general is an extremely intense career. And on top of that, you're doing it in a country that expects you to be perfect like an angel every single step of the way. You can't make mistakes. It doesn't matter who you are. This pressure catches up to you one day or another. And when it does, if you don't have a support system, then you end up doing things that no one would ever want to do. So that means if you want to keep functioning as a regular human being, you have to start coping. And what do so many child actors do to cope? Substance abuse, drug addiction, alcoholism, or both. Macaulay Culkin, the star of the Home Alone movies, became addicted to drugs when he grew up. Demi Lovato shot up heroin for a long time. I mean, the list is endless. And this wasn't going to be any different for Seyron. The pressure had caught up to her, and it had reached its climax on the worst day of her life, the 18th of May, 2022. Look, Seyron really liked alcohol. But one day she overdid it dangerously. She drank 2 wine glasses and decided to drive her car, endangering herself and everyone around her, and ended up crashing into a transformer. This is the footage right here. This is her car, and boom, right into the transformer. This was already a really bad traffic violation, but it was made worse by the fact that 57 businesses couldn't continue operations because that transformer crash made them lose power. After the incident, it was found out that her blood alcohol level when she had driven into the transformer was 0.2%, far exceeding the limit of 0.08%. And so it was confirmed she was going to face trial after getting indicted because of this DUI incident. She had done one of the worst things you could ever do as a celebrity in South Korea: make a mistake and put others in danger because of that mistake as well. This is something that could have been controversial in the West as well, so it didn't look good. Shortly after, she posted a handwritten note on her Instagram saying that she made a big mistake by being drunk at that time, and that because of her wrong judgment and actions, she has hurt so many people, including the merchants and regular citizens. She gave her sincere apologies and said that the damage caused by the accident is currently being worked out with her and her agency. She also apologized to the production crews and the fellow actors and staff from her current projects because after this, they were all put on hold when it came to her roles in particular. This is because as soon as this incident happened, her agency dropped her, said they weren't going to renew the contract at the end of the year. She immediately was dropped from the drama she was in called Trolley, as well as the Netflix series Bloodhounds, where she was playing a fairly important role. Here's what the director of the show had to say. We tried our best to minimize the actress' appearance to decrease the viewer's discomfort. We did our best to increase the quality of the drama while minimizing her appearance. So she was effectively deleted from the series. That's just how quick things move there. So as you can see, this was already a celebrity's worst nightmare. She had made a really stupid mistake. Driving under the influence is one of the worst things you can do as an adult, and she was greatly suffering the consequences, but it was only the beginning. Because as time went on, she was betrayed by her friends, by people she trusted, by her own agent, all because it was the trendy thing to do. And of course, Lee Jin-ho was going to be the channel that would have every scoop on her while invading her private life with no shame. So, one of the first betrayals was her posting an Instagram story on her private Instagram account to her friends, inviting them to her birthday party, giving the date and time, and saying, bring yourself and alcohol. This was around 2 months after her DUI incident. So, naturally, people were assuming the worst. Oh, she's not cutting back on drinking. Oh, she's not even apologetic. So, the person who leaked this was a close friend of hers, and of course, Lee Jin-ho was the guy reporting on it. It didn't make her look good, but honestly, if we're going to be fair here, we don't even know if she was going to drink at the party. She could just be telling people to bring their own alcohol because she's not going to buy it for them. But that's not how the internet works, okay? People assume the worst immediately. And this was one of the first instances where her point of view, her side of the story, didn't even matter, all while her privacy was being completely breached. Regardless, her trial was about to begin and all eyes were on her. It ended up being anything but a normal day with multiple bombshells dropping at the same time. First things first, Seiron hired some of the best attorneys in the entire country, something that's to be expected when you're a celebrity and have a lot of money. She was facing a fine of 20 million won, which is 15,000 USD. And during the trial, she said, "This will never happen again. I'm sorry. I regret my actions and I'm reflecting on them. I've quit drinking and sold my car. I'm the breadwinner of my family and it's been difficult for me to make ends meet. Please have mercy on me." Her lawyers echoed the same thing, saying that she had to pay compensation to all the businesses that were affected and that she was struggling financially. So as of that moment, if you were on the internet, you would assume, okay, well, you're hiring a top tier law firm, or hell, even 2 law firms. You've been an actress your whole life and you're complaining about $15,000? Come on. How spoiled can someone be, right? But what was really confusing in all this was a leak that came out about her leading up to the first trial. And of course, it was none other than Lee Jin-ho again exposing to the world what it was, and it was the fact that a few months after the DUI incident, Seiron was working a part-time job. He had received these news from an acquaintance of hers, who of course stabbed her in the back just to get some clout. But even that acquaintance didn't know exactly where she was working because she was keeping it the utmost secret, and it's clear why. But that didn't stop the rumors from circulating. Oh my god, she already fell off so quickly? Wow, how the mighty have fallen, from renowned actress to some part-time job worker. The Korean netizens were feasting on these news. Even her own agency, a month before dropping her, had confirmed that yes, she was working a part-time job at a cafe. Now, what would you think if someone who used to be a big celebrity was working part-time in a cafe? It's interesting, no? It's better than going on TikTok or going on YouTube or starting a Patreon and begging for money just for existing like many others have done before when they lost opportunities. But at this point, what you have to understand is that she could do nothing to redeem herself. She had already gone from idol to demon. Look at some of the comments on this article. I don't feel sorry for her. This is merely the consequence of her own actions, which were selfish, irresponsible, and reckless. What she's doing now is literally the bare minimum. I love her, but I don't like the way she or the company is going. I could be completely wrong, but seeing as how the company just confirmed the rumor easily, it just seems to me like a marketing strategy for people to look at her with sorry at the thought. So if she's trying to get a regular job, it's a PR move. And even if it wasn't, it's what she deserves. Of course, there's someone here defending her saying, come on, dude, like, are we going to stop her from getting any sort of job now? But you get the point. In any case, it wasn't like she wanted people to know that she was working a part-time job. It was leaked from someone she thought she trusted. But this didn't matter. To people, this was nothing more than marketing because obviously she's rich as hell. She had shown off her luxury apartment on a TV show at some point, which is in one of the richest areas in Seoul, with people estimating that it costs around 1.6 million USD, while also bearing in mind that the car she was driving during the DUI cost around $75,000 USD. So come on, struggling for money? Who are you kidding here? You can just sell your apartment and live like a queen for the rest of your life. She was effortlessly just getting hated more and more as time went on, and she didn't even have to do anything. But then she did, and it made things 1,000 times worse. A few months after these rumors of her having a part-time job started circulating, around the time the first trial was taking place, on her Instagram story she posted pictures of her wearing a well-renowned cafe's uniform, the cafe being called Mega Coffee. The lawyers really wanted to push the idea that she was struggling financially to get leniency in the trial, so they had this brilliant idea of her doing this. But then a disaster ruined all these plans because no one was expecting that Mega Coffee almost immediately called her out after these pictures were released, saying that we can confirm that Kim Se-ron has never worked as an official part-timer employee at any store in the country. The store owner of the location in question has a part-time employee who is friends with Kim Se-ron. However, the owner stated that Kim Se-ron herself never worked as an employee there. That was really bad. Now people were convinced she was faking it. She was trying to garner sympathy when she was in fact a millionaire. Typical. 3 days later, her lawyers reiterated in an interview she is working a part-time job due to financial hardship, and also specified that the apartment that everyone was talking about that cost 1.6 million USD was not hers. It belonged to her former agency. The lawyer even went further, saying this: the penalty for the drunk driving incident is already significant and it has caused her to take on lots of debts. The income Kim Se-ron has earned so far has been spent entirely on her parents' business and her family's living expenses. But who cares? By that time it was too late. She was already a full-fledged demon and there was nothing on this planet that could redeem her. The Korean netizens' reactions were very negative. Does she really think the public is stupid? Lol. So what? If you don't have money, then you should have a part-time job. Why is she making such a big deal about it? Are you cosplaying as a normal person? Working a normal part-time job in your mid-20s doesn't mean you're facing financial hardship. I'm sure she's making easy money now. What financial hardship? Does she not have good adults around her? It feels like she's constantly self-sabotaging herself, and that's how most people viewed her at this point. She couldn't stop self-sabotaging. A month later, the verdict was announced. She had to pay $15,000. She was guilty. The fine wasn't higher because she had done her utmost best to compensate the victims, and she was a first-time offender. It was actually the amount that her and her lawyers were looking for. It risked being way higher than that. And she clarified, I didn't complain about financial difficulties, but it is true that I did work part-time. Also, it is true that the penalty is high. She then said, I will never let this happen again. I'm sorry. One of the top comments on this article says, so she's a gaslighter now, referencing what she had said in her first hearing, how she was the main breadwinner, and saying that she had financial difficulties, and now saying that, well, she never said that. Her reputation could not for a second just catch a breath. Soon enough, the only content you could find about Se-ron were things like this: how once beloved actress Kim Se-ron fell from grace, why K-dramas won't cast Kim Se-ron anymore with the thumbnail ruined her own career. It was official. The obsession of praising her had fully transitioned into an obsession of hating her. But the downward spiral did not stop there. This was it. Anything and everything she could ever do from this point on was seen negatively. Here's a great example of why the BBC chose to call this a Squid Game scenario, okay? At some point, Se-ron was out playing Texas Hold'em poker with, well, people she thought were her friends. This was in a pub, and you use the chips to buy food or drinks, right? This isn't illegal gambling or anything. One of her so-called friends had taken multiple very close-up pictures of her while she was enjoying her night. Then this person proceeded to sell them to this tabloid by the name of Dispatch for a quick buck. How did netizens spin this? Well, they had two main conclusions from these pictures. The first one is, how is she facing financial difficulties if she's playing Texas Hold'em poker? Typical liar. And the second is, how is she having a hard time in life when she's smiling? Yeah, it's that black and white. If you're smiling in a picture, it means you're having a good time in life and nothing is wrong. Yeah, that's how life works, apparently. Now, unsurprisingly, some people reacted with things like, I thought she was struggling financially, or I knew it. She's not actually struggling financially. I mean, she's playing a Texas Hold'em poker game. She's a millionaire. But, surprisingly, many others were supportive at her insane breach of privacy here. One netizen said, it gives me goosebumps how the pictures were taken so close. Looks like one of her friends took those pictures. Does she have no proper friends at all? These pictures were sold to Dispatch. Isn't this her privacy? It's giving me goosebumps. But unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, that didn't matter because Dispatch was pushing its own narrative. Here's what they had to say. It isn't an issue that Kim Se-ron enjoys playing Hold'em, but her appearance at the poker table touching her chips seem inconsistent with her claims that she is facing financial hardship. According to the informant, who was obviously a friend who stabbed her in the back, Kim Se-ron charged her chips more than once. She also ordered a beer at around 12 a.m. She is alleged to have played for over 3 hours. So even going out to play with people you think are friends is enough to cause such a stir. What kind of life is this? I truly wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. At the same time, of course, Lee Jin-ho had made multiple videos on her and had made a video about the fact that she was playing Texas Hold'em poker. And as she was dealing with the fact that she was absolutely betrayed by someone in her inner circle, another really stupid controversy arose as well. She had posted this picture on her Instagram with the actor Kim Soo-hyun, and just These sheiks touching was regarded by netizens as skinship, and they were absolutely outraged at the fact that she could be dating him. So his agency immediately put out a statement saying, guys, we can confirm he is not in a relationship, and we will pursue legal action against anyone making up rumors. It's like, bro, can this woman catch a break? She can't even post a picture? Things were getting ridiculous. But still, according to Seyron and her acquaintances, she was not giving up, which was very admirable. At this point, she had gone on a hiatus for a couple years. It was 2024, and she was getting ready to get back into...
Thomas George, what's up, yo? Thomas, how's it going, man? You can visit the website, it's Payon Stories. You'll see it. I don't know right now though. You can Google it, like Payon Stories, Ragnarok. Wait, how long did it... This took me forever. To 15,000. 16,000. Jesus. What cards are you putting in once you get plus 10? I already got the plus 10 combo. I'm putting maybe 3 SS card and 1 bone chewer, or 1 bone chewer, 2 SS card and 1 archer skeleton. That's what I'm thinking right now. I already have the cards, but I don't know, I'm still debating. Because I'm gonna use it for Endless Tower. That's my my goal. Do I have it? I think I... Oh, it's in my storage. It's in my storage. I can show it to you if you want. Okay, hold up for now. Okay, good luck. Good luck, dude. Have fun, man. Have a nice day, dude. I just need a couple more compo. I'm gonna try upgrading it. Let's see.
Acting. She was going to star in a play called Dong Chi Mi. But here's the thing. At a certain point, as we got closer to 2025, she started posting cryptic Instagram stories. People didn't really know what to think of them, and her last post on Instagram was this picture right here on January 18th with the caption, Blue Heart. Around a month later, on February 17th, she was meant to meet up with a friend. Her friend noticed that she was being unresponsive. She went to her apartment, and that was when she found her. Bringing us back full circle to the article from the BBC calling this the real-life Squid Game. But what's the logic behind calling it that? Well, it's because it was said by a psychiatry professor at Yale University by the name of Na Jung-ho. He likened the frequency of celebrity deaths in South Korea to a real-life version of Squid Game, saying, "Our society abandons those who stumble and moves on as if nothing happened. How many more lives must be lost before we stop inflicting this destructive, suffocating shame on people? Drunk driving is a big mistake. There would be a problem with our legal system if that goes unpunished. However, a society that buries people who make mistakes without giving them a second chance is not a healthy one. As soon as you make one mistake, as soon as this fantasy centered around your idol image gets cracked just a little bit, people leave you behind to die if necessary. And that's exactly what's been happening forever in South Korea. The real tragedy in all this is that most of her suffering came from things that weren't confirmed. They were assumptions. It's only after her death and around her funeral, which was 2 days after her passing, that we started to finally get confirmation on the real news that were happening behind the scenes during her life. For example, we got confirmation that she was indeed suffering from financial difficulties and that she was going through severe depression, and honestly, I'm not surprised. She had accrued debts of over 486,000 USD before her death. That's because she had visited every single store out of the 57 stores she had impacted with the destruction of the Transformer and given them compensation. She didn't have the cash available on hand. I mean, who the hell has 500,000 liquid dollars in their bank? So she had to get indebted to her agency. But don't worry, because things are about to get way more tragic. On the day of her funeral, a reporter by the name of Choi Jung-ah revealed to us that just like everyone else, she also was biased against Se-ron, saying, "I saw an article claiming that Kim Se-ron wasn't really working but exaggerating her financial troubles, so I also had some prejudices." Then by chance, she visited a cafe with a friend in Seoul. Her friend remarked that the very motivated worker there kind of looked like Se-ron, and that's when the reporter actually realized, wait a second, that's actually her. After this realization, the reporter admitted, "I felt ashamed of the prejudices I had about her." She then left her a note with her business card writing, "I was one of the people who misunderstood after reading the article, and I'm really sorry. I want to apologize on behalf of the current articles, and I hope that we can meet again under better circumstances and conduct an interview for a movie." Movie might just be a bad translation for a video, but you get the point. The cafe owner later contacted the reporter and said, "Kim Se-ron went up to the rooftop and cried for a long time after reading your note." And that was the last time she was ever in contact with her. They never did the interview. This obviously frustrated a lot of people. Why are you only revealing this on the day of her funeral? So we can 100% confirm she was actually working a part-time job. Her decision not to reveal where exactly might be related to the fact that she didn't want the business she was working for to receive any hate. Her lawyers really wanted to push the fact that she was struggling financially, so they encouraged her to post pictures of her in a uniform at Mega Coffee, even though she didn't actually work there. They just didn't expect that Mega Coffee would come in so quickly and deny the fact that she works there because they didn't want bad PR. If they had said nothing, people would assume she was working there and they would maybe even boycott Mega Coffee because they hated Se-ron so much. What's even crazier and more tragic in all this is the fact that she was actually constantly looking for new part-time jobs to work. But she'd be constantly getting refused purely because of who she was, so she was actually in the process of changing her name just so that she can work other jobs. She wasn't just blacklisted from acting, she was blacklisted from society. I mean, how crazy is this? Just for perspective, the head of the opposition party in South Korean politics and the man most likely to become the next president also has a pretty damn bad DUI. Where does this society draw the line? I don't understand. The fate of these celebrities is usually defined by the media coverage. They are to blame, just like the toxic netizens. During Se-ron's funeral, her father made a very rare public appearance and spoke to reporters telling them that he believes one of the main reasons why Se-ron took her own life was because of one particular YouTuber who caused her so much emotional anguish. Her father was referring to none other, of course, than Lee Jin-ho. And to make matters worse, very shortly after she passed away, he removed every single video he had ever made about her. He of course received backlash, because why would you? If you didn't feel guilty, why would you do that? He then went ahead and streamed for an hour addressing this. And obviously, as you can tell by the dislikes, people weren't too happy with this. He started off the live stream by offering his condolences, saying, "I cannot begin to imagine the pain her family is going through. The situation has really saddened me as well. I sincerely wish for the late Kim Se-ron to rest in peace." But then refuted the allegations that he had harassed her while she was still alive, calling such claims baseless, saying that I have enough evidence to counter these accusations. He continued by saying that the videos he made about her were carefully reviewed before being published, saying, "I only uploaded content after verifying it with her acquaintances and agency representatives." To support his claim, he released an audio recording of a conversation he had with Se-ron's last manager. The manager said the claim that you tormented Kim Se-ron is completely untrue. In this same conversation, you could hear Lee Jin-ho say, "For 2 years, we shared the sentiment that while Kim Se-ron had made mistakes, she still needed a means to support herself. She should be given a chance to continue some form of work." He argued that this was the motivation behind his videos discussing Kim's financial struggles, including her part-time job at a cafe in Seongsu-dong in Seoul and her tutoring of aspiring actors as a form of volunteer work. He then said that at some point he had discussions with the agency of Se-ron to give her an interview because she had an urgent need for a career comeback, specifying her agency was actively involved in these discussions and I incorporated their input into my videos. And now here's the best part, okay? After being dropped from her first agency, Seyron stealthily signed with another agency a couple years later while getting ready for her comeback. Here's what he had to say about it, okay? He said, "I knew that revealing Kim Seyron had signed with an agency would provoke public criticism. The media had been scrutinizing every aspect of her life, and I genuinely wanted her to be given another chance. That's why I deliberately refrained from covering any unfavorable aspects regarding her." Bro, I have never in my entire life seen someone more delusional than this idiot. He's making this all seem like he was doing her a favor when he was leaking things that no one had known about her without her consent while completely breaching her privacy. One of the top comments on this livestream calls this out directly. Some of the titles he used were ridiculous, like "The Two Faces of Kim Seyron, the final hardships of a part-time worker's life." Or "Kim Seyron has taken a selfie again. Did she disappear after marriage rumors? I contacted her directly." And when he contacted her, the number said it doesn't exist, so he was just calling her number without her knowing he had her number. He also was using her manager as a way for him to justify his actions, but here's the thing. You had her manager's approval, you had her agency's approval, you had her friends and acquaintances who leaked things about her and their approval. But when did she ever approve anything? When was she ever given a choice? Everyone was playing with her life like a Barbie doll, and she never was able to say yes or no to anything. They can deny it all they want, but at the end of the day, they have blood on their hands. But of course, the question on everyone's minds right now is this going to lead to meaningful change in South Korea's celebrity culture? Well, no. Some K-pop stans are already ready to start waging war on yet another celebrity, blaming him for the death of Seyron because she just so happened to die on his birthday. Like, dude, come on, just please make this make sense. Do you want him to die too? It's so weird, man. It's almost comical if we weren't actually dealing with people's real lives. As it stands, the final piece of Kim Seyron's legacy is a film she's already filmed before that's going to release in the second half of 2025. Its title is Every Day We Are, and I'm sure it'll do good because dead actors typically sell more tickets than the ones who are alive. Overall, I think this story is very tragic because for the majority of it, Seyron never was able to give any form of consent to the information that was being leaked about her, whether from her lawyers, her acquaintances, her friends, whatever. She was betrayed by people she thought she could trust every step of the way, and the public feasted on it, already making up their minds about what kind of person she is. She was never able to set the record straight, and unfortunately, it's because she understood at a very early age, when she was 13, that it wouldn't have mattered. And because of that, we lost yet another South Korean celebrity. I hope that she can rest in peace, and I hope that she's the final casualty of this very weird culture. But as it stands right now, the way I see it, 2025 is going to be filled with cases like this. That's just how things go in South Korea. It's just one big game of Squid Game, where as soon as you make a mistake, you get left behind and you die. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. Please stay safe, and I love you. Mwah.
There's not a single bow yet. What? That is crazy.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. My name's Brian if you happen to be new around here, and I do want to say a special thank you guys for those of you who have stood with the channel, who stood by my content while I've been on a hiatus throughout the course of Lent. For those of you who don't know, I took the entirety of Lent off from content creation, video gaming, gaming news, and honestly I'm more excited than ever for the future of these MMOs, these video games. I feel rested. I feel just so good. And we actually have a little bit of good news because today we also have confirmation that they have filmed the dev update video, which maybe we'll be rolling out next week, which we can do maybe a live reaction to that and discussion of that. This is where the roadmap really starts to hit the road, because it's no secret that New World is in a very big lull right now, as to be expected, as kind of as their pattern ends up being, for the hype season, the time that you really want to play is September, October, November, and then the rest of the year just kind of does its thing. And the winter update really wasn't what people wanted to kind of keep, especially the veterans. This New World Eternum wasn't the game to bring a lot of the veterans and keep them playing. It was a great introduction for console, a great introduction for the game in and of itself. A great refresh. I'm very pleased with how New World Eternum runs and operates. Personally, one of the things on the roadmap, cross progression, that's going to be huge for me. But anyway, as I kind of get back into it, as I kind of catch up on what's been going on, a couple months ago, Jay put out this video. New World's kind of making me angry, and I thought I would sit down and kind of react to it, see what he's feeling. And obviously, as next week kind of rolls in, we'll be doing some fun stuff on the channel. If you guys enjoy this content, that like button is a huge help. The subscribe button, maybe we can get more than 3 subscribers. It's the fact that we didn't lose anybody is awesome. So anyway, all that being said, we're going to have some fun. Let's let Jay take it from here.
New World is kind of making me angry at the minute. They've done a couple of things recently that I really liked, and a couple of things that I really didn't. So we're just going to talk about the state of New World in 2025. Right, so what have they done recently? They've done a couple of different things. Let's start with New World Eternum, because that was basically the unofficial relaunch of the game. Although it was pretty much the launch of the game. This is when they obviously made the game for console, which I think was a good idea. Everything there just made sense. The game plays well on controller. Everybody's kind of happy with the idea of it being on console. There's a question there about aim lock and the magnetism that you get when you use a controller. Most PvPers are probably not in favor of that, at least the ones on PC, especially with the increased magnetism. I don't want to go on about it here, but aim lock, a bit of a problem with its introduction with the controller / console. And you know what? I was kind of happier with New World Eternum than I expected. That season, that patch brought a couple of different things. Yes, it brought a reworked leveling experience, and yes, it brought Fresh, which I did go ahead and complete and, actually participate in. But it also brought the first proper raid, which was a multi-boss dungeon, basically, that was made for 10 people. It also brought the free-for-all PvP zone. I'll not go over everything that they added and changed, bit by bit, because, the video will take forever. But I would say that the PvP free-for-all zone, I think, ultimately has been a complete failure. A lot of people were just going in there for their coconut and getting out. There wasn't really any reason to stay and fight. However, for the first week or two, I actually really enjoyed it. People were just going in and fighting and having a good time. It then sort of started to get a little bit sweatier. People just going in there with insane 1v1 builds and just wrecking face. And then
I jump in on this because I did participate in that. It was a lot of fun. It does change the game, but it's obviously very isolated, so it's optional. Then they introduced the seasonal worlds PvP, and that's more faction driven, always on PvP, and that's to be kind of expected. And my hope is that maybe we'll get to see like a season where it's just like everything's just free for all, and to see what that actually entails, but we'll see.
People realize that I have no reason to go there, so I'm not going to go there. Just recently, Amazon have made it so that you don't get the coconut from the first chest. In theory, trying to extend the amount of time that you are in the free-for-all zone. However, I think that's the wrong solution. I think it's literally just a case here where they should just suck it up and admit that it was a bad, failed idea. I don't think frustrating people and making it longer is actually making it better. I would personally consider revamping this entire zone to something else in the future. The thing with the PvP zone, we always said it would be a little bit difficult to balance. You either make it so it's super rewarding and you need to go there, in which case it would get toxic because there'd be loads of, snipers with muskets killing you, or you make it so that it's not that important and you can just go and get in and get out and nobody's really bothered about it, and then it's effectively dead. It was hard to balance. They've not balanced it, and I don't think you can, or at least I don't think Amazon will. So the free fall zone kind of made me a little bit like, it's okay, not bad, it is what it is. What I really enjoyed with New World Eternum was the Gorgon raid. The Gorgon, for me, is some of the best content I've ever experienced in New World. I really, really like the Gorgon raid. I actually say I think my favorite content might be Arena, then my second favorite might be Gorgon, and my third will probably be Outpost Rush. But the Gorgon difficulty for me, beautiful. The rewards, beautiful. I know it's a little bit gated by the community, and that's always going to be a problem in a game where players get to dictate who's in and who's not. Having a queuable Gorgon is apparently something that's going to be coming at the end. Well, I was going to say the end of this year, but it's on the end of the roadmap, whatever that is, in time-wise, I don't know. But for me,
what they have to and definitely need to add to the game, especially when it comes to the party finder, is the party finder needs to be cross server, because while it works great in matchmaking, all part of that, I should be able to open it up and say, hey guys, jump into my group, and regardless of what server, then you jump in and then we go do the content that we want to do. That's what I'm personally hoping for. I don't think I've seen that on the roadmap, but here we are.
Gorgon is literally perfect. Yes, you kind of need the right kind of damage, like you need the gear to do it. You don't really have to vet everybody's gear precisely, and yes, you need people to actually do the mechanics and stuff like that. I think it's beautiful. I think if we would have had that kind of content from the start, New World would have been a completely different game. For me, Gorgon is completely perfect. The worm is kind of an example where it's too much for me, the worm. Yes, I actually kind of need to do the worm, by the way, but the reason I'm not doing it is because I don't want to go through all that faff of having, exact specific right builds and right team combinations and stuff like that. It's kind of like too much effort for me. Now, I would have possibly been up for doing the worm had I not already done it. Like, it's basically, we did it when it came out. I don't really have the impetus to go ahead and do it now. Yes, it would be doing it for slightly better rewards than what I currently have, but I just don't fancy that challenge. For me, the Gorgon is perfect, the worm is too much, but for other people, they might not agree with that. However, that does lead me in to the first problem that we come across. We get a great Gorgon raid, and when do we next get the raid? Well, you check the roadmap, and it's right at the very end of the roadmap. We didn't get it in the next season. We're probably not going to get...
Yeah, from a raid perspective, I could see them, just like with Destiny, releasing a yearly expansion that has the raid, that really makes that September, October, November season of New World, and then you just kind of have the other stuff that that trickles out throughout the year, followed by expansion, raid, really drawing that in, really bringing kind of that kind of race mentality, world first race mentality, which I could see easily becoming a thing, because yeah, people like raids.
Get it in the subsequent season. We're not getting this kind of like raid progression. Unfortunately, for me, MMOs are typically about like raid nights. New World kind of has it, but we're not going to have it if we don't actually get raids consistently. And that, I think, is a big loss. So they're making me a little bit angry there. I would have liked another raid straight after that one. Yes, I know it's content and, it would have taken time, etc. But that's what MMOs are. You kind of need that content, and the raid is kind of the pinnacle of the PvE content. It's rewarding, they're fun. That's what I think it needs more of. We didn't get it, and we're not getting it for a while. And that then leads me on to what is happening with the future of New World and the future of seasons. Well, Season 7 brings the idea of seasonal servers, and this is where I kind of get a little bit frustrated with the actual direction, holistically, where this game is heading. Let me tell you how I feel about seasonal servers. I think by default they don't necessarily belong in an MMO. They can do if it's like a seasonal server where you're playing catch up, and they can do if it's like an old classic version or something like, you know, classic World of Warcraft or hardcore World of Warcraft. But I don't really agree with having these different rule sets in an MMO where you actually go back and play the same content. It might work in a couple of different games, and I think like a hyper server where you like catch up would also possibly work. And to be fair, the PvP server kind of is that. But traditionally, I think seasonal servers and making a new character is pretty dumb for an MMO. That's ARPG kind of level of content.
That's true.
Would mean
That's
it's gonna be that New World is an ARPG. But for me, what would also possibly work, and different rule sets in an MMO where you actually go back and play the same content. It might work in a couple of different games, and I think like a hyper server where you like catch up would also possibly work. And to be fair, the PvP server kind of is that. But traditionally, I think seasonal servers and making a new character is pretty dumb for an MMO. That's ARPG kind of level of content.
That's true.
Would mean
That's
it's gonna be that New World is an ARPG. But for me, what
I've struggled with that, especially when it comes to like things like Diablo and restarting. It's like, yeah, I think that the game's the right game. Like No Rest for the Wicked, we know that there's a restart basically happening on April the 30th, and if you guys follow that game or interested in that game, we're gonna be live streaming. We're gonna be having a lot of fun breaking that down here in a couple of days, but I guess 10 days from the time of this recording, but it is what it is. Anyway, yeah, like, it's really tough because there's a part of me that I'm like, yeah, I keep investing in my character. That's where I think the cross progression is gonna end up helping, because then it doesn't feel like I'm so isolated that whether I'm working on this character or that character, that I have those options. And that's where I think I really want to see that cross-server party finder, so that way more of the community can easily play together without having to transfer servers.
No drop.
I like about MMOs is that long-term character progression.
Yeah.
And seasonal servers do not give me that. I fundamentally just disagree with the concept, and I'm kind of hoping they scrap them. Secondly, the PvP version of this server I don't think has worked for two reasons. The first reason is that I actually don't think open world PvP is what most players in the MMO genre actually like.
You're
yes,
correct.
There are a lot of PvPers who play New World, and yes, there are a lot of PvPers who play video games. Like if you look on Twitch,
But in terms of MMOs, like they are a minority, a vocal minority, and I think a minority that people need to kind of like listen. That's why I think the seasonal server is interesting, but ultimately, I think the better choice outside of a season is literally just having a server that is that server that with that rule set, so anybody can kind of jump in. Maybe you don't allow transfers. It's always like, yeah, we got to create a character and this is what it is. Maybe we can't transfer off, but it is the PvP always on server. Love to hear your thoughts on that one.
Legends, Dota, Counter-Strike, Marvels, Rivals, and all this kind of stuff. PvP games are popular, but I don't necessarily think PvP MMOs have ever really been that popular. There's some counter examples, of course. Albion Online, Classic WoW with its PvP mode is kind of interesting as well, but in the main, that's how I feel about PvP servers. So I think it's kind of a bad choice from the start. And then secondly, one that I think a lot of PvPers will actually agree, even the ones who like the open world PvP, the way that they've implemented it, it's kind of a bit turgid and a little bit rubbish. First and foremost, there were level 65s killing level 15s. No kind of like corruption or criminal system meant that people were getting griefed, and you know, I think that's part of the concern with PvP servers that I actually have, but that definitely happened with the Season 7 PvP servers. Secondly, a lot of PvPers didn't really like the setup of the server, and it starts with having to chop down trees and that being the most efficient way of leveling up. Now, conceptually, I don't think that's as bad as people say. When you think about games that are PvP games, a lot of the times you are actually fighting over resources. Like, that's the whole stick of Ashes of Creation, for example. That's what they want you to fight over. And I think like Dune Awakening will be about fighting over the spice. Fighting over resources.
I'm really actually looking forward to playing and checking out Dune Awakening. I've actually enjoyed kind of dabbling in a handful of games, even though I haven't played the Ashes and I paid for it, so maybe I can find a time slot and get caught up on what's going on with Ashes of Creation. Plenty of things to talk about there. I'm interested, man. There's just so many really, like, I love the MMO, man. I guess the channel name is fitting, but there's so many things that are like coming out I'm interested in checking out. I'm interested in continuing my progress in New World. Still on my weight loss journey, so I haven't been able to step back into Final Fantasy 14 yet. In terms of the story and some of the stuff that they've announced there sounds exciting. Lots of good things are happening. A lot of options too. I really want to step back into Final Fantasy 11 as well. Like, man, I need to clone myself. I need a version of me that can just play video games, and then the version of me that goes to work to pay the bills.
This kind of makes sense, but I think just chopping down trees aimlessly with no competition was probably a little bit rubbish. I also think that it's a little bit weird the way that they've done the gearing. I don't want to go into a big tirade about this, but either the gearing is so expensive that nobody's wearing the gear, or it's so cheap that it doesn't matter. It's just a little bit awkward to balance, which inevitably a lot of things with PvP are. But most of the time, the PvPers aren't wearing the new stuff, or if they are, they're going to play like a ratty build where they're not going to die. And for me, ultimately, even if you do like it, which by the way, if you do like it, fair enough, I'm not trying to take it away from you because it's already happened, but for me, the whole implementation has been a little bit meh. I kind of wish they would have done something seasonally like the PvP server, but on the main servers that were completely optional. Could they not have taken all of those mechanics, put them on the main servers, but have it run for like 4 weeks or something, and just say, go at it. These materials will drop, but these ones won't. But you have to flag up if you want to wear this, these items. Maybe give a little bit of reward for doing it. I just feel like actual content on your normal character would have been better, but that's because I'm against seasonal characters. And I think if you're going to do a PvP server, it would also help if it was actually going to be permanent. I played the PvP server, and honestly, the fact that my character was just going to be another character that I had that I probably wasn't going to play just put me right off. If they would have done a PvP server at the launch of Returnum, maybe I would have mained it and maybe it would have been interesting, and then I could have had a PvP character and my legacy character. But just the way we have it, I felt like it's fallen flat. So yeah, not a big fan of what they've been doing there. However, what they've done recently, which you know about at this point, is the Outpost Rush map. Now, I've been playing the Outpost Rush map. I actually streamed it all weekend. Like, I did a massive 50-hour stream and then streamed it 9 hours the next day and 8 hours the next day. I did a lot of this map, and I've got to tell you, I really, really liked it. I'm not going to do a full critique here because, again, I could make a very long video just about the Outpost Rush map, but I liked it. There's a couple of things that probably need addressing. The bridges are pretty pointless. One side seems to get into the middle before the other. One side you can actually sneak up onto the rocks onto the bridge where you can't do it on the other side. A lot of people are just ignoring the top half of the map, but actually I think that's kind of okay.
I'm looking forward to it.
Passageway from mid to top, but that's just my version of that. They don't have to do that. And then players simply don't know how to play it because they're all fighting mid where the actual side points are where you get the points. I like the new map. I thought it was really good, visually very good. I liked how chaotic it is. Some classes are better than others on it. I really liked it. Some people didn't, but I think a lot of us did. When that gets implemented into the live game, which by the way looks like it might be around like May 10th or something like that, I'm going to be very, very happy. What I would say though is that I really hope they kind of don't just have it like the arena map. I don't really like this system where it's on for a week or two and then they change for another week or two. What we kind of need for both Arena and Outpost Rush is that you queue into one and you don't know which one you're getting, and it's just like 50-50 basically. I think that would be way more fun to not know what you're getting. It will keep...
I've seen also where they kind of have it based off various different times. So it's like it kind of says, hey, for the next hour and a half, give me this map, next hour and a half after that map, and just kind of rotates. I don't know if that would end up having people like, I'm just not going to queue, but if you're wanting to play the mode that, or 50-50, I think, that makes sense. The question ends up being is that, as they add in new maps, because I would assume with this OPR map, that means that we're going to get more OPR maps in the future. It'll be neat to see how that kind of plays out in the long run.
Keep things fresh. Otherwise, you're gonna have people being like, oh, it's this map. I think that feeling will sort of dissipate if it's a little bit random. But yeah, I really like the Outpost Rush map. But oddly, that kind of makes me more frustrated at the minute. I really like that, and then I'm annoyed at all of
Actually, they have to bring that back. The reason why you'd end up wanting to have that kind of time, so that if somebody queues in, gets a map that they don't want, that they immediately just disconnect and requeue. You could also manage that by having some kind of timeout penalty, but it'd have to be something in excess of what a normal, run would take. Otherwise, people, take whatever the shortest pathway is forward.
The other strange things they're doing, well, and the fact that the Outpost Rush map isn't coming, we think, for another 3 months, basically. It's kind of wild to me that they're doing it like this. I think we got it in a preview form because the PTR has kind of disappeared. We don't have a PTR anymore, so the PTR was live. And you know what? I actually think in that regard, it makes sense because people actually played this Outpost Rush map. If you put it on a PTR, people don't really do that. People get a couple of games and then it just stops. This way I thought worked in that sense, and hopefully they'll listen to feedback and we'll get some good changes. But we need more, right? Basically, I don't want to be greedy. We need more, and unfortunately what we're getting, what we just tried, is only coming out in May. I don't want to be like too dramatic, but basically we got season 7 in January, we're getting season 8 in May. Now it's not actually 5 months, it's more like actually 3.5 because it's going to be the end of January and the start of May, but it just sounds bad, it feels bad. And if I'm honest with you, I don't think 2025 is going to change that much. The way I see 2025 right now is kind of similar to the way I see 2024. I think from this point until round about August, it's going to be relatively quiet. If I was a betting man, which I kind of am, but I'm not really, I would suggest and bet that we are going to get an expansion at the end of this year. Now, that's completely, purely speculative on my part, but why would they give us more content if they're not charging for the content? They're obviously going to try and milk us a little bit, and my teats are ready to be milked. And I think the best way of doing that will be an expansion. There's a chance it could go free to play or some other kind of like alternative that I've not seen. Maybe we'll get honing with
Gosh, no, I don't think free to play is the right mode, especially for sandbox MMOs. Like, I don't think free to play as a business model. Buy to play, for sure. Some form of skin in the game for everybody to at least jump into the game, etc. I do think, and I've made this kind of prediction, I could see them partnering up with Game Pass, for example, and opening up the game to more players that way. I think that would be a service that kind of makes sense, but time will tell.
With the Humble Shard V2, I don't know, I'm not a savant, but I am very interested in the future of the game. I just think we're going to be a little bit quiet from now until October again, probably. But yeah, they're kind of making me angry at the minute because I really like the Outpost Rush map. It makes me angry that we didn't have it like 2.5 years ago, but they talk now about how they're in the content pipeline mode, so maybe we are.
With all due respect, Jay, like, I'd have to say, I understand the frustration, but it's like when then you finally get it, and I've seen some gamers make the case, I should have been here 2 years ago. It's like, if you're having fun, great. If you're not having fun, I get it. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and, I don't know, somebody hands me a sandwich and be like, but I was hungry 2 days ago. Like, all right. It's like, either eat the sandwich or don't.
Are going to get different maps, different game modes. It's all on the roadmap. That looks sensational. The future of the game sound good on the paper of the roadmap. In practice, it's probably not going to change until the end of the year, I think. And I think they should do away with the idea of seasonal servers. I do not think they belong in any guise in an MMO. and I don't think they belong in the way that Amazon are doing them. Having a hyper server, where you would like catch up every 6 months, and maybe
Dude, where
it's
are
just
the
for a
boats?
shorter
6 months
period than 3
probably
months, would be
make
kind of
more sense.
enjoyable. Give people the option of catching up, give people that fresh start feeling. But for me, the PvP server was literally just deja vu, and I was fatigued. I didn't want to do it, so I stopped. So that's what's going to happen, right? I think
Fair.
New World's going to be quiet for the rest of the year. Like, we are going to start trending down. That's completely fine. I would expect them to do that. I kind of want them to do it in a way. I want them now to go on a little bit of a, not a hiatus in terms of development, but a hiatus in terms of what they show us and what they present to us, and then really pop off in October with an expansion, because the console players will buy it, the rest of the PC players will buy it, and I'll buy it. But yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, expansion in the fall makes a lot of sense. That's where you'd see a level cap increase, so it's where you get to see as part of the roadmap. They're talking kind of their the big term goals, all going to be really good in that regards. Yeah, and that's just the kind of the season where you see this with every MMO. Like, it has like a 2 to 3 month kind of, you know, pop, and then it kind of goes into a lull. And I don't even know of an MMO that doesn't have that same kind of model. I guess it all really depends on if you do a yearly expansion or an every other year expansion, because that window is going to vary based off of that.
Fan of seasonal models. I understand they probably did it to sell the season pass, but I've not. I think it's been a failure. I think they should sometimes just accept some things have failed, and instead of trying to redo them in a way, I'm pretty sure that the reason we had seasonal servers is because the season pass probably isn't making enough like money. Well, I'm not pretty sure about that. It's a complete guess. But I kind of feel like it is. And they were like, well, why don't we make a seasonal server and then charge the season pass for the reward? Yeah, I think sometimes you've got to count your losses. Anyway, I'll not hang around. I'm done. This spot on my head is giant, by the way. So I think it's actually going to take over my head. I have a huge forehead, though, so it's got a long way to go. Anyway, have a beautiful day. Like and subscribe. Goodbye.
Me too. Thank you, Jay, for that. So lots to kind of be excited about. Like I said at the start of the video, they've been filming the next dev update. We're going to do a live reaction of that. We're going to break it down, see what's all included. It's going to be fun because we're in that kind of mid-lull kind of season. We're going to go into the summer, and then that's really usually where it kicks up. Now, what I hope is that they just announce, hey, new expansion in the fall. The kind of secrecy and the kind of the slow rollout of information is frustrating, honestly. Like, as a content creator, but also as a gamer, like, I'd love for them to come out and say expansion this fall, expansion next fall. They don't have to go into the details of the next fall as the expansion, but it would be like, hey, yeah, so that way when people are saying, hey, should I jump back in or should I invest in this expansion, is the game in trouble, it's like, oh no, the game's the game. And next year there's going to be another expansion, and the year after that there's going to be another expansion, and then that, I think, in and of itself is a win-win-win. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate, for those of you who stuck with the channel while I haven't been making content, welcome in, welcome back. For those of you new, I'd love to be able to earn your subs, so sound off if I do. I just want to say that I'm rooting for you. I know we talk a lot about here about the real stuff in real life, and I just want to encourage you guys that no matter how bleak and dark it can be, like, there's always light, there's always going to be hope, and it starts with believing in yourself.
That is crazy.
And
I haven't
giving yourself that level of grace. Like, whether you believe you can't or you believe you can, you're right. And I want you to believe in yourself and believe that whatever is going on in your world, that you can overcome, you can get out of it. There is hope. We've all been there. You're not alone. Anybody saying, any voice in your head saying you're alone or you're a failure or all that are just lies, because you can keep picking yourself up. And if you need help, it isn't a weakness, it's a sign of strength. I want to encourage you guys to be focusing on your health, your mental health, your physical health, your spiritual health. All three of those things make you who you are. Wishing for you, praying for you. Love you very much. God bless you. And hopefully I'll see you guys in the next video. But until then, take care.
no boat. 30 stab wounds.
This video, I want to discuss a problem that's been plaguing modern gaming for a while now. And as time goes on, it just seems to be getting worse and worse, so it really needs addressed. This problem I'm talking about is something that a lot of you will be familiar with, but it's also something that a lot of people know there's an issue, but they don't know what the problem is itself. They don't know what's causing it. And some people will think that their eyesight's just getting worse. Other people may think that they're going crazy. Some people may just gaslight themselves into thinking that games have always looked this way. This problem that I'm talking about is called TAA, and what it does is cause the image to be blurry. Now, before I go more in depth into TAA, and I show you some comparison images, I don't want to just spend the remainder of this time demonizing the technology without acknowledging why it was used in the first place and also its strengths. I want to be as fair and as objective as possible because I believe doing that is the best way to achieve change, while also providing constructive criticism and feedback for how developers can mitigate this problem. So TAA, which stands for temporal anti-aliasing for those who don't know, is an anti-aliasing technique that uses past frame information to anti-alias the image. This, in some ways, is superior to spatial anti-aliasing techniques, which do not acquire past frame information for its anti-aliasing process, because by using the past frame information, you can better tell what is aliasing and what isn't, because you have more data to work with. However, this process is not without flaws. Although it may be superior at anti-aliasing the image, it also comes with blurring and ghosting issues. Now, TAA is blurry no matter what, whether you're stationary or in motion. However, it is even extra blurry in motion. And the reason why is because it holding on to that past frame information bleeds into the next frame. And I'm going to show you some comparison images. First, I'm going to start with TAA in stationary versus TAA in motion. And then I'm going to do TAA off versus TAA. So this is Red Dead Redemption 2. This is TAA in stationary, kind of blurry, but this is at the moment you pan the camera. And this is just a light pan, nothing crazy. The faster you pan, the worse it'll be. That is pretty blurry. Now, I'm obviously recording a compressed YouTube video, and I'm not sure how well this will come across. But the more I zoom in, the worse this effect will get. Remember, I'm only zooming in to try to counteract YouTube's compression. I can see this perfectly fine without having to zoom in. And I'm also doing it for people watching this on smaller displays like phones. I'm on a monitor right now. So that is TAA, stationary versus motion. Here is another example in Dying Light 2. In motion, not in motion.
Where are
both
the
are
freaking
TAA.
bows, man?
So this is not TAA off versus TAA on. This is just plain old TAA. Already blurry, extra blurry.
That's it?
Now, before I even show the other examples, many people's suggestions for fixing TAA, and they call it a fix, but I find that to be misleading, is they will say, well, just use sharpness. If it's blurry, just use sharpness. However, this is not actually a solution, because if that information is gone, sharpening does not bring it back. Sharpening brings back the illusion of detail. And I can't lie and say that it doesn't help to any degree. However, even when it does help, it only helps in stationary scenes, and it doesn't entirely negate the issue, it only helps a little bit. And even then, it does absolutely nothing to help in motion. There's no way you can correct this motion blur, because even if you made the sharpness aggressive enough to correct for the motion, that would mean that the stationary image would be very, very, very over sharpened. And there's also just too much detail destroyed to get an image that looks anywhere close to native resolution without TAA. So by the time you get to that level of sharpening, either way, you're going to have sharpening artifacts. Now let's move on to no AA versus TAA. This is Gears 4. This is TAA, this is no AA. Now, one thing I want to make clear is that I'm showing TAA versus no anti-aliasing. In an ideal scenario, I would be comparing TAA to another anti-aliasing method that isn't TAA, such as SMAA. But we don't live in a perfect world, and this comparison is with no anti-aliasing at all. So you may see some jaggies, but this is nothing too severe that a spatial solution could not clear up. Really, temporal solutions only really shine when the aliasing is absolutely awful and atrocious because the game was designed with it in mind. So please do keep that in mind for the remainder of these comparisons with TAA off, but even then, you can see how much clearer the image looks with no TAA. It is night and day. Now before I even show the other comparisons, I just want to say if you do prefer TAA on, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Even if you prefer it in every instance, even instances where it is incredibly blurry or it got a pretty bad implementation, there is nothing wrong with preferring blur, even if it's a lot of blur, or even destroying most motion resolution, if you find the blur to be less distracting than jaggies. But just know, as I respect your opinion, and many others will too, that there is also nothing wrong with preferring a clear, crisp, sharp, and consistent image in stationary or in motion over the blur that TAA causes. Now on to Witcher 3. TAA in motion, no anti-aliasing at all. Again, this is no anti-aliasing at all. Ideally, there would be at least some form of anti-aliasing. But because TAA is so prevalent, it's really the only anti-aliasing options provided in games these days. Now let's move on to Doom Eternal. This is Doom Eternal, no anti-aliasing at all, TAA. No AA, TAA. Another problem to highlight with anti-aliasing is not only does it destroy details, but anti-aliasing almost completely, if not completely, removes specular highlights. If you look over to the right over here and you see the white and stuff, it just removes all that white, which, you know, isn't very important for reflections. As you can see, the specular, very white details just get completely erased. So that can make things that are shiny look less good. Not to mention the image is just a lot blurrier. So there's me zooming in. And now let's go to another game. This is a game where no AA and TAA doesn't even really make that much of a difference. They both have about the same anti-aliasing quality level. And in fact, if I go down here, the only reason that this aliasing is being cleaned up is because it's just outright being blurred to death and destroyed. I wouldn't necessarily call that efficient anti-aliasing. I would just call that putting a blur filter over the game and saying it's a job well done. But this is one of the issues with TAA, is that it is a very dynamic solution that requires a lot of tinkering and experimenting, and developers just do not put that time into it. So it is very, very easy to mess up, and anything that's very easy to mess up is not good for being an industry standard, considering how often game developers mess things up, whether that's due to ignorance or crunch. Now, this is an example where both images are going to look bad. This looks pretty bad, and this looks pretty bad. This looks pretty bad because the grass just looks like a green blob. It is very ugly, TEA probably has some of the worst anti-aliasing that I have ever seen. And then here it is without it. Grass actually looks normal. However, the developers of this game are undersampling their effects to such an extreme degree that they look dithered, because they're not at native resolution, they are sub-native, and they're using TEA to try to undither them, basically, to blend them together better so they're not as dithered. However, that basically destroys all detail, and it gets even worse when you're in motion. So I can totally understand if you prefer this image, but I'm sure most of you can understand if someone prefers this one, because this image makes me feel like I have negative 40 myopia. So both images do not look good, but that's just Halo Infinite for you. So as I get further to the right, I'm starting to show images where TEA is a little bit stronger. Like this image, for example. TEA is pretty blurry, but I could totally see why you might prefer this. Whereas with a game like this, I don't know. I don't see any benefits to having it on, and especially this game. It's just a blur filter in this game. I mean, maybe the hair looks slightly better. This game, I can see you preferring it. It definitely, but I wouldn't call the aliasing in this game so bad that it is distracting or awful.
Freaking bow.
But this just destroys a lot of detail that you will never get back. Not as much as Halo Infinite destroyed, of course, because again, TEA implementations vary from game to game. And again, this is with no anti-aliasing, not spatial versus temporal. Here's Control, and another example where I can see you preferring TEA.
Almost 17K.
So the no TEA image looks better in every single way, but the hair on temporal anti-aliasing actually does look better, because again, they made the hair sub-native to increase performance, and then you can see those dithered effects, and you don't see them with TEA on. So if you want the overall image to look better, just go no TEA. But if you want the hair to look better, then go TAA. So now I want to go to my notes. Since TEA destroys information, but it also increases edge detail anti-aliasing, that means that 1080p tends to look either like 540p to 720p, somewhere within that ballpark. And the reason why is because it depends on if you're talking about motion or if you're talking about stationary, and it also depends on the game's implementation. But typically 1080p images will look like a lower resolution. This is why 1080p gaming in 2023 is absolutely awful, because 1080p does look fine, but since it's removing information from a resolution that's just barely passable, that just makes it look even worse. However, it increases the edge detail, so would you rather have a 720p image with 4K anti-aliasing quality, or would you rather have a 1080p image with 1080p anti-aliasing quality? I could see you preferring both either way.
I've been farming here for almost an hour and a half.
Preferring one on a game-to-game basis. So I'm not trying to invalidate anyone's preferences here.
There you go. Fuck.
And then for 1440p, you can get 1080p to 900p quality, but you get 5K anti-aliasing quality. So as you can see, the higher you go, it will still always be destroying detail, removing information, and making a resolution look lower than it is. However, gaming at 720p is a lot worse than gaming at 1440p. Which is why at 4K, TAA begins to get less and less bad. Motion is still a big issue, but stationary shots, at least with 4K, don't look awful some of the time. So I can see how you could prefer either one, and especially if you're someone that's gaming on a high resolution. Now let's discuss the problems with TAA in games. Problem number 1. Games either include TAA or no anti-aliasing. They do not provide a spatial solution, so there's no middle ground. Problem number 2. Games force TAA and don't provide an off or non-temporal option at all. Problem number 3. Games sometimes look very bad with no TAA, such as visual glitches or a ton of shimmer. These issues can easily be fixed, but since developers aren't even attempting to provide a non-TAA option or an off option for their games, they have no reason to fix it because it's unintended. Problem number 4. Developers aren't optimizing their TAA. They just implement a generic version, then tune it to be as aggressive as possible instead of finding a balance between shimmer and blur. This can happen because they're not really aware, or they're not very sensitive to TAA's downsides. They'll just hold still in an area and see the shimmer, the flicker, the jaggies, and they'll tune it until it's basically gone, and they won't bother to pan the camera or move it all to see how it looks in motion. This problem to correct requires more education. Problem number 5. Developers aren't providing TAA-based options so users themselves can adjust the strength of the effect and find their own balance of clarity to blur. There is a lot of options for TAA, such as current frame weight, which is not frame rate, by the way, frame weight, as in like pounds, kilograms, which basically weighs how much the current frame takes priority over the past frames, which will obviously reduce blur, but as a result will not be as effective as anti-aliasing the image. Providing these sort of options and exposing them in the user menu can let users find their own balance. Problem number 6. TAA, much like forced motion blur, can trigger people with motion sickness, causing an ill feeling, making your games inaccessible for many people with this disability. Much like colorblind or depth settings, this is an accessibility feature as much as a graphics option. So much like subtitles, for example, are an accessibility feature for deaf people, it's also something that non-deaf people can enjoy. So TAA helps both ordinary people and people with disabilities. So it is an accessibility option as well, and it's very important to improve it or to provide no TAA options as well. Solution number 1. Addressing problem 3. TAA can be used to denoise and upsample effects while not being used on the whole image. This, in addition to spatial AA, for the anti-aliasing portion, can provide players who dislike TAA with a non-broken image. So in Unreal Engine, for example, I would adjust the TAA to be as least aggressive as possible, and it basically would be almost like it's non-existent, but the effects wouldn't be broken. And then I can just put spatial anti-aliasing on top of that. Solution number 3. Addressing problem 3 again. Games with broken effects with it disabled if the developer does not want to spend time fixing it can automatically be disabled and grayed out upon TAA being disabled. If the effect cannot be disabled as it is important to the game's rendering, you can then provide a warning message saying that this will happen when disabling it. Doing this will prevent users from encountering broken effects or understanding why some effects are broken in their games. Solution number 2, I have these out of order, my apologies. Addressing problem 4. It's highly recommended that developers provide TAA values in their games to tweak. However, if having multiple TAA presets with different levels of clarity to shimmer would also be a welcomed improvement if providing an off option or additional TAA settings in the menu will not be done. So since I, kind of stumbled on my words there, I'll explain this a bit better. If providing TAA-based values and options for the user to tweak is not something the developer is willing to do, having multiple presets with different, balances and clarity levels for different types of people is also a pretty good option. It's not as good as the other option, but anything is better than nothing. Note: non-TAA anti-aliasing may not always be superior, but in many instances where it is not, it's almost always because the game is built around it and non-temporal options weren't even thought of or optimized for during the process of making the game. This cannot be used as evidence that TAA is superior and that there's absolutely no reason to not be using TAA when the game was built around it. This would be like arguing AMD is superior because they have better performance in a game where they are sponsored. Games that weren't built around TEA and had it added later are the most jarring examples of just how bad the technology can be. Note number 2. The quality of TEA and even no TEA will vary from game to game. Some games will be bad but not too bad, while others will be horrendous. While some games will look fine with no anti-aliasing, others won't. The second problem is because of the issue stated above, and the former problem is due to the fact TEA is too dynamic and variable for a consistent implementation, and developers do not typically take their time to experiment and understand the technologies they're implementing. This is why a lot of the times technologies like frame generation will get the UI wrong, even though, NVIDIA and AMD's, guides and resources will clearly underline how to do it, and developers will fumble it. TEA, it's such a universal thing that there really is no great universal resource that they can view in the first place. But it being highly variable and it can change from game to game, it can look good in one game, awful in the next, is something that just causes a lot of headaches for gamers. So the quality is going to vary, which means there may be some games where it's better to leave it off and some games where it's better to leave it on. And that goes for both TEA haters and TEA lovers, maybe not for the TEA lovers, because even if it is really blurry and the aliasing isn't that bad, and again, I'm not trying to knock anyone's preferences, they still tend to still like it, but that's perfectly fine. In closing, all of the solutions mentioned here have been done before, most of which just weren't on mainstream AAA blockbusters. Despite the compartmentalization, I hope gaming studios with bigger budgets, more developers, and resources can spend a little bit of their time doing at least one of these things. Even if it's not the one that's the most helpful or goes the most in depth, anything is better than nothing, and we appreciate it. So please, even if it's the bare minimum, do something to provide an option for users that either dislike TEA or at least most implementations of TEA, or that suffer from motion sickness. Now, before I completely end the video, I just want to say that I'm sorry if there's anywhere that I've, stuttered or fumbled my words at all. I have not read over my notes or rehearsed any of this, and reading along can be difficult sometimes. I didn't really have everything I wanted to say written down right in front of me, so I was kind of just winging it. And I'm also sorry for the length of the video. I know most of you probably have not gotten this far. If you have, I really appreciate it. Please like this video and comment if you agree with it, because this video getting as many views as possible is good for bringing this issue to developers' attention, right? Because if developers don't see this, then it doesn't matter what we say or do, right? It needs to get to their eyes, and the best way to do that is for this video to get popular. Whether the developers see the video itself, or they just hear people talking about the issue and they are aware that they want a solution. So with that all being said, thank you so much for watching this video. I really do appreciate it, and I don't typically ask for likes, but if you guys do like the video, then please show some support. If you want a place where you can talk about this issue in a form where you can find workarounds, because some games may have TEA forced, but there are ways that you can actually discuss it and find workarounds. You can go to the subreddit called Motion Clarity. It's a subreddit that I just created dedicated to motion clarity, which can include TEA, but we also include black frame insertion technologies and sample and hold displays, which can also cause blur in games, but that's a problem that's even more old than TEA, and this is not the focus of the video. But I'll leave a link to this subreddit in the description. Thank you for watching. Peace out.
Another one. No one. I'm so sorry for your loss. Life ruin. Life ruined. Why am I getting all this shit? Let's go with this one subscription. Ooh, another bow. Nice.
Video games don't always make you work harder for a happy ending. Some of the darkest endings are sometimes the toughest to find. And we've put together a list of 20 secret or obscure, just plain miserable endings. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on GameRanks, 20 evil endings in games you didn't know existed. Starting off with number 20, it's Baldur's Gate 3. This game has the evil endings market cornered. It's got more evil endings per capita than any other game on this list. And the developers keep adding more of them. After release, a big patch added even more twisted, dark endings that you're probably never going to see. And there's just too many to talk about here. You can slaughter your own party members, like as the embodiment of murder in the Dark Urge character path. It's an option you can choose when starting the game, but things get more interesting when you delve deeper. You can romance the main villain of the game, for instance, a squid monster emperor that's been whispering ideas into your messed up brain for 50 plus hours. That's a dark turn, but it's hardly the darkest. No, if you really want to be as bad as you can be, you can play it like that one weird guy nobody liked when you played Dungeons and Dragons that one time. You can be chaotic evil. At the end of the game, you can turn the people of Baldur's Gate into gibbering madmen that simply attack each other for no reason at all. spreading a wave of pointless violence across the Sword Coast and beyond your own expectations. Just for your own sick amusement, you know. From an emotional perspective, it's not quite as bad as sleeping with your party members and snapping their necks, but killing entire cities of people and washing the streets in blood for no discernible reason definitely ranks up there with the worst endings we've found. Let's see if we can find worse, though. And number 19, the Dead Space remake. The darkest ending here is only available in New Game Plus. The new collectible markers have been scattered all over the Ishimura in this mode, and kind of a bonus quest, I guess, in case you're a dedicated secret hunter. Of course, finding the symbol that spreads the necromorphs, the grotesque undead aliens that scream in the Dead Space series. Oh, they scream. Don't try to sleep. Forget the fact that they're murderous. They're also loud. After finding all the markers and completing the game, you're given a little ending where our protagonist, Isaac, hangs out in a ship covered in spooky maker runes, talks to his dead imaginary girlfriend about building something and taking it to Earth. That essentially means wiping out humanity with a gross, long-armed zombie monster infestation. Not a happy ending, but at least Isaac looks pretty happy for once. His ghost girlfriend seems to approve, too. It's a lot of work to unlock, but we love it when remakes sneak in weird new little inclusions like that, even if we're probably never going to get a Dead Space sequel set on Earth. And number 18 is Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. One of the best endings in a Call of Duty campaign. It's a secret. In this twisty 80s thriller, your allegiances are blurred by a conspiracy plot. Bunch of weird sci-fi concepts like mind control. Late in the game, your main character learns they're actually an enemy agent that's been abducted by the good guys and put through MK Ultra, which is, by the way, real. Look into it. If you consider that mind control, it's definitely not a sci-fi concept. Look at all the declassified information about that stuff. It's effing crazy. Anyway, you've been fighting for your sworn enemies, but you're still expected to do the right thing by the end and stop nuclear Armageddon. But hey, what if you're still mad about the whole kidnapping and brainwashing thing? Right before the end, you can sneak into a locked section of the hub and use... computer to contact your former friends. Doing this sets up a final confrontation with your team where you shoot dead some long-running Call of Duty campaign characters like Woods. It's a little shocking, simply off main characters without any fanfare. But the betrayal isn't even the worst part. Working with your buddies, the rogue agents, set off nuclear bombs stashed in every major city of Europe. There's a whole lot of no man's land, and well, this is not the canonical ending to Black Ops 6. It's pretty cool.
Mr. President, does anyone know the bombs were ours?
Materials related to Operation Greenlight were anonymously released an hour ago, presumably by Perseus. Calls are beginning to come in from across the globe.
That son of a bitch.
And number 17 is Tekken Tag Tournament 2, infamous for its endings, the Tekken series. But one of our favorites is absolutely evil on both the micro and macro level. The lavish CGI scenes in Tekken Tag Tournament 2 are so numerous, even mega fans like us haven't seen them at all. And who would even bother trying to learn a big joke character like True Ogre? Like, his ending's it's not worth it. I'm not learning him. So by completing the arcade mode with True Ogre, we're treated to a POV of a cameraman walking through a burning empty city. Rumbling in the distance scares our cameraman, turning to face a gargantuan version of Ogre that towers over the city like Godzilla. The camera cuts off as flames engulf the city street and just destroy the camera.
It's a nice quick ending that gives us everything we want to see: city-sized destruction and personal stakes with our little guy representing us. He flees to an unknown fate. That's the kind of economy of storytelling we can get behind. And number 16 is Elden Ring. Why would you save the dying world when you can burn it? That's a pretty common secret. It'd be nice if I could talk, right? This is how you know it's not AI, though. That's why we leave it in. What was I saying? Dark Souls games always let you burn it all. That's common, okay? It's a common secret ending. But our favorite comes from the Frenzied Flame. This dark power is rewarded by a gross three-fingered hand monster at the bottom of a very dark tomb full of dead bodies, frozen in twisted agony. Just reaching the lair of the three fingers is a deranged experience. It's full of evil energy, but unleashing the pent-up flame is the best part. Going through the secret tomb, players had to carefully drop down a giant, seemingly bottomless pit. It's a staple of Dark Souls game design. Take off all your clothes, enter a door, get grossly handled by a gnarly trio of fingers. Yeah, fingers. Once branded, players could take the Elden Throne and destroy it all in a glorious explosion of insane fire. Sounds passé when we explain it like that. Your head becomes a glowing sun, spreading eye-gouging insanity to the lands between. Turning into a drooling maniac is the fate of all Dark Souls game protagonists, and at least we get to choose it ourselves this time. At number 15 is Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. One of the darkest betrayals in video games comes right at the end of Phantom Liberty. Compared to other games on this list, it's downright pedestrian its evilness, though. It's the betrayal that matters here, because you turning on Songbird at the last possible second with escape just a step away, it's a totally viable evil option. Actually, maybe evil isn't even the right word. Maybe selfish. For one of the endings, you can choose to help the desperate new United States cyberware weapon Songbird escape to the moon. After fighting through squads of heavily armed super soldiers, you'll drag a weakened Songbird into the spaceship flight deck. That's where you'll confront companion Reed and get one last chance to help Songbird. As it turns out, she can't help with your death problem. A weird piece of technology slowly killing you. That's the main plot. So you can choose to ditch Songbird and rejoin the good old new United States instead at the last second. You'll turn your tragic companion over to the evil president and her secret black whale project, essentially ensuring the Songbird will be kept underground and experimented on for the rest of her life in the worst ways possible.
So me. Sorry, forgive me, but I can't. Made a promise.
A promise? Again. You go with his.
No. Wanna believe I'm giving you another chance. So I won't do it, Somi. I can't. I won't.
You betray your friend on all the promises that the government will fix you, and if you continue with that ending, you'll learn that Reed lied too. Sure, the surgery fixes you, but it also strips your character of their cyberware, which does give you the most depressing ending in the game. Was it worth it? And number 14 is Look Outside. Curiosity killed the cat. That saying has never been more true than the indie Lovecraftian horror game Look Outside. It's a game that gives you a tantalizing glimpse of cosmic horror. All you have to do is look outside. You might not like what you see. If you manage to complete all the steps of the true ritual before the 15 days pass, your character gets a look outside and encounters the alien visitor that's turning planet Earth into an apocalyptic mass of swirling madness. The giant eye of the visitor, once confronted, seems pretty embarrassed about the destruction it's accidentally caused the human race. Just looking at this monster causes people to change forever in impossible ways, and every transformation is different. The darkest twist comes after talking to the visitor. The being from beyond asks if you'd like to perceive its true form, and like the dummies we are, we say yes. We don't want to spoil all of Look Outside here, but we can say this is easily one of the most evil ones on the list. Perceiving the final boss doesn't just break your brain, it also leads to the utter extinction of humanity as a species. The Earth is forever destroyed because you just had to peek. You couldn't keep your eyes shut for just a few seconds. Even if the whole world is at stake, couldn't do it. Couldn't keep it in your pants. Well, we don't blame you. It's one ending everybody needs to see at least once. And number 13 is Alone in the Dark, the remake from 2024 specifically. It's more a three-dimensional spin on Lovecraft than Look Outside, but it's one that doesn't quite come together as well as we'd like. The best part of the game is at the very end, when the mystery of the weird house is revealed. All the characters you met are crazy cult members that worship the goat of 1,000 young. The big tree in the greenhouse roars to life in a bloody showdown that is more Resident Evil than creeping terror. Luckily, that's the kind of thing we like. And one dark ending has our favorite character turning to the dark side. Instead of fighting the evil presence of the old gods, Carnby gives himself to the cult. Seeing the friendly sheriff from Stranger Things chew scenery as a monster-loving crazy man is a rare delight.
No, Emily. I get it now. She needed me to break the pact. She needed me to bring her grace. I did everything for her. I just realized I belong here. I'm one of her young!
What are you saying?
You'll have to run, Emily. You'll have to run!
And we're hoping more actors get to the completely ridiculous, non-canon part of acting at some point. It isn't clear if sacrificing people to the goat of 1,000 young is a world-ending problem or not, but we're going to assume it's not good for anyone, so it's going in the evil camp. And number 12 is Adamfall. In the recent open-world action game Adamfall, every ending is an optional ending. There's seemingly no true ending, but one of the more difficult ones, also a little more twisted, means working for the faction that's embracing change a little too quickly. Located in the deep Casterfell woods, a faction of devoted maniacs called the Druids are huffing blue infection and hearing voices in their heads. The voices want them to spread the strange infection as far as possible, and while the game doesn't explicitly state what's going on, we're left with a pretty distinct impression. This is an alien invasion. The source of the blue fungus is a meteorite called Oberon. If you choose, you can help the kindly vendor. You'll be sent to a creepy grotto to commune with the dead and learn that the Druids don't want to kill Oberon like everyone else. They want the alien to flourish. And to do that, you spray the creature with growth hormones. That way, the monsters from deep space can grow extra quickly and will help the rest of humanity join the collective. Like other endings, we're helping the enemy take over everything for absolutely no good reason. Evil can be its own reward. And number 11 is Lords of the Fallen. We've talked about the evil ending for Dark Souls ripoff, Lords of the Fallen more than one time, but this is one of the hardest to get endings we've ever unlocked, so you're going to hear about it. The only reason you know this ending exists is because we've referenced it, and it's such a pain to earn yourself, nobody should go out of their way to do it. You're basically ruining your own game by doing this, and you can ruin it permanently. By sacrificing friendly characters to a dark umbral god in Lords of the Fallen, you get the always popular ending that summons the unseen evil into the living world where it devours all life forever. This sort of thing keeps happening in video games, but it's the personal touch we love in this one. You gotta personally deliver killing items to the characters you didn't even know you could kill. It's a long, very involved process that's hard to explain, but for every soul you sacrifice to the putrid mother monster, which is only accessible in a secret dungeon, you'll be able to swing closer to her and pay final tribute. By the end, you have to sacrifice your own level up NPC. Yeah, the one that levels you up. That one. Totally removing every useful function of the hub. If you can't beat the super hard secret final boss, you have to start the entire run over from the beginning. If that isn't evil, I don't know what is. And number 10 is Faith, the Unholy Trilogy. Video games have a lot of monsters from beyond time and space. Faith might be a more religious take, but it's still the same concept. Unknowable creatures are coming, and instead of fighting them like a sensible person, you can throw it all the way for the evil ending. In the longest version of the game, you can give up at the very last minute by choosing to just not investigate the daycare, the final location of the cult trying to bring about the profane Sabbath. When your renegade priest arrives, you can simply get back in your car and drive away and abandon the mission. After a nightmare, you return to your home the final day to notice a few things are a little different. Strange men are waiting outside.
If I can get another one, that'd be dope.
The music's intensely ominous. Your neighbors aren't doing too well. Your basement's infested by a giant-faced centipede demon. There's a satanic hole in your background. By the end, you're chosen as a new vessel for the unspeakable. At least, it totally looks like that's what happened. There's definitely one ending that gives the evil vibes, and it's one we had no idea existed until now. At number 9, it's Outer Wilds. The most convoluted evil endings come from the chill space exploration game Outer Wilds. To get this ending, you basically have to complete both endings at the same time, the one from the base game and the one from the expansion. There's a lot to explain, so I'll try to keep it simple. In the Outer Wilds, you have 20 minutes to explore the solar system before your star goes supernova and wipes everything out. You're trapped in a time loop, and your goal is to finally escape the cycle. To get the most evil ending of the game, you can forsake everything and everyone by taking the Ash Twin Warp Core and ending the time loop. But
hi, buddy. I love the positive energy you bring to your stream. It's engaging and inspiring. Keep up the great work. I want to be your fan. Feel free to add me on Discord. Booby112. Jiggy669. That actually didn't register on my Wait, how come it didn't register? Didn't make a sound either. Interesting. That did not register on. Is it Mickey Mouse? I just realized. Oh. That didn't make a sound. Yeah. This is on YouTube, yeah. See? Oh. You got another one, please? That'd be dope. Can I get one more, please?
But instead of progressing to the normal ending, you can fly directly to the enormous and hidden Stranger Ship. In this ship, there's fires that lead to an artificial dream world. You can lock yourself into the dream by stepping into one of these fires and holding an artifact. You'll die here and enter the dream at the same time. Now that there's no time loop and you have nobody to wake yourself up with, you're always trapped in the dream forever. You get to have your own private, infinite life at the expense of everyone else. You'd probably go insane after a few millennia, but that's the price you pay for a weird, super secret evil ending. And number 8 is Fallout New Vegas, one of the darkest endings ever. Isn't even in the base version of Fallout New Vegas. We're looking deeper. The most evil ending you can earn is actually the infamous Dead Money DLC. That's where you can find it. Instead of fighting evil Father Elijah, former Brotherhood of Steel elder, looking to settle the score with other factions by destroying all civilization in the Mojave Desert, you can team up with him. At the end of the attempted heist at the Sierra Madre Casino, you can betray literally everyone and everything by teaming up with Elijah and choosing choosing to stay in the sealed pre-war paradise of the bunker. You and your new buddy release the red frog that's pumped through the streets of the Sierra Madre, the red fog, not frog. I think I said frog there. But the red fog's super dangerous. It's a chemical compound, eats through any hazmat suit, and turns the infected into deranged killers. The unkillable ghost people that protect the casino were created by the same mist, and you'll wipe out everything in the Mojave Wasteland with this combination. Invincible monsters and an infinite supply of killer mist. That's a classic example of an evil video game ending.
In the years that followed, the legend of the Sierra Madre faded, and there were no new visitors to the city. Years later, when a mysterious blood-red cloud began to roll across the Mojave, then west toward the Republic, no one knew where it had come from. Only that it brought death in its wake. Attempts to find the source of the toxic cloud failed.
And number 7 is Atomic Heart. It's one of the most willfully ignorant endings you can achieve in a video game. After experiencing a cavalcade of horrors in Facility 3826, learning the truth behind an evil project called the Collective 2.0, and fighting an army of horrors, your main character can still cover his eyes, plug his ears, and pretend everything's fine. At the very end of the game, you're prepared to hunt down the architect of everything that went wrong in the facility, Dr. Sechenov, and try to end the robot uprising that destroyed the alternate reality Soviet Union. You can go in guns blazing or petulantly refuse. In one of the goofiest endings on this list, your big FPS hero forgets everything he's learned through his 20-plus hour journey and decides to just give up right before the end. Rips the whole polymer glove out of his hand, and he goes home.
You're making a mistake! Stop squirming, you asshole!
Everyone around him is baffled by this decision, but we love that it's a decision you can make. Sometimes we're sick of letting objective markers dictate what we do in games, right? Sometimes we just want to say no, even if it makes no logical sense. It's always nice when games let us feel just a little more in control, even if we're going to load a save and do the real ending next.
There. That's better.
And number 6 is Deltarune. Less an ending and more an evil path. Deltarune Chapter 2 gives us one of the weirdest evil endings in video games. In the second part of this cute RPG Maker indie, you'll get the ice-based Noelle party member. She's naturally positive. She's an optimistic person, refuses to see the bad in anybody, so we're going to make her snap. We're going to do everything she doesn't want. You backtrack when she asks you to stop, keep freezing enemies, unleash the mythical Snowgrave spell, even as Noelle claims she doesn't know it. Doing this ending path is one of the most convoluted things on this list. You can't miss a single enemy with freeze, and you have to get multiple rings and equip them on Noelle at very specific points. Doing anything wrong or choosing not to proceed will end the route. The entire world changes into a dark version with lower pitched music and lots of assets removed, making it feel like a colder, emptier place. Instead of solving puzzles the fun way, you command Noelle to freeze them against her will. It all gives creepypasta vibes, like we're seeing something we're not meant to see. Maybe it's not the most evil ending on this list, but it's one of the most cursed.
What the fuck?
At number 5 is Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. We're going to do that one very odd, very specific evil ending. The Swarm That Walks ending is one of the most disastrous in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, making you officially worse than the monsters you're fighting. One of the weird origin paths you can take is this one, and the ending's so rare, it's filled with weird bugs and weird mechanics. Nothing is explained. For the most evil ending, you actually have to show some mercy. Interesting. During a side quest to investigate demonic bugs, you choose to keep Weird Bug Queen alive instead of executing it. This is required. Keeping it alive is not as nice as it seems. Not exactly a good deed. After running a failed experiment, you can return to the demonic bug infestation much later to consume the fully grown queen and take her power for yourself. Yep, it's a Highlander situation with the bug. But this causes all of your companions to leave. Everyone. The swarm only wants to consume, and the entire city of Dresden becomes an infested hotbed. Instead of making allies and fighting a normal war, all you do from this point is consume and increase the size of your swarm. This allows you to become exponentially more powerful, becoming far stronger alone than you were with a full team. The ending completely changes the gameplay of Pathfinder, taking away all the general management features and turning it into cosmic horror. Even the enemies of your enemy team fight back against the unstoppable swarm. Now that's an evil ending. At number 4 is Heavy Rain. Meme fodder for a reason. This game has one of the funniest evil endings you can achieve, and it's only available if you already know the big twist, which we're going to spoil now. One of the playable characters, Detective Shelby, is the origami killer. It takes a long time before you realize this, so for a lot of the game, you're actively working against Shelby's interests while you're playing as Shelby. If you want to change all that, you can literally take the reins and force everyone to work together to help Shelby escape. Yes, Shelby can get away scot-free if you make perfect choices throughout the full story, which is frankly insane. Basically letting a child killer escape by making our cast of characters act in a way that they wouldn't normally act, all for the benefit of a big square-faced weirdo. You can play so badly that none of the characters ever find the warehouse where Scott is keeping his latest victim. Throughout the game, Father Ethan has to play sadistic games to get clues, and you can fail at all of them. If the stars align, Scott Shelby can walk away a free man. Even if characters do reach the warehouse, Scott can still walk away. For the perfect ending, you can even kill all the good guys and help Shelby escape, giving a serial killer a reprieve so that he can keep drowning people. Oh, that's an evil ending.
I've suffered just as much as my victims.
I finished your damn trials. Now give me back my son!
He's there. All you have to do is open that grate.
Star Mentor?
At number 3 is Mortal Kombat 11. Even the DLC characters get endings in Mortal Kombat 11. The fighting game added big cameos with a K, like the Terminator, Spawn, Rambo, but the darkest is probably the Joker. Taken directly from the developers' Injustice games, the Joker's a big problem and a perfect fit for Mortal Kombat's darkly funny, disgusting content with a K. You can play through arcade mode, which oddly enough has a C smack dab in the middle of it, and beat the final boss with the Joker to gain dominion over all time, giving Joker the power to visit any timeline and reshape it to his own chaotic evil whims. After wiping everything out in the normal universe, including Johnny Cage with a C for shame, and his lovable ninja mime character, we've reintroduced one of the dumbest characters in Mortal Kombat, and that's really saying something. Havoc is the avatar of the Chaos Realm, where everyone goes and does everything completely backwards because they're deeply silly. And is that a cameo from Suhao, one of the worst playable characters in Mortal Kombat history? Man, the Joker's a madman, bringing back characters from the darkest, dumbest period of MK. And number 2 is Batman Arkham City. More Batman-centric quickie before we get to the end. In Arkham City, you play as Catwoman while the title city descends into chaos after Doctor Strange initiates his plan to purge the prison. Batman is incapacitated in the Joker's Steel Mill Fortress, and Catwoman's the only character close enough to save the day and help Batman end the madness. You can also just follow your cat instincts and just leave. Like, I can't think of a bigger crime than betraying superhero dad Batman, especially with that silky voice performance from Kevin Conroy in all the Arkham games.
It's all right. You're safe.
You're lucky. I could have killed you with this thing.
Believe me, Doctor. When someone takes a swing at me with a pipe, they don't get the chance to apologize.
If you choose to leave Batman behind, you're escaping with the treasure, but forsaking Gotham for a few bucks. Doctor Strange and Ra's al Ghul get to perpetuate their evil schemes in new cities, while the Joker is on the loose with Clayface. That's an evil formula, pretty much any character, but this evil ending has origins in the Catwoman character. She's a flighty burglar, so it makes perfect sense she might access her base instincts and just leave. Luckily, to preserve canon, she averts catastrophe and saves Batman in the end, instead of committing a feline. Oh, Catwoman.
Figured you could use my help.
You're right. I think I chipped a nail back there.
You stick with the brooding. I'll handle the wisecracks.
And finally, at number 1 is Stalker 2. Stalker 2 has such a confusing narrative. It's not clear exactly what ending is best and what ending is worst, but we do know which is the most evil. Instead of working with any of the factions, you can throw up your hands and go for the hardest ending possible. Just shoot them all. At the very end of the game, you can hold the fate of the zone in your hands. And instead of choosing an ideology, you can choose pure chaos by taking out the leaders of the military faction, the rebels, the former characters of the previous games like Straylock. Oh, and Straylock is the playable character from the first Stalker, so you're essentially taking yourself out at the end, which leads easily to the most difficult battle of the game. And what's the purpose of betraying everybody? I don't really know. These characters are full of forgiveness for you. Even at the very end, some characters will still forgive you and let you switch sides to help them, but we slapped all those olive branches away and burned every bridge to get an ending we don't fully understand. That's Stalker 2 in a nutshell.
They got me pretty good. If it wasn't for you.
We don't really know what we're doing or why, but we're still shooting a whole lot, and that's all for the day. Some of these endings are counterintuitive, stupid, or plain lazy, but they're all evil in their own little ways. What do you think? Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications, and as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter and book me on Cameo at Falcon the Hero, and we'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
Yes, the last one. I got the fourth one. I'm good. Alright, that's it. Let's go. Head back to the base. Alright. ABB. Magnolia card. You got 4. Damn. Four comp. gonna send. Goblin Archer card. I'm gonna send all this. I'm gonna leave one for myself. And we write mail. Write mail. Three goblin. All right, let's go. All right, it's time. All right. I'm done streaming. Guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna stream tomorrow again, and then I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Alright, if you're on YouTube, subscribe. If you're on Twitch or Kick, follow me. Or else, see you guys. Peace out.